say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang bang. I say hold up, got my glizzy, bang bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What up, fools? Today is 1/29/2026. It is 10:25 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm out here tomming my foolery. I got Tom on my foolery. Prove it. Pixar, get the fuck out. Is that Kenny from South Park? Yes, that is Kenny from South Park as an adult. All grown up. Still sounds the same though. Even without the hoodie covering his mouth, he still sounds exactly the same. I was gonna try to do a vertical stream today to see if I could get some people to come on and talk about the Alex Pretti situation, but I can't get the vertical streams to work on this computer. I don't know what it is, but I can't get them both to work. I assume it's a problem with the encoders, but I've tried all of them and I just can't get it to work. Don't know what the fuck is happening. And then even like other things started crashing as I was switching from one encoder to the other. other programs started crashing. So why has everyone moved from Yeti to Shure? Is it that much better? Yeah. Well, not only that, but Yeti is just like, it's like a starter microphone. So like anytime you first start out doing like streaming or podcasting or something like that, you get a Yeti because it's like the cheap mic that's pretty good. Like a blue mic, you know, the blue mics are all cheap, but they're, you know, they're the best cheap mic. Whereas then a Shure is like real professional, like, you know, top grade shit. So yeah, you over time you upgrade to better and better shit. It's not like, you know, oh, we used to love Yetis, but then the Shure mics came out. Like, now it's, we've all of us, we buy the Yetis thinking one day we'll move to a Shure. One day we'll be able to get that fucking Shure mic. What is the Alex Pretti situation? Did they release the body cam? I don't know that there is body cam. I have seen no evidence that anybody there was wearing a body cam. But on top of that, the Trump administration said they don't plan on releasing a body cam, so. I have a Rode. I thought about getting a Rode mic stand. I do like the Rode mic stands. Those are really nice. Currently, I'm literally using an old school mic stand. So this is like an old Yamaha mic stand where it doesn't have the different angles on it. It is literally just a tripod with a bar on it, and the bar comes straight across right here. And I actually like this a lot better than the multi elbows, because the ones at the elbows tend to like get in my way a lot, and I have to like move them all the fucking time. Whereas this one, I just either move it closer or farther away. That's it, and it's all the way over there. It's about a I would say a 4-foot long arm that goes out and then down on a tripod. And this is what I think my dad used this when I was a kid. I think I got it from his house, from his garage, where like he used this when I was a kid because he would sing at like churches and stuff like that. And he would have this come out over his keyboard as he would play the keyboard and sing. So yeah, I really like this one. I found this like maybe a year ago. When it was what? No, it was longer than that. But it was whenever I moved everything. It's about 2 years ago. It was when there was a period where I was trying to move everything because Sassafras was always mad that I wasn't able to see when she was messaging me on Discord while I was streaming. And so I like changed my entire fucking setup so I could have a second computer right there just for the fucking Discord, just so I could see if she was messaging me, and move the mic like this so that I could be able to turn a little bit more easily. That mic did not exist? Yeah, I said the mic stand, not the mic. I didn't say the mic. I said the mic stand. So yeah, this mic came with this, I think. Or yeah, it came with this. And so all I had to do is just screw this onto the arm. But yeah, there was even a period I think where I had the Yeti on this, and I have a bunch of different like blue mics. Like this is the blue Snowball, and then I have maybe 2 blue Yetis. I've had a bunch of mics. I've had a lot. I've tried out a lot of different things, trying everything, seeing what works, what doesn't. And the blue Yetis are good. Don't get me wrong. They're good, especially for like a starter mic. They're very good. But they break so quickly and like over the smallest fucking shit. Like most of the time nobody even knows what the fuck happened to them. They just start fucking up. They just start like having all sorts of issues. And mine had a beeping sound. It would go beep, beep, beep. And so every time I did like a video essay, I would have to put music behind my voice and keep the music cranked very loudly so that you didn't hear that beep all the fucking time. Yeah, we went over it yesterday. I think the Yeti is a gamer mic, not a stream mic. So I would say the Yeti is more of a boom mic. And I will still use the Yeti in certain situations. Like, if I go out and I want to do an interview with somebody and I want one mic just sitting in between us, I'll use the Yeti. I'll use the Yeti because it's going to pick up like a larger range of sound. And so if the two of us are sitting across from each other, I can put the Yeti in the middle. It'll pick both of us up just fine. Whereas like these are like directional mics where like you want it facing right towards your mouth, and yeah, it's a bit different. So different situations, different types of mics, but yeah, the Yeti I would consider it more of like a boom mic. And there have been situations where I literally had the Yeti sitting on this arm with somebody holding it over the camera to where it's sitting over it just like a fucking boom mic, and it works great. I think of Yeti as more of a large animal man. Okay. Yeah. Bro is single-handedly supporting Taco Bell. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. If I was sponsored by anybody, it would be Taco Bell. Oh yeah. I don't know if you guys remember this guy. Destiny debated this guy a while ago. The Misfit Patriot. You guys remember this guy? He's got this new video. It says that the left is trying to cancel him.
Alright, it's time for another one of these videos. The woke mob is trying to cancel me again. They're trying to, you know, harass me and try to ruin my business.
This grift works for fucking anything, dude. You just say it's the woke mob and you can get a bunch of people to support you as long as you say whatever it is, it's the woke mob.
It's happened multiple times before. And I think this is because of the things that I was saying about that guy, Alex Pretti. I called him a...
I think it's because of the things I was saying about Alex Pretti. Why aren't you sure what it is that you're being canceled for? What you're not sure what it is that they're mad about, but they're canceling you? Huh. That's odd. What is it? How do you not know?
Domestic terrorist. I said that he deserved what he got because, you know, he was fucking around and he found out. And I meant all that shit, right? Fucking replay my last video over and over again.
Oh no, we don't need to replay the last video. It has nothing to do with that, actually. You'll probably see it pretty quickly as you scroll down. Oh, there it is. Pedo Patriot added again. Zachary Bonfilio, aka the Misfit Patriot, was arrested on October 24th, 2024 by the San Antonio PD Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force for 2 counts of possession of child pornography with intent to promote. 3rd-degree felony, 2 to 10 years in prison per count, up to $10,000 fines, sex offender registration. Arraignment was held October 25th, 2024. Bond set at $10,000. Case number, charges, status, released on bond, pretrial ongoing. Next hearing to be decided. Oh, 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 ah. I don't know. I don't know about that one, buddy. But it's the woke mob. Oh, there it is again. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with the woke mob. Just gonna tell you, it's a feeling I got. It's a feeling I got. And I didn't dox him. I'm not doxing him. Those people aren't doxing him.
Alright, it's time for another one of these videos. Found out. And I'm afraid of you. There's nothing you can do. My name is Zachary Aaron Bonfilio.
There you go. There you go. Not doxing him, not putting out his personal information, didn't show anything. It's just, how is he so bold? He's part of MAGA. You gotta be dumb and bold to say the shit that they say. So, you know, it is, it's kind of a prerequisite.
Well, I can say that a year ago, I could not have even imagined how terrible the enforcement of this new immigration stance would be. The very things that I said that.
If you guys remember, they had a service for right after Trump's inauguration, and this was the bishop or priest, I don't know what they call her, but she was I think it was a bishop that spoke at the inauguration at the church service, and she was supposed to give a prayer, but instead of giving a prayer, she gave a speech to Trump to be compassionate to immigrants. Her whole thing was just being compassionate to LGBTQ people, to immigrants, you know, to women who have maybe unplanned pregnancies. And so, yeah, she just instead of doing the prayer, she just gave a speech to Trump while he was sitting there.
We feared has come to pass, most extremely in what we've seen in Minnesota in the last few weeks.
That's Bishop Marianne Buddy, who famously used her prayer during President Trump's inaugural prayer service last year to plead with him to have mercy with immigrants. I talked to her today. Here's what she said.
We all realize that we need to have a sound immigration policy. We need to have a safe border. We need to have laws that protect us from violent crime. But I would argue that in the name of protecting us from violence, a whole swath of people are being cast in those terms in an attempt to eliminate, it seems, to eliminate people who do not fit a particular vision of what it means to be an American or to be welcome in this country. And I think that's what is at question now.
What's interesting about Bishop Buddy is that she lived in Minneapolis for 18 years. She was a religious leader there. She raised her family there. And just last week, she went to Minneapolis to hold a multi-faith prayer service about what's happening on the ground.
Well, I can say that a year ago, I could not have.
Interesting seeing her pop back up.
Photos from federal operations in Minneapolis over the last week, and this one picture stood out. Tayana Gibson Brown is standing in the doorway, obviously in distress. She's wearing what appears to be scrubs. She has Crocs on, and she's holding her phone in her hand. These agents are basically dressed for an imminent threat. There were pieces of equipment on these agents, weapons that seemed more at home on the battlefield, and here they were on the doorstep of a woman's house in Minneapolis. They cover gun culture and policy. Before that, I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years and deployed twice to Afghanistan with...
Wow, fucking liberal that doesn't know anything about guns. You don't know the first thing about guns, you fucking liberal. Why are you even talking about this? Say they're military weapons. Come on. Come on, you don't even know. You probably think, oh, you can just call it an assault rifle, and that means that it's a rifle that assaults people and that it's from the military. You don't know anything. You probably think AR-15 stands for Assault Rifle 15. Come on.
The last 20 to 25 years, wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and Somalia, technology that was used in those wars has kind of migrated into the police force. In this photo, there are two suppressors, and a suppressor, also commonly known as a silencer. That was something that just kind of jumped out to me. They protect your hearing, they protect you from concussive blasts coming out of your rifle. And this is something you would want to have on the end of your rifle barrel if you are in a house shooting in close quarters. When I was in the military, we were on the front line, and...
Or if you're getting ready to go kill Ark, but you don't want the other people around you to hear you because they might kill you, so you're trying to get your trials done, but you're afraid that they might hear you, you can put a silencer on your anvil.
We had wanted suppressors for my team, but they weren't deemed important enough at the time. This kind of stuff is usually reserved for SWAT teams, hostage rescue teams, high threat environments. One of the things that is interesting on two of these rifles is this thing called the B.E. Myers Maul. It's a daylight laser and an infrared laser that only you can see behind night vision. Things maybe you'd consider when you were jumping out of a helicopter into bin Laden's compound in Pakistan in 2011. It's that kind of technology juxtaposed with the doorstep. Video from the scene kind of showed a disorganized mess with a lot of yelling.
There is kids in this house. Show the warrant first.
But I think that's kind of par for the course when you have people who are on the street opposed to operations, you have people in the house who are scared, and you have agents who are heavily armed. The agent arrests her husband. 4 days later, he was ordered to be released as his Fourth Amendment rights had been violated.
While there's no single publicly available database that lists the exact number of immigration and customs enforcement arrests dropped in court due to the Fourth Amendment violations, federal court rulings and settlements have been highlighted widespread unconstitutional practices resulting in dismissed cases or releases from detention. Widespread constitutional violations. A federal judge in Minnesota ruled in January 2026 that ICE violated the Fourth Amendment by using battering rams to enter homes without judicial warrants, forcing the release of detainees. Violation of court orders. In January 2026, it was reported that ICE violated at least 96 court orders in 74 cases, with evidence suggesting widespread representations by agents. I wonder what that means. I wonder what the fuck that means. Unconstitutional detainers in Gonzalez versus ICE. A federal court found that ICE subjected more than 2 million people to unconstitutional arrests based on flawed automated database searches, leading to a permanent injunction against certain practices in the Central District of California. Many cases involving arrests based on illegal searches or administrative warrants, which are not signed by judges, have been dismissed by courts. Kavanaugh stops. Reports indicate that ICE has been using Kavanaugh stops, stopping individuals based on race or ethnicity, which advocates argue violate the Fourth Amendment. Unlawful home entries. The Department of Homeland Security recently issued a now public memo, often criticized by legal experts, attempting to justify entering homes without judicial warrants, a policy that courts have found violates the Fourth Amendment. And then courts have established that Fourth Amendment's protections against unreasonable search and seizures apply to immigration-related arrests in the interior of the U.S. While thousands of individuals are detained annually, 65,735 is November 30th, 2025, those who have legal representation are more likely to have cases dismissed when they can prove illegal searches, coerced entry, or unlawful detainer, though many others may be deported without appearing before a federal judge. I don't understand how they can endlessly break the law and the Constitution. I mean, it's an immunity thing. Like, if the Trump administration is the one who continuously gives these orders and they're the ones telling people to do this stuff, there's not much anybody can do about it. Like, even if they could go after somebody like Pam Bondi or Kristi Noem or, you know, any of these other people, it wouldn't make much of a difference because Trump is just going to give them a pardon and continue on as though nothing happened. So it's... we've somehow set up a system that is meant to avoid corruption and has instead made it to where you can be as corrupt as you fucking want.
When federal agents shot and killed 37-year-old Alex Pretti in Minneapolis on Saturday, officials said he approached agents with a handgun intending to massacre them.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
But at times analysis of video footage from the scene and the moments when two officers opened fire clearly contradict federal government statements. Pretti does not appear to pose a threat to agents. In fact, at several critical junctures, he's outnumbered and under their control. Here are the key moments that reveal what happened. We see Pretti walking about filming a group of protesters who are speaking with a federal agent. He's holding a cell phone in...
Speaking of, a new video came out today
who are
from this person who was getting in their car right then. So we now have more video footage of what happened. We'll get to that in a little bit, but this person getting in their car has now also released video footage.
Speaking with a federal agent. He's holding a cell phone in one hand. The other hand is empty. It's just over 30 seconds before the shooting when a protester is pushed to the ground. Pretti steps between her and the agent who'd shoved her, briefly putting his hand on the agent's waist. The agent pepper sprays Pretti's face. We can see Pretti is still holding his phone in one hand, while holding his other hand up to protect himself against the spray. Contrary to statements by federal officials, he's made no threatening movements towards agents. Pretti, who had a firearms permit, carries a gun holstered on his right hip, but he doesn't reach for it, and it appears agents are unaware the gun is even there. He reaches toward the protester, apparently trying to help her up, while agents begin grabbing him from behind. He tries to pull away, and again, he makes no threatening movements towards the agents. But agents pull him backwards and force him to the ground. Then, shots ring out. Now we'll slow things down so each moment is clear. Here is Pretti. Several agents are restraining him, and this is the Border Patrol agent who will shoot him first. This appears to be when agents first notice that Pretti is carrying a firearm and yell that he has a gun.
Does ICE even wear a name tag or ID number? No. No. That would mean that we can dox them, Don Dota. That would mean that we know who they are. You can't know who officers are. All police everywhere never show badges or ID numbers or names or anything, ever, because you could dox them then.
Watching the same moment from a different angle, the agent who first pepper sprayed Pretti beats him several times with the spray canister. We can see that both of Pretti's arms are pinned down by his head. This agent in gray reaches to remove Pretti's weapon from his hip. As this agent unholsters his gun, nudges the agent in gray out of the way, and fires. Let's rewind and focus on the agent who shoots first. Just seconds before he fired, he was facing away from Pretti and focusing on an entirely different situation as he tries to spray a nearby woman with an irritant.
All right, here's so yes, it does look like he's trying to spray them, which I did not catch before. I did not even catch that, but he tries to spray them, and apparently it doesn't work. And then he turns around. But this next part, I disagree with them on this.
The spray appears to malfunction, and the agent turns as he adjusts it. That's when...
Okay, so this, as I've said, from here, you can see him looking directly at this guy removing the gun. You can see him removing the gun. It's clear as day. He is looking right at his hands, removing the gun right there. You can see it. It is obvious. He is looking right at it.
Someone yells that Pretti has a gun.
He has the best fucking view of this shit, okay? He has the best fucking view of exactly what is happening here. Pulls his gun.
And around 5 seconds after fully turning his attention toward Pretti, the agent draws his weapon and shoots. His arm visibly recoils at the first shot. The firearm has clearly been removed from the scrum when the first shots are fired toward Pretti at close range.
Also, I don't think his arm was recoiling from the
has
shot.
Clearly been visibly recoils at the first shot. Draws his weapon and shoots. His arm visibly recoils.
Oh, he's talking about this one. Okay, sorry.
Recoils
yeah.
at the first shot. The firearm has clearly been removed from the scrum when the first shots are fired toward Pretti at close range. The officer who disarmed Pretti can be seen reacting to the sound of the first shot, looking back toward the skirmish. The shooter was standing behind Pretti and not under direct threat, contradicting statements from Homeland Security officials that he fired defensive shots. He also has a vantage point to see the gun pulled from the scene, but it's unclear if he did and whether he thought a weapon was still on Pretti. He then fires 3 more shots from behind Pretti, whose arms are down as he appears to brace himself against the pavement. In one hand, he still holds his phone, and in his other, his glasses. The agent in gray who removed Pretti's gun carries it across the street. Pretti is disarmed and falling to the ground. But the agent who first pepper sprayed Pretti and later beat him with a canister also pulls out his gun. From a distance, despite the fact that Pretti is lying motionless on the ground, These two agents fire 6 more shots. Neither is under threat. In total, the agents fire 10 shots in 5 seconds. After the shooting, an agent kneeling next to Pretti's body asks where the gun is. Showing that not all of the officers seemed to know the weapon had been removed. Agents appear to begin giving medical aid. About 31 seconds elapsed from the time agents first physically engaged Pretti to the moment the last shot was fired.
No fucking shot, dude. No shot. The idea that his gun went off is complete bullshit. They're just making it up. They're just making shit up. There's no evidence that his gun ever went off. Zero evidence whatsoever. And we can see that when the officer fires the gun, we can see him pull out the gun. We can see his arm recoil when he shoots the gun. We can see he is the one who fires the first shot. We know the officer fired the first shot. And all these other dumb motherfuckers like Tim Pool or Bronca or all of these people, they are all just making it up. They're just making it up. They're just trying to find ways to cope, because even DHS hasn't claimed that the SIG went off. They never even claimed that. But all of these losers know that the stuff that DHS is saying is indefensible. They know that they can't even just repeat what it is that DHS is saying, because they would sound like fucking idiots. So then they start making up other shit to try their best to cope their way into justifying this shit. But again, DHS, nobody from the White House is claiming any of this. And again, we talked about this a couple of times. That he had said this stuff.
Arrest as many people that touch you as you want to. Those are the general orders all the way to the top. Everybody fucking gets it if they touch you. You hear what I'm saying? Less legals? We're going to look at shipping tractor trailer loads of that shit in here. So you catch what it's all about us now. It ain't about them. Professional, legal, ethical, moral. You know what we're talking about. Legal, ethical, moral. You're on camera. But other than that, it's what we do. What city is it, Chief? Fucking Irish Fire fucking city. Arrest as many.
Later, he denied this. People asked him, "Did you say to just arrest people if they touched you?" And he's like, "No, I know. Of course, I never said that. That's ridiculous. I would never say that." Okay, buddy.
Do not push them into the traffic.
So this is the footage from the woman who was in the car, right where they got into the skirmish. She is the one sitting in the car, right next to them.
Whoa!
Yeah, you can see he tries the pepper spray them. Right there. And it's not working. He's pepper sprayed too many people at this point. He ran out.
Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh!
Don't ever try to switch from portrait to landscape in the middle of recording a video, guys. Always. Whichever one you start with, you just gotta run with that.
What did you just do?
Do not push them into the
The main lesson that should be learned here.
To get in their faces, Piers, and disrupt a legal federal duty. I don't do that. You know why, Piers? I'm not dumb. You don't do that.
What we're seeing is protesters.
Yeah, all these people are going to do, they're not going to actually engage with, like, whether or not these officers did anything wrong, just the same as they did with the good situation. When people are talking about whether or not the shooting is unjustified, none of the conservatives actually have a conversation about whether or not the shooting was justified. They just keep talking about whether or not she should have cooperated, whether or not she should have run. Like, they keep going off on all this other shit instead of whether or not the shooting is justified. And they're doing the same exact thing in this situation, where instead of actually talking about whether or not the shooting is justified, they talk about whether or not he should have cooperated, whether or not he was you know, an insurgent working with some sort of organized group. They talk about the fact that he 11 days earlier kicked a fucking car and spit on an officer. They talk about, you know, all of this other stuff. The majority of it's made up. The fact that he got fired from his job, the fact that his parents were saying that he was losing his mind, like, all of this other stuff completely made up. But they're going to talk about literally everything except for whether or not the officers were justified. That whether or not he spit on a car a week or two earlier has nothing to do with whether or not the officers were justified in this scenario. And then they'll say, oh, well, it's just more about a pattern of behavior. What pattern? What pattern? In that scenario, he did assault an officer. He did kick a car. He did do things that were illegal. That did not happen in this other scenario. In the one where he actually gets shot, that didn't happen. But when he does assault officers, when he does kick a car, when he is doing things that are illegal and committing felonies, they don't arrest him. They don't charge him. They don't shoot him. They don't do anything. They just go beat him up and then walk off. They break his ribs and then leave. So, what? Like, are we justifying that now too? If somebody does something illegal, the officers can just come and just beat you up and leave? That's what they were doing to the woman. That's what they were doing to the woman. We don't even have any evidence that the woman did anything illegal either. Yet they just walked up and started beating up a fucking woman. And if he hadn't gotten in between them, it may very well have been the woman that they shot. It may very well have been the woman that they killed there. So they're not going to actually talk about the scenario and the justifications or the legality of it. They're only going to just talk about whether or not they like his character.
Just being demonized, people being criminalized, and innocent people being executed in the streets. This is a horror.
Everything that Mark said is factually false. Unlawful this, unlawful that, Constitution this. Give me a second, Piers.
No one there, including Republicans, voted for what we are seeing. What I saw in Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul, was the terrorization of ordinary Americans.
You're lying.
Could you let me finish?
Lying. Why
Could you let me finish? Have you been in Minnesota recently? Have you been in Minneapolis? Have you watched it? Because I have,
no,
and I can tell you.
Why the hell would I want to go to Minnesota?
Right, okay, because you believe what you want to believe.
How do we move forward here? That's what I want to focus on. This is awful. Everybody's heart is breaking for a host of different reasons.
Let's just end with a simple question.
Everybody's heart's breaking after while we got a bunch of people in MAGA completely celebrating this. Completely celebrating this. We got Tim Pool saying, this is what I voted for. This is my boot. This is what I wanted. We got a bunch of people celebrating this. Everybody's heart is breaking, guys, for a ton of different reasons right now, okay?
Should Alex Pretti have been shot? Within weeks of taking office, President Trump had sealed the southern border. It was rapid and effective leadership, ending a ludicrous open-door policy, which even the Democrats had given up trying to defend.
He's so fucking stupid, dude. He's so dishonest. He's so fucking dishonest, bro. Shut the fuck up, Pierce. There was no open door policy or open borders policy or any of that crap. It didn't exist. The Democrats didn't ever try to defend it in the first place. They didn't give up on trying to defend it. It just never happened. There was nothing to defend in the first place. So fucking stupid.
Now, 1 year on, Republicans are increasingly struggling to defend immigration action under Trump. A majority of Americans very clearly wanted tougher border enforcement. They also very clearly backed a candidate who promised mass deportations for undocumented criminals. But did they really vote for the detention of 5-year-old preschoolers, as we saw last week? Did they really vote for the killing of American civilians by law enforcement officers? 37-year-old intensive care nurse Alex Pretti was killed at a protest this weekend. Well, I feel the same way about this as I did about Renee Good, who was also killed by protesting against ICE in Minneapolis. You can debate the details, and I'm sure we will, but the crux of the matter is that Alex Pretti was not a domestic terrorist, and he didn't deserve to die. The ICE agents are having a tough time, that much is clear. Protesters have been whipped into a frenzy by politicians who want them to feel like they're under attack from the Gestapo. But branding civilian protesters as dangerous terrorists and attempting to implausibly justify these deaths is now having the exact same effect. President Trump says the administration is reviewing every...
It's just as bad to call them the Gestapo, but we agree that these deaths are unjustified, yet they're attempting to justify them anyways. So who could possibly call them the Gestapo? That's so dangerous, guys. You can't say stuff like that. That would be so ridiculous. No way. No way. That's so ridiculous. You can't do that.
He spoke to Governor Tim Walz and surprisingly says they're on a similar wavelength. Trump will be well aware that if it carries on like this, a very bad situation is only going to get a lot worse. To debate, I'm joined by Vincent Ashana, PBD podcast Angry Patriot, Mark Lamont Hill, host of Bet News, Lewis Goodall, the broadcaster and co-host of The News Agents, and Gillian Michaels, the host of Keeping It Real. Welcome to all of you. Mark Lamont Hill, let me start with you. Like all of these things, none of this is easy. It's complex. A lot of Americans believe that what Trump's done on the border is good, closing it down after the very porous border that we saw under Biden, with millions coming in illegally.
Okay, yeah, I think I've got it in the content, or in my on my
Aram
list.
Sam tipped $20. Say it with me, kids. FUCKICE screw woo eyes. Tom, bald.
True. Thank you, Aaron M. Sound, for the $20. Let's go. Aaron has been very consistent with the donos, guys. Everybody say thank you, Sugar Daddy, for making the content possible. Thank you, Sugar Daddy, for paying for it. Thank you. Everybody say thank you to Aaron. Get some cheers in chat. Let's go.
That doesn't suit anyone's interests. A lot of people believe that if you're in America already undocumented illegally and you commit another crime, you should be deported. That seems to be general consensus. The flashpoint is about people who may have built their lives in America but came in illegally, who may have been there a number of years, contributed to society, brought up kids and so on. And secondary to that flashpoint is ICE going around urban cities and raiding people's homes, raiding people's workplaces, and getting into now what seems to be constant running battles with protesters, which are leading to people being shot dead. And, you know, I can tell you, looking at this from afar in the UK, where I am at the moment, it's pretty horrifying. What is happening here?
I think you've used the perfect word, and welcome back, Pierce. It's really good to see you in good health. This idea of horror and it being horrifying, I think, is right and exact. The government is essentially waging war not just on people who are deemed to be unlawfully here, which is an entirely different conversation that we can have because it's far more complex than just saying Americans don't want them here. I don't think that's true, and I don't think that that's the full story, even if it were. But you're seeing citizens being waged war upon. We're watching protesters being deemed enemy of the states. We're watching unlawful raids at homes and in workplaces. We are seeing an assault on the Constitution. And one of the things that will be seen in court very soon is whether this has been such a judicial or such an overreach that it constitutes a violation of the 10th Amendment right of Minnesota's right to state sovereignty. We'll find that out. But regardless.
Would you let H poop on your chest to stop the holo?
What is H? Depends on what H is. It's like H is like Halle Berry. Yes.
This is not the solution. This is not the way to solve whatever problem we imagine, because what we're seeing is protesters being demonized, people being criminalized, and innocent people being executed in the streets. This is a horror.
Vinny Ashana, great to see you. I've never seen you looking so smart, which may suggest you're viewing this with a new gravity. So, first of all, what's the tie all about? I've never seen one sensitive with a tie.
I just
Andy's shaved. He actually looks like a normal person right now.
felt, Piers, I had to step up my game. You're always professional, so I want to be professional. And I want to A, thank you, Piers, for always having me on. And number two, that you're healthy and you're a strong man. You'll be back. Piers, I want to say one thing to you. Do you know what I don't? By the way, everything that Mark said is factually false. Unlawful this, unlawful that, Constitution this. Give me.
Yes, he still hasn't answered who H is. Hassan? Maybe it's Hassan? I don't know.
A second, Piers. Do you know what I do, Piers? I carry a 9mm Hellcat Springfield gun. It's on me right now. Okay,
I carry a fucking anvil with a splitter and a long barrel.
protect myself. I protect people that are around me. I was in the military. I was in the Air Force shooting team. I'm that guy, Piers. You want to know what I don't do? I don't take this gun and go to federal agents.
It doesn't matter what you do or don't do. This is like, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck what you do? This is like, again, this is all they talk about. It's just like, well, I wouldn't have done that. Okay, full story. What? Who gives a fuck?
ICE event, which he was on signal, this guy Alex, purposeful, on signal. It's all coordinated to get in their faces, Piers, and disrupt illegal.
So what? Get over it. Who cares? They're all talking about this signal chat as though this is some like big thing. It's not big. It's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not even special. It's not out of the ordinary. Who gives a fuck?
Federal duty. I don't do that. You know why, Piers? I'm not dumb. You don't do that. And by the way, Piers, the gun that he had, little fun fact, is a Sig Sauer P3 20. All right, that gun, there's a bunch of lawsuits for Sig Sauer. That gun goes off just unintentionally. The firing pin goes off.
Right, but
so
the thing about, yeah,
from what
Vinny,
I saw,
but Vinny, on that point, Vinny, I've seen that report about that gun. We don't know that it discharged itself. There's no evidence that it did at the moment. What we do...
Thank you. Thank you. Holy moly. Thank you. What? Piers with a brain? What is happening?
No,
but Piers.
Well, hang on, Vinny.
Hang on.
My point before you finish. My point about this is, the guy, you know, I've had the complete opposite argument about these situations going back 20 years in America, which is that, you know, I agree with you. I don't think people should be armed to the teeth all the time going to do any things like this, right? And yet this is the very argument used back at me, which is that actually, yes, he had a perfect legal right to carry that weapon and to carry his ammunition. At no stage in any of the videos have I seen him, has he been brandishing that weapon or trying to shoot anybody or pulling that weapon or anything like that. In fact, the opposite, what we see is a pack of 8 ICE officers descend on him, and one of them very clearly reach down and take this guy's weapon out of his holster on his waist and take it away, and he is then shot with the first shot a second after that when they know he's unarmed. So every part of this fails, but so does the logic. I have to say, to me, there's an hypocrisy on the conservative right, which is that I've always been told right to bear arms, Second Amendment, no one can interfere with that. Yet when this guy does it, suddenly this is wrong. I don't remember that being the way the Kyle Rittenhouse debate was framed, right? I didn't see people on the conservative right then saying that. They said the opposite.
That's right.
Piers, I'm not. Hold on. You're talking about a military veteran pro Second Amendment. I'm not saying any of that. But if you're going to go there and disrupt and get into effect, because Piers, all of you are watching this slowed down, nice video. It's happening in seconds in real time. And my point about the gun is, Piers, my opinion, when they disarmed him, he doesn't know the gun is gone. It goes off. He's still reaching for the magazines, which he thinks are a gun. But Piers, here's the point. What?
It doesn't. Again, even if that was true, it's not true. He touches his butt. He does not. His hand does not go to where the holster was. But even if that was true, it doesn't matter. They had already started shooting him at that point. It looks like his hand is going to where he had just gotten shot in the butt. That's what it looks like. It looks like he had just gotten shot in the butt, and his hand moves to where he had just gotten shot. That's it.
Why is this all happening in Minnesota? Can we stop? In Texas, there's 10 times more illegal deportations. You don't hear none of this, Piers. None of this. You know why it's in Minnesota, Piers? Because Tim Walz, Mayor Fry, Ilhan Omar are pushing for people to get in their faces and do this type of stuff. Under Obama, you didn't hear any of it, okay? And he deported way...
Because it's not about deportations. Nobody's fighting against deportations.
More people than Trump. He's kicking Trump's butt in deportation. But I want to know something too, Piers. It's funny how all these leftists, all these Democrats, like last week when it was that 5-year-old kid, oh my God, he was detained. No, his illegal father ran away and abandoned him, all right? Nobody here even knows that freaking kid's name. The mother didn't want to take him. I'm just curious, everybody on the panel who's here. Does anybody know who this is? Mark, Lewis, anybody? This is Ivory Smith, 7 years old. She was in her mother's car, and a freaking drunk driver, illegal, hit her and killed her, okay? You know who this is? You guys want to talk about Alex being a nurse? This is Laken Riley. She was jogging in school, and guess what happened? A guy raped her, tried to rape her. She fought back for 11 minutes, and then he crushed her head. Why wasn't she on the news? Why didn't you hear about her? And lastly, you know who this is?
We've all heard about her. She was all over the news. And her assailant was arrested immediately. This wasn't something that was controversial. You didn't have a bunch of fucking liberals running around defending the guy who murdered her, like we have conservatives running around defending the guys who are murdering these people. This is not relevant or comparable in any way at all.
Put them all on the news. I think all of them.
I'm curious.
Well, I think they were.
She was strangled. Wait.
But Vinny, they were on the news. They were on the news.
She was strangled.
They were on the news.
And her throat was slit, and she was raped by 2 illegals. All you guys care about is headline Spears. You know why? Because Democrats are hemorrhaging votes. At the end of the day, this is all.
Democrats are hemorrhaging votes? Democrats are? What? What the fuck? Democrats?
Votes. Why else do you want illegals? You're fighting so bad to have them in here to count on the census so that Democrats can keep power. Piers, plain and simple.
You know the irony, Vinny.
That you guys care.
Vinny, the irony is the polls at the moment suggest what's hemorrhaging votes is the activities of ICE, and in particular, where it's leading to these deadly encounters. That is hemorrhaging support for the Trump administration, and we're only a few months away now from the midterms.
He's the most popular.
I think
Piers,
Well,
he's the most popular?
He's the most popular.
You don't think it is?
He's the most popular? Most popular what? He's got the lowest approval ratings of any president ever. He's the most popular what?
The poll came out last week. He's popular. It's, Henry Anton just came out
The
with the poll
poll.
that Democrats are having the horrible percentage, and it's been the lowest of support. Piers, this is all emotion, and what I'm telling you is all the same thing happened for Obama. And you know why, Piers? You're across the pond and you're seeing it because you're watching CNN, you're watching MSNBC, and that's their agenda. Plain and simple.
Actually,
it's
Vinny,
useful
Vinny,
idiots.
Vinny, I watch a lot of Fox News and I watch a lot of the PBD. I watch a lot of PBD with a guy called the Angry Patriot. So you have no idea
Very
what
good
I'm
taste.
consuming
You
here.
have
By the
very
way,
good taste.
since I broke my hip, I have nothing else to do but watch you. So don't mischaracterize me. I do watch the others too because I like to watch what they're all saying. But I appear on Fox all the time, as you know. I don't take a side in this. I just want to try and get to reality. Small businesses drive our economy, but securing capital is a constant struggle. Of the 36 million small businesses in the United States, over 70% report needing additional capital at least once per year. Big banks are burying owners in mountains of paperwork for months. If you want competitive bank rates without all those frustrating bank delays, visit our sponsor, cardiff.co/peers, for up to $500,000 in funding. Cardiff's application takes less than 5 minutes and has no impact on your personal credit. Approvals happen in minutes. Banks try to lock out small businesses. Cardiff has the key. Big banks may not want to approve your business loans, but Cardiff does. If you've been in business for at least a year and you're pulling in $20,000 a month in revenue, apply now for up to $500,000 in the same-day business funding at cardiff.co/peers. Again, that's cardiff.co/peers. Real growth, fast funding.
Cool story, bro.
Lewis Goodall, welcome back to Uncensored. One of the really weird things about these two shootings in particular is that we're all watching them on videotape. So we can all see from multiple angles what's happened. And yes, we should wait for the investigation. Yes, there might be new things that emerge which change perhaps the narrative. But I know what I saw with Renee Good, and I know what I saw with this latest incident too. And there is no amount of person in authority anywhere in the world who's going to convince me that what I saw was a justified murder or a justified killing.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say. A justified murder, Piers? Come on. Come on.
Call the word murder. Let's wait and see where the investigation takes us. But a justified killing. It just seems to me ridiculous overreach, probably by ICE agents who are not trained properly in crowd control of this nature, because the Minnesota police aren't getting involved. And that is a whole different area about federal v state and how they deploy the law enforcement, and about the politics of a blue state and a red administration and so on. But you know, you're a fellow Brit like me. When we try and get into anything gun-related in America, it's a hot potato. They remind us they kicked us out of America with guns. I get it. It's an issue for America to talk about. We also, when it comes to immigration, we squeal about 40, 50,000 people coming over our southern border. When it's estimated 10 million came over in 4 years under Biden. You know, massively, massively larger number of people. And a lot of Republicans say to me, I think with merit, that because Biden made the border so porous, and that there may have been a political aspect to it, because by doing so, he may have then had people in the country who might be more inclined to vote Democrat, and was therefore trying to shore up support going forward. I don't know, but that's the theory. It makes some sense to me.
What? How does that make sense at all? They can't, if they can't vote. How the fuck does that make sense in the least if they can't even fucking vote? What? So fucking stupid, bro.
These are huge numbers we're talking about, and something has to be done. And if ICE don't do what they...
Sorry? Wait, are you talking to me? Yeah, what's up? Oh, yeah. What's up? Have a good one, man.
They're doing, then how do you actually identify and remove people who are there in America illegally, and particularly the ones who commit heinous crimes?
Well, something has to be done, Piers. I would agree with you, and I would also agree that part of the reason this story is taking place is because political oxygen and space was created by the Biden administration. No doubt they lost control of the border, and no doubt politics of this on the left went too far. But no one voted in the United States, and I've not been watching it from afar because I've just come back from Minnesota reporting from there for the News Agents podcast. And I can tell you right now that no one there, including Republicans, voted for what we are seeing. What I saw in Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul, was the terrorization of ordinary Americans. Everybody there, particularly if you're black or brown, has a story. They have started in the last 50 days or so, taking out their passports with them, taking out their documentation with them. So scared are they about being accosted by ICE officers. Even legal American citizens are worried about being picked up and detained for however long, going to church, going to the supermarket, picking up their kids from school. No one in the United States, even Trump voters, voted for that. Much less did they vote for the
Testicle Johnson never told us who H was, did he?
killing of American citizens on American streets. And just to pick up what Vinny said, look, there is a reason that these people, many of these people, Rennie Good and Alex Pretti, completely model American citizens. No criminal record, simply people concerned about what is going on in the community. Why are they out observing, just observing, not interfering, observing what ICE is doing?
That's a lie.
No,
That's
no,
a lie.
let me finish, Vinny, let me finish.
You're lying.
Observing, no, I'm not.
You're lying.
I saw it for myself. Observing. They're
Renee Good was
observing
driving
because-
her car and barricading
Can you
it.
let
Why
me
are
finish
lying?
that?
Lewis, with
Can you
all
let
due
me finish
respect,
that?
Yeah, but you're lying.
Could you let me
you're
finish?
lying. Why
Could
was
you let
she
me
there
finish? Have you been in
obstructing with her
Minnesota
car?
recently? Have you been in Minneapolis? Have you watched it? Because I have,
No,
and
why
I can
the
tell
hell
you.
would I want to go to Minnesota?
Right, okay,
Lewis?
because you believe what you want to believe. I'm telling you
wanna
what
talk about
I
the video?
saw.
I saw the, hold on,
I'm telling you
Lewis,
what I
in
saw
all fairness,
for
in all fairness,
myself.
you think Renee Good?
I'm telling you
Yeah, let me- yeah, 'cause
what
well, you're
I saw
lying.
for myself
I'm
with
gonna keep
my
letting
own
the lie
eyes.
go.
People are observing, and why are they observing?
What did he say? I'm going to keep letting the lie go.
You
Yeah, let me- yeah, 'cause, well,
what
you're
I saw
lying.
for
I'm gonna
myself
keep
with my
letting the
own
lie
eyes.
go.
People are observing, and why are they observing, sir? They're observing because they know that the federal government will lie about what ICE agents are doing. They have done that repeatedly. They do not wait, as any normal government would do.
Yes, and this is when all of these people are making a big deal about the fact that they're following them around and they're recording them and they're taking down their license plates and, oh, it's so bad, how could they do this? You keep reminding them of this, that the Trump administration keeps lying about what it is that's happening out there, and that when the Trump administration is going to make up shit, they're going to tell us that these people are all domestic terrorists, they're going to shoot them, they're going to kill them unjustly, and then they're going to turn around and tell us a totally fabricated story to try to pretend that it was justified, that this is why we need people like them, following them around, recording them, and making sure that they're held accountable.
For an investigation, they do not wait for the facts to emerge. They do not wait to interview observers and people who were there. They simply decree almost instantly that anybody involved is a domestic terrorist. We have seen those lies about Alex Pretti exposed for what they are. He was not trying to massacre anyone, as the Department of Homeland Security claimed. He was observing because he knows that the federal government will lie. If these citizens don't come out and do what they do, they know there can be no justice. They know that these ICE agents will be able to act with impunity. And the proof of the pudding in that is what we have seen with Alex Pretti. If those observers were not there, then he would have been shot in the back as he was with his gun in his holster, and the federal government would have lied about it.
Advocating for invasion isn't a protest? When did Pretti advocate for an invasion? Vinny argues against 2A at one point. Not surprising. Not surprising. I've been seeing conservatives all over the place do that. Some of the old heads, okay? The old, like, you know, Tea Party, old neocon sorts of Republicans, they've all been pretty consistent on this. They've all been pretty principled on this. they've been calling out the Trump administration and all of the other dumb fucks who were completely going back on the Second Amendment. But the MAGA-esque people are the ones who just don't seem to give a fuck and they're not even willing to pretend that they have principles. They're just immediately flip-flopping on what it is that they've always said. So
we would have had to believe what they said. Instead, we were able to see, because of the peaceful observations of the people there, we were able to see the truth, which is this was a man who was shot in the back, who was posing no threat whatsoever to those ICE officers. And even the reason that they were there in the first place proved to be a lie. That is the ICE officers. Why did ICE say they were there? They said they were there. No, let me finish. They said that they were there to detain an Ecuadorian, an illegal Ecuadorian, who was an ardent criminal. What did it turn out? The Minnesota Department for Corrections made clear when they got the name of this person. His only violations, illegal, yes. Was he a violent criminal? No. He'd had a few traffic violations on his record. Alex Pretti died for a man who basically had sped and gone too fast in his car. I don't think his death, killed in the streets by his own country's officers, is worth that, do you?
But Lewis...
Well, okay, when you said sped and gone too fast, I could be mixing this guy up with somebody else, but I thought that he had a DUI. I don't know if that's an honest way of saying that.
All right, but before I go to Gillian, Lewis, but what would you do, right? You're in charge of Homeland Security in the United States. You know millions and millions of people have come in the last 4 years illegally. They're in America.
Millions and millions.
There's a lot of
people.
anger about that with a lot of Americans. You've just seen Donald Trump.
Okay, sorry. It's like 2 million. About 2 million. So, fine. That's millions and millions, I guess. No, millions and millions is like 4 million minimum, because it's millions each time. So it's got to be a minimum 2 million each time, which makes it, yeah, a minimum of 4 million.
Trump come in with a thumping win on a mandate of dealing with this. If you don't do it the way they're doing it, how do you get these people, identify them, bring them to justice, and deport them if they're committing crimes?
I would do two things, Piers. I would obey the law, and I would pass immigration reform. If you obey the law, President Obama, he's already said it for himself, President Obama was called the deporter-in-chief. He managed to deport millions.
No, we watched him on yesterday's episode where they're like nobody even knew that that Obama was deporting all of these people. The media didn't even report on it. Motherfucker, they call him the deporter-in-chief. What the fuck are you talking about? They call him the deporter-in-chief. Like, what? Where do you think nobody knew? And they're calling him a nickname that directly says they know? Like, what the fuck, bro? These people are they're too fucking dishonest and too fucking stupid. It's infuriating to listen to people that are this fucking stupid saying such dumb shit. No. Fuck. Okay, that was cool.
Of illegal citizens, illegals. He did that, and he didn't need to do that by employing what is basically a poorly trained paramilitary force operating with impunity, attacking citizens of the United States. And moreover, if you were to do what has long been necessary in America, which is comprehensive immigration reform, the bargain should have always been, the Democrats get what they want, which is a pathway to citizenship, particularly for children who have come over undocumented, but the Republicans get what they want, which is a bolstering of the border. That has been tantalizingly close multiple times. Normally, it's...
Well, mainly from the Democrats. The Democrats are the ones who numerous times kept trying to like give immigration reform. Oh fuck, I didn't realize I still had this kinetic converter on me. Fuck. But yeah, the Democrats are the ones who came out with the border bill and tried fixing the border in a way that would make everybody happy. It was the bill was even written by a fucking Republican senator, and the Republicans all agreed to vote for this, and then Trump got mad that they were actually about to fix the border because then he wouldn't get to cry about it anymore. So then he told all the Republicans not to vote for it, while they're all sitting around saying that this is some like huge emergency that they need to fix immediately. They've got Donald Trump telling everybody not to vote for it so that he can keep complaining about it. So it's not an emergency.
Been Republicans, including now the Secretary of State Marco Rubio when he was in the Senate, who walked away from it because they thought it was a good political issue for them to do. You do not need to deal with immigration by breaking the law.
Can I have 1 minute?
All right, very quickly, Vinny, and then Gillian.
How many ICE detainees died? How many detainees, illegals died under Obama? Do you know the number, Lewis, since you're so factual and you have the history report? How many?
How many
57 died under Obama.
Yes, and you know what else I know, Vinny?
Wait, what did he just say? Did he just say 6, 7?
Custody died.
There was
Number
a
one,
federal process.
Let me finish. You said the Biden administration lost control. This is your direct quote. They lost control of the border.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you are full of you know what. All right, it wasn't lost control. It was on purpose. They opened the border to flood the country to bring in their damn votes.
Well,
and
how would they have been able to vote if they weren't
citizens? Excuse me.
All right.
Let me finish. When Texas, the governor put a freaking barbed wire, the White House sued him and sent trucks to lift it up to bring these illegals. Enough of your nonsense. And don't talk about churches. You're talking about they're scared in churches. Look what the hell happened recently with the churches where the 2 BLM people came in there and the report just came out that they were.
Did he say the 2 BLM people went in there? Is that what he said? Did he say 2 BLM people? I can't tell what this motherfucker's saying.
You know what? It sounds like you're saying, Vinny, that Rennie Good and Alex Pretti had it coming, and it's disgusting.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. They have countless success stories, including from some very familiar faces. England legend Michael Owen, who lost 40 pounds. AFTV's Robbie, who lost more than 100 pounds. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS and get 70% off your first order. Get 70% off with the code PEERS. All right, let's get back on point. Gillian, thank you for your patience and welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you, Piers.
It seems to me in all of this, what I've been pleased about in the last 24 hours is that unlike with Renee Good, where there seemed to be just a complete void of humanity and any empathy for what happened to that woman, regardless of the circumstances that led up to her death, people were just treating this like a pure political pawn, right? You were either, she had it coming, she shouldn't have been there, she's a domestic terrorist, blah, blah, blah. There was no, like, empathy. This time round, I'm detecting that even President Trump realizes some of his administration on the airwaves was sounding completely ridiculous, calling this guy, Alex Pretti, a domestic terrorist, an assassin, somebody about to wipe out all these ICE agents. We know what we saw. That's obviously not what he was doing. He was actually protecting a woman protester who'd been thrown to the floor. Right now, should he have, given that he was armed, should he have engaged in any kind of struggle or resistance? Well, probably not. Okay.
Yeah, I disagree with that. That's it's kind of stupid to say. See, like, considering the fact that he was, that they were kind of illegally attacking him and unnecessarily fighting him, and Oh, that I would say, yeah, probably completely justified for him to resist.
But the idea that we can't have incredible empathy for this guy, who's a medic, right, who's now dead, who never brandished his weapon or shot anybody, and had 8 guys swarming all over him. I just find that it's gratifying we're not seeing quite the same reaction we did with Rene Good, but it's probably forced by the politics, which are increasingly damaging to the Trump administration.
I have actually heard each and every one of you speak, and I have agreed with pretty much all of you for the majority of what you're saying. With Obama, he did expand expedited removal, which is something put into place by Clinton with a Republican Congress to deny a lot of people due process. It was passed in '96. He also had no sanctuary cities. He was getting cooperation from the cities. Those were his cages. They did deport kids. And the only reason I bring this up is because we're so busy pointing fingers at each other. Okay, this woman bit an ICE agent's finger off, and they're throwing cinder blocks at ICE, and they think ICE is the Gestapo, and they're impeding, and they are. And then at the same time, you've got ICE bear spraying people and executing Alex Pretti. Like, all of these things are true at the same time. So the bigger question I have is, instead of trying to figure out who's more wrong, who's more evil here, how do we do what you just said and pass immigration reform? There is actually a bill right now that is bipartisan. It's called the Dignity Bill, and it gives the Republicans what they want, which is strong border enforcement. Literally, I have it right here. So if you want to employ, okay, so just hear me out, guys. If you want to employ somebody, you have to go through E-Verify to make sure that they're legal. Republicans will like that. You've got physical barriers at the border. You've got enhanced technology, 24/7 surveillance at the border. Okay, you can come forward if you've been in the country 5 years, okay? And you can apply for legal status. It costs $7,000, which will be paid over the course of 7 years. You have to pay back taxes. Now, it doesn't give you citizenship because you came in the wrong way, but the kids that came in here have access to citizenship. It funds itself. Like, how do we move forward here? That's what I want to focus on. Is this is awful. Everybody's heart is breaking for a host of different reasons, and we got to move forward. Is this something that we could get behind? And if it is, go to house.gov and contact your local congressperson and tell them you want to get behind this bill or some form of reform, because that's what we need.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Lamont Hill, immigration reform has been talked about for decades now. And yet there are a lot of points of agreement. Most Americans I've talked to think what Trump has achieved on the southern border is a good thing, and certainly by comparison to what Biden didn't achieve on the southern border. Most Americans are fair-minded and think if you're in the country illegally and you commit another crime that isn't linked to your status, you should be deported, right? You're abusing your position of being in the country. The rest of it, you know, America was founded on immigrants, and the rest of it is a much more contentious area. But I do think most Americans are fair-minded about it, and they want to try and find a way to navigate through the millions of people who've built lives in America and want to contribute and pay taxes, have kids, and all the rest of it.
I almost killed you. I thought you were shooting me for a second. You did hit me a couple of times, but I realized you were shooting the... It was just, or you didn't mean to hit me. You were shooting the arc. I was starting to head over here to fucking kill you for a second.
Yeah, I didn't even know there was something there. Like, no, I was not shooting at you.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay, cool.
It shouldn't be that difficult.
It shouldn't be. But I think the problem is, and I agree with what you just said. Not you, Piers, but the smart woman. Who
Jillian,
said,
thank you.
Jillian, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I've been snowed in with the 3-0 for 2 days, so my names are blank.
At least you remember my name, even if it wasn't for the right reason.
Indeed. Jillian, I agree with you. I think the presumption in what you're saying, though, is that everyone is operating under the same premise and that everybody has good intentions and everybody's moving in good faith. And I'm not convinced that people on either side are doing that. But when we see what's happening right now in the Trump administration, it seems like the cruelty isn't just an unfortunate piece of a broader project. In some ways, it seems like the cruelty is the point. And so if the goal here is to impose a certain kind of militarism and a certain kind of police state in very specific areas, then I'm not sure that a compromise is going to work. I agree that Democrats have been bad on this. I agree that, Obama was a deporter in chief. I had criticism of Obama for that reason. So it's not that I think we should only focus on Republicans here. I think there's a bipartisan failure. And I think every midterm election and every 4-year presidential election, we see just how much political cowardice exists on both sides, because no one really wants to die on the immigration hill. So they all bluster and bombast. And then at the end of the day, nothing gets done. And we end up in the same place over and over again. I agree, though, finally, yeah, I think we could come up with some comments. It's just like guns. We could come up with some common sense regulations.
Yeah, it's both sides, guys. Both sides are being dishonest, guys. I don't think either side really wants solutions, guys. It's just both sides, everybody. It's, I figured it all out.
Well, okay, good for that guy. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, trying to get him so I can get my fucking, bombardier cell, or, yeah, my cells out of this thing, but you can have the cells out of that if you can help me kill it.
We could come up with some things that are reasonable across the board, and then the devil that's in the details we could work through. But I think the big detail here that we haven't spoken about, and that I think is important to speak about, is that when we say immigration and illegal immigration, or that word that I hate, illegal alien, we're not really talking about everybody. We're talking about very specific groups of people, very specific ethnicities, very specific colors. They get a very different response from the average reasonable American than others do. There's a reason why we're looking at Somalis. There's a reason why we look at Mexicans. There's a reason why we're looking at Guatemalans. And we're not necessarily looking at all the same people from Eastern Europe or even Western Europe who also could be here illegally. We're looking at very specific populations, and I'm not worried. I am not unconcerned about the crimes that happen. I agree with you. If you're committing crimes here, that's a significant problem. I'm worried about the lives of the millions of people who are not committing crimes, and I'm worried about the stability of those children who were brought here with no choice involved at all. That's where I think we can get some common ground. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Yeah, and the Obama thing, I was banging on about that for years, even before this show and other, because it always struck me as hilarious that I would go to these like liberal dinner parties and they'd all be ranting about Trump, and I would always do my favorite question: how many people did Obama deport in 8 years? And they didn't know, ever, had no idea. They couldn't guess.
Or they made excuses
in a blue moon. Well, the number was, and they didn't care because it was their guy, right? And eventually, I would say
I'm still here.
3 million, more than 3 million. He was the greatest deporter pro rata per year of presidency in history, as he was the biggest bomber, by the way, Obama. Right, it's the same Barack.
But those were Democratic drones, Piers. That's different. Predator drones in Yemen and Somalia are different
exactly.
than George Bush's drones. Totally different.
Exactly. But here's my question for you, Vin. Yeah, Tim Homan, who actually I've had on the show, and I like Tim Homan. I think he's a decent guy. Sorry, Tom Homan. I like him as a man. I think he's principled. I think he's trying to do a difficult job as best he can. And I'm glad he's gone down to Minneapolis, and I hope they sort it out. It's encouraging to me that Governor Walz, President Trump are talking. I think that's an indication that Trump knows this has gone too far, and that people in his own administration have been massively trying to sell the public a lot of bullshit, frankly. But Tom Homan's on the record as saying there are 20 million illegal immigrants in the United States. 20 million. Now, if you try and do what they say they're going to do, which is remove all 20 million, that is going to have an incredibly negative impact on the United States economy right when it can least afford it. Do you genuinely want, you, Vinny Ashana, want 20 million people removed from the country?
Piers, I'm going to tell you something right now. Yup. Okay, and when you guys say stuff like, who voted for this? 77 million people voted for mass deportation. And Piers, I am so sorry. It's not just criminals. It's everyone that came here illegally, from a murderer to a freaking Uber driver who's taking American jobs, Piers. My mother, my grandfather, my family from both sides came here and they waited. They did it the freaking legal way, and we're all doing well, okay? We came here the right way. Why does anybody get a pass, Piers? Why is it? Why is it? It's everybody, okay? A sovereign nation gets to pick who stays and who leaves. And just a quick, fun little fact, Piers, because nobody likes to talk about facts. Did you know that murder is down 20%, the most it's ever been in 1 year? Why is that, Piers? Fentanyl overdose, heroin overdose. There's so many percentages that are down, and everybody, I think it was the New York Times, was like baffled. They're like, what could this be? How could it happen? This is what the real Americans voted for, Piers. And I'm sorry, Obama, I saw a video today from 2013 where he goes, hey, kids are getting taken away. It looks bad on camera and XYZ, but hey, it has to be done, Piers. It has to be done. Yes, it's hard. Yes, it sucks. And you're talking about jobs. How many jobs are those illegals taking from Americans, Piers? How much money? And just
well,
really
how many
fast,
jobs?
Piers,
well, hang
in
on. Well,
Minnesota,
Vinny, how many
Hang
jobs?
on.
How many jobs are they taking that Americans don't want to do? Would be my question.
Okay, Piers, guess what? Americans will step up and do the damn job. Okay, Piers,
you
that's
reckon?
just an excuse. And the one thing I want to say, Piers, the one thing I want to say, and I'll give it back to you, when I said why Minnesota, is it weird? Nick Shirley, a 23-year-old kid, exposed almost $9 billion of fraud. The majority was in the Somali community, and then all of a sudden, all this is happening to distract everybody, Piers. This is all these awesome.
You have any grenades? You have any grenades?
Yeah.
Here. Oh wait, did you just give me a defib?
Yeah, I gave it.
Do you have any left?
I got 3. I just dropped them. You know what? I also have like.
Yeah, make sure you keep them just in case I go down. I've got 2 more, so.
Okay.
But I will take the light impact grenades though.
Okay, gotcha.
Alright, I'm gonna try to pick this shit up. I've only got a little bit left.
Somalis that are coming here that are robbing the American taxpayer blind. Anybody, Piers, anybody that is here illegally, and I love that Jillian made the point. The system's broken, meaning for the process. That what Trump's at fault because he's going through with the law. He's going through with exactly what the law says. I voted for it. 77 million people voted for it. We are tired of everybody going, oh, you guys are evil for wanting people gone. What's happening in the UK, Piers? What's happening in Italy and Germany? Okay? They're all crying now, oh, wow, because Keir Starmer and everybody's letting you guys get invaded by all these freaking people, okay? America stays strong. Yes, we let people come in here, Piers, but enough is enough, bro. Enough is enough, okay? Get everybody out, leave, come back in the legal way. What's so wrong about saying that? What's so wrong about saying that? Come, there's
let
a
me ask
line.
Lewis.
There's a line. Why?
All right. Then I'm going to ask Lewis. Lewis, you know, when I want to work and live in America, well, I've got a home in LA. When I want to, every 3 years, I apply for a visa. It costs me several $1,000s to process. I do it all completely legally. I get all the documentation, all the paperwork. I go to all the interviews. And then, thankfully, for the last 20 years, my visa gets renewed and I get to continue living and working in the United States. And what a lot of people who are there, who live in America as citizens, or who have come in and become green card holders, citizens, whatever you want to say, they say to me is, well, why am I going through all this? Why am I doing things the legal way? As Vinny said, why am I doing things properly and spending money doing it when people can just waltz in over the border and then if they get there, we have to keep them?
I completely agree with that, and I agree. Let me say entirely explicitly, I agree with Donald Trump. I also agree with Bernie Sanders, who both say if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. I completely agree with that, and I think that's entirely essential as long as you have a nation state. The question is I'm sure we can all agree on that in principle. The question then, of course, becomes, what about the people who are here already? And although I think there will be universal agreement that certainly anybody who is a criminal ought to be deported, anyone who commits crimes, there are just practical questions that go beyond the theory. For example, What happens when you have got someone who is brought over, undocumented?
Sorry, what?
Oh no, I'm just saying, but I'm just like, I'm literally stuck here. Like, I can't.
Are oh no. Are you glitched in there?
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying everything.
I am so sorry, bro. I gotta head to the fucking exit. It's 4 minutes. There's... You can't jump over this right here?
No, it's not.
Fuck, dude. Alright.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Alright, I'm sorry. Good luck, man.
You too.
As a child, they might have been in the United States or the UK for that matter, or anywhere for 5, 10, 15, 20 years. They may have got married. They themselves may have had family, children who are themselves citizens. As a matter of practicality, what do you do about those? Do you want to be the sort of country which sends someone who has lived and contributed and paid taxes for decade after decade back to a country that they know not at all? It's all very well talking about this stuff in theory. It's about, in reality, what you do in practice, which is precisely why there needs to be immigration reform. But just two points of fact on something that Vinny had said. One is with regards to the UK. There is no invasion of the UK. We're talking about a certain number of irregular migrants. I know this is a sort of obsession with MAGA in terms of what they think is going on in the UK and the misinformation that they see. Yes, there have been too many people that have arrived over the English Channel under successive governments, Conservative and Labour. Both of those governments are doing something about it. More and more of those people are being deported through the proper legal processes. And with regards to why Minnesota and why Minneapolis, why would it be, if this were just a matter of enforcing the border and deporting illegal migrants, why would it be that you would flood ICE agents into the Twin Cities, which have probably, it's estimated, to between 90 and 100,000 illegal migrants of that massive number that you just said? How could it be that you would have more ICE agents in Minneapolis than you have local police officers? This isn't just about immigration. This is about the politics of fear against a blue state and against a blue set of cities. That's why it's not happening in Texas. That's why it's not happening in red states. It's about a show of political force as much as anything else.
Okay, but the argument, Gillian, of course... Okay, but the argument, of course, Gillian, from the other side is it was the blue state.
Fuck, where did all my stims go? Didn't I just have 4?
2 minutes left. Last chance to get out safely. I repeat, 2 minutes.
Fuck. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
It's that were helping to fuel the invasion in the first place, right? They were the ones who didn't care that millions and millions of people were coming in. And Elon Musk has repeatedly said that he believes the motivation
hit the button
for the Democrats.
Let's get out of here. It's late.
Bruh. I've been fighting 2 bastions and a fucking a bombardier since I got here. The other guy that was with me... Yeah, the other guy that was with me, I picked him up a couple of times, and he ended up getting stuck in, like, a little glitch. And is now just stuck over there. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard somebody fighting something over in Container Storage. Sounds like that was you.
Yeah, that was me. Oh, yeah, I was fighting a lot of shit. I kept trying, like, all I did is I wanted to kill the fucking bastion, and then I killed it, and then I wanted to get the shit out of it, but then a bombardier's firing at me the whole time. And then, while I'm trying to fight off the bombardier so I can get the shit out of the bastion re-fucking spawns. So now I'm fighting another bastion. Holy shit, dude, it's been the whole fucking thing. GG's, homie. Yep.
And the blue states and the blue presidencies, the motivation in leaving the border so open was that the majority of people who came in...
teammate. That is not my fucking teammate, bro. That is not my teammate.
Legally that way, would be so grateful that they would end up voting Democrat. And therefore, you would change the Democrat...
Didn't think someone could play even worse than they did on Warzone. Now I've seen this, I wonder how bad Tom is at games he thinks he's good at. Okay. I'm not bad at this game. I don't think I'm bad at this game. But I was ranked like top 200 in Destiny. I was ranked top 200 in NBA 2K 3 years in a row. From the point that the game came out until the new one came out. But yeah, the Warzone I was not very good at, and definitely struggled at pretty heavily.
Graphic layout, if you like, of the United States in elections forever, in a way that went slanted Democrat.
Well, you also see it, if in theory, right, if this theory is true that Elon Musk is putting forward, what he's suggesting is that it also games the apportionment map, because it doesn't matter if the population in your state is documented legally or not. The more people you have, the
Call of Duty is filled with aimers. It's filled with cheaters, bro. It's filled with cheaters. It's filled with hackers. It's filled with people who are using aim bots. It's filled with people who are shooting through the fucking walls. This game has some people who are doing this shit, but the new update that just came out was supposed to fix that, but it's also caused a lot of other problems that has made things even worse. So it's like shit disappearing out of your inventory like it did just a minute ago, or the guy who got stuck in the fucking wall just a minute ago and he was trying to get out and ended up fucking dying just getting stuck there. Like there's what is boom rocket? What? Wait, what was your Destiny rating? I don't remember. I stopped playing before the new game came out. I was a Titan, and I only played PvP. I couldn't do the campaign because I always got off at like 1 a.m. From work, and then I would get home and want to play, and nobody else was on. And there were some things that you had to have like 4 people in order to do, and so I literally was never able to find people. And I spent like 2 weeks trying to find people to do the 4-player thing. Never found anybody, and just moved on. And then just played PvP, and
the more congressmen you get, or congresspeople.
But that was the first Destiny that came out. That was not the newer one.
You get, the more electoral college votes you get. California has had a pretty massive outmigration of citizens. I think 1.5 million in the last couple of years. But they've also gotten an influx of people who are undocumented. So it's created a parallel. Now, again, having said that, I can understand why people on the right are like, hey, this is creating shadow economies. They're paying this guy less to do that job, and I would do it. If he wasn't here, I'd get paid more. Maybe it's true. Maybe it isn't, right? Hey, I'm paying all these tax dollars, and I'm hearing that they're getting health care in California and interest-free loans and all of.
So brave, dude, to just come out and talk about a topic that you don't know anything about, and then just keep saying maybe they're right. Maybe everybody's right. So fucking brave, dude. Holy shit. How do you do it? How do you just come out and go onto a show to talk about a topic that you didn't do any research for, and then just sit and say maybe everybody's right in the end, to where you don't piss off anybody with a brain? Ooh-wee. How can you be so brave?
All of this stuff that I'm not getting, and I'm a tax-paying citizen and they're not. And it creates huge resentment. Then you have people that did go, like Vinny, like you, who went through the process and did everything right, like you, Piers, and they're like, hey, no. They don't get a pass. This isn't fair. But then, as you were just suggesting, what are we going to do? This is almost like a gun debate. You want to remove guns from America? We got 400 million floating around. How are you going to get them out? Like at some point, what should be is irrelevant with regard to what is. And this is why, again, I cannot.
What? It's irrelevant to what is? How the fuck do you have a conversation about what is and whether or not what is should be that way if you don't talk about what should be? Like, what the fuck? How do you have a conversation about what should be? Or we can say, like, okay, 20 billion immigrants came into the country last year. Well, that's what it is. And so we should just talk about that. Okay, but why would we talk about that? Because it's bad. Oh, so we're talking about what should be then. We're saying this should not be, and that's okay. Interesting. Crazy.
Not say it enough. I think that this dignity bill gives everyone what they want. If you came in illegally, you can have legal status. You pay back taxes, you pay a fine, but you're not a citizen. You can't vote. You can't work here illegally. It removes these shadow economies. It gives kids that were brought here a path to citizenship. It like prevents criminals from being in the country. It forces the state government and the federal government to work together. Like, guys, you're all right in large part. But what do we do about
Everybody's
it? Like,
right.
can everybody on this panel work towards, look at this legislation, work towards moving something like this forward? Like, how can we stop finger pointing? We're tearing each other apart, and this is what they want. Both sides.
Who's they? The Jews? She's blaming the fucking Jews.
Want this shit, because the more we fight with each other, the more it rallies both sides of the base.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's just end with a simple question. And I'll start with you, Julian. Should Alex Pretti have been shot?
Of course not. Of course not.
Okay.
Lewis?
No,
of course not. It was grotesque.
Mark?
Of course not. It's an absurd idea.
Vinny?
Yes!
He absolutely should not have been shot, Piers, and he shouldn't have been brainwashed to show up to a freaking...
Wow! Wow! So he doesn't even think he should have been shot, yet all he's doing is sitting there talking about how wrong the guy was for what he did. Holy shit, dude, this is so fucking wild, bro. I cannot believe he just said that. So he didn't even think he should have been shot, yet has been sitting here fucking justifying it the entire time. Holy shit, bro.
Federal.
What a fucking gutless coward, dude. What a gutless fucking coward, bro. Holy shit, I cannot believe he just said that, dude. What a fucking coward, dude. Sitting here this entire time, just whining and complaining about everything that Pretti did. Well, Pretti's fucking dead, bro. Like, he's dead. He didn't kill anybody. So we can all be critical of him and say maybe he shouldn't have done this, maybe he shouldn't have done that. I don't have those criticisms of him. But even if I did, it wouldn't matter all that much because none of it was worth fucking death. None of it was none of it deserves the death penalty. So it doesn't matter in the end. All you should be doing is talking about the people who fucking killed him, and then whether or not they should be investigated. We should be putting pressure on the government to actually hold these officers accountable. Like, this is all we should be talking about. And instead, this motherfucker sits there the entire fucking time criticizing the guy who died. He's sitting there criticizing the fucking dead guy.
Situation with a gun, regardless of what his intentions, holding a camera, period. God rest his soul. Piers,
Okay.
literally, you know who I am. I'm a Christian. God rest his soul. He shouldn't have been there, and he shouldn't have been brainwashed to go in there and interfere with federal law enforcement.
We're not also, just to be clear, real quick, Piers.
I would caveat by saying.
Hang on.
I would caveat that by saying that I think he would argue, if he was still with us, that he was exercising his rights to the First and Second Amendment.
And that's totally fine. And that's totally fine.
But
yeah, it's a cool story, bro.
Let's not relitigate all that. I think the interesting thing is, all four.
Then why the fuck did you bring it up if you don't want to relitigate it? Why did you just bring it up if you don't want to relitigate it, dude?
Four of you agree he shouldn't have been shot. And if we start from that position.
No, but we're not starting from the same place, Piers. That's my point. Three of us are saying he shouldn't have been shot because the police did something wrong, and one of us is saying he shouldn't have been shot because he shouldn't have been dumb enough to show up there with a gun and protest. And so
Mark, because I know he wants to end. Mark, why was he there? Mark, why was he there? Why was he there?
I'll answer your question. I'll answer your question as long as you let me finish my sentence first. I haven't interrupted you one time. So what I'm saying is that I have a critique of the officers and their behavior. If you show up with a gun to a place where you're allowed to have a gun, and then the gun gets taken from you before you're shot, and you never brandish the gun, you never threaten the officers with the gun, then I'm putting the blame on the police officers. You can always look at someone's actions to say if they had done, like the butterfly effect, and say, had he not done this, that would not have happened. I'm not disagreeing with that. But the question here is, what is his legal right and what is his moral right? He has a legal right to be there. He had a moral right to be there. He had an ethical right to be there. And what the police did was absolutely horrific. And so while the three of us are saying, yes, he shouldn't have been shot, and you're saying the same thing, you're still blaming him for his own death ultimately. And that's the part I find repugnant.
True.
Okay,
True. Let's go.
Mark, I'm with you, brother. 1,000%. First Amendment, Second Amendment, all that stuff. Who told this guy that going to ICE and interfering with them, legally taking an illegal out of this freaking country was the right thing to do? It was Tim Walz, and he didn't say just go there and protest. He said get in their faces, and he called them the Gestapo. Mark, they're rallying the freaking troops for a reason, and 70% of these arrests of these illegals have criminal histories. Let's just not just crossing the border. 70%, and I know it sucks, Mark. 30% are just people like, hey, you're illegal, you got to go too. But I'm not blaming anybody. If you show up there, Mark, you show up, you're responsible for your actions, and then when something happens where you have a gun on your hip.
I don't know. Again, he's only talking about one side being responsible for their actions. The other side, somehow, we're not going to talk about whether or not they're responsible for their actions. The other side, we're just gonna kind of ignore that part, whether or not they're responsible for their actions. You know, whatever. The guy who's alive, the guy who's still kicking, you know, well, not too important, whatever. But the other guy, the one who's dead, let's keep talking about his actions. Let's keep talking about what he did wrong.
With people running around, I'm sorry, Mark. These things come with the territory, brother.
Do you know what? I think we've actually reached a place where I finally made some progress in my campaign to stop so many Americans carrying guns. Vinny Oshana has now endorsed my view that America would be a lot safer if fewer of you walked around strapped with guns. I've got there. It's happened. Thank you, Vinny.
No way.
That's true.
No.
It's
Piers,
a long way from that petition to have me deported.
No, he just wants his people with guns.
Hey, Piers, I know I thanked you earlier, but I love how all of us could sit here. We could all talk. We could all debate. We could all respect each other. I want to say thank you again. And Piers, I think
we can all respect each other. You were literally screaming at the kid just a little bit ago. You were literally screaming at the kid just a little bit ago, refusing to let him talk, refusing to let him say anything. And now it's, oh, I'm so glad we can all sit here and respect each other. What the fuck? When did that happen? What show was that on?
I mentioned it before. I think your wife will be okay. For you to be able to come in the country, never have to deal with this drama, I'll marry you. We won't do any funny stuff just to get you papers to come here. That's how much I love you.
You can do so much better,
Vinny.
Piers. You can do so much better.
You know what, Vinny? Actually, I don't think I could.
Are you offering,
Life with Vinny.
I think Marcus is offering.
Life with Vinny.
Yes, exactly.
Life with Vinny Oshana would never be dull. Would never be dull. Thank
Piers,
you all very much.
You would be carrying a gun with me.
Well, I interviewed my brother earlier.
Just not at protests.
Actually, yesterday, and he was one of the crack shots in the British Army. So it's not like my family have an aversion to guns. In fact, some of them are very, very.
So somehow a bunch of people can go to January 6th, fight cops, beat the shit out of them, send them to the hospital, injure hundreds and hundreds of cops. But it's cool if they all get pardoned and they all get to go home and no penalty, no repercussions, no punishment whatsoever. They're all good. They get to go home. Just full pardon. Let's defend them all the way. But then we can have this guy do none of that, and they'll still criticize him for fighting with police and everything else under the sun, and then also he has to fucking die for it, and we'll still justify it somehow. This is the state of right-wing politics in America.
Very good with guns. He just preferred to do it on a battlefield.
Finished my quests? How the fuck, dude? I haven't even started them. Sheesh.
Okay. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Piers.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple.
Okay. Yesterday we started this debate. We only got like 10 minutes into it, so we're gonna start at the beginning. And yeah, we'll start it from the beginning. And then after that, we might watch some stuff from Hutch. I think Hutch went on to Wick today and debated a bunch of callers. So we're going to do that as well. We get free stuff though. Dude, I just finished the, I forget what it was. The bolts for the expedition, or what, not the expedition, but whatever the project is called, the new project. I just gave them the rusted bolts and they gave me 10 fucking mod components. Holy shit. That's huge. 10? What the fuck?
I do appreciate the time we spent on these two cases. I do think that we should like at some point like organize a longer conversation. I don't know if you're interested in Wick moderating about that conversation.
No, well, the guy that just called for criminality? No thanks. Is it a crime to engage in an insurrection?
It is.
Okay, so if Wick is telling people to insurrect, isn't that a crime?
No.
Okay, so we have so it seems clear to me that there are ongoing insurrections and.
So we listened to this for a bit yesterday. Rob doesn't understand their definition of insurrection, and this is part of what I like argued with him on in my debate as well. But
not only is Wick in support of that, he's telling people to continue with that behavior based on the rationale that
That's
this
not what
was.
he said.
So this
Oh,
was
Wick
actually
wants in. Do you want to talk to Wick? Because we both have words to say to him. Okay. Wick.
Yeah.
Wick, let me add you to the call real quick. All right, we're adding Wick.
Okay, so coward's a funny word for someone who decided to go behind my back, not approaching me, but going to Pisco to talk about me without talking to me, without...
Yeah, that is stupid. You didn't go to Pisco to talk about him. He just came up in the conversation when Pisco suggested him as a moderator. Like, he didn't go to Pisco to talk about him.
You know, confronting me yourself. So the coward's a funny word to use there. I'll start with that.
I do appreciate the time we spent on these two cases. I do think that we should like at some point like organize a longer conversation. I don't know if you're interested in Wick moderating about that conversation.
No, well, the guy that just called for criminality? No thanks.
All right, so hit me with the Democrat shit.
Talk to Wick.
Hit me with the hypocrisy
if you're friends
stuff.
with Wick, you should fucking tell him to stop saying that shit.
Well, I don't think he should say it. Yeah, no, I don't think he should say it. So for the audience, Wick said he's encouraging obstruction. Where the knowledge that
and
like
getting arrested
and like lying and stuff, I don't think that that's a good thing to say, because like peaceful protest for me is like enough, and it's like the gold standard, and we don't want to give more excuses for like these and what we think are these crazed ICE officers to like shoot you and kill you. I don't think that that's good to say, and so like yeah, I don't think Wick should say it. Now I want to be clear, I think it's First Amendment protected speech, and I don't think that it is at all that anyone should be able to criminally prosecute Wick for saying that. You're allowed to, in abstract, support criminality, even explicitly. That is protected speech. But no, hit me with your thoughts there, Rob, on everything. Take your time. 2:30, I have to be out. It's a hard out, unfortunately.
Is it a crime to engage in an insurrection?
It is.
Okay, so if Wick is telling people to insurrect, isn't that a crime?
No. Not if
Why
it doesn't, because in order, First Amendment protected speech is not engagement in insurrection.
Okay, did you and the Colorado court not both say that is partial proof that Trump engaged in an insurrection was his words?
Yes.
Okay, so then why wouldn't this be sufficient, telling someone to insurrect?
Well, one, he didn't say
would
that.
not be engaging in an insurrection.
Well, A, he didn't advocate insurrection. That's number one.
Yes, he did.
And two, even if he did, it wouldn't be engagement in insurrection, even if he explicitly advocated for it.
Telling people to engage in the common purpose of using violence or intimidation to impede law enforcement is insurrection, correct?
Not by itself, no.
Why not? What else needs to be met to be an insurrection?
Well, first of all, factually, that's not what Wick said. He said obstruction, and obstruction doesn't necessarily, it's a different definition than insurrection. So he wasn't advocating for insurrection.
No, that's not the point. What is the definition of insurrection?
An assemblage, that's a public gathering of 2 people or more for a common purpose to obstruct any federal law, using force or intimidation, and for a public purpose. 4 elements. This is the Graber test.
Would obstruction be force or intimidation?
It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Give me an example of when it wouldn't be.
For example, submitting false documents to testify, refusing to comply with a lawful order.
Okay. How about obstruction in the moment?
I want to give you some more examples. Like having like a sit-in in the middle of a highway is not force or intimidation. So there are many things that could be obstruction that are not force or intimidation or
preventing the arrest of people.
It could be or it could not be. Force or intimidation.
So
it could be insurrection or for force or intimidation.
Okay, so we have so it seems clear to me that there are ongoing insurrections, and not only is Wick in support of that, he's telling people to continue with that behavior based on the rationale that
That's
this
not what he
was
said.
proved. It is. He told people that they have
Obstruct.
a moral obligation to obstruct ICE and to get arrested.
Yeah, that doesn't mean insurrection. So for example, there were civil rights
I just want
protests.
to be clear.
Okay.
All of a sudden, the leniency on what it means to engage in an insurrection based on language has changed precipitously.
What's the leniency?
The Colorado court said evidence that he was engaging in insurrection were things like this. He retweeted someone saying the cavalry is coming. That was part of the evidence. He said things like, Mitch McConnell's not a fighter. We need people like Jim Jordan or whatever to fight. That was evidence that the Colorado court gave that Trump's language was engaging in an insurrection. If Trump had specifically said, I want you to obstruct law enforcement that's trying to secure the certification of the election, you would have said, my God, that's evidence that he was engaged in an insurrection.
So I don't think you're understanding the Colorado Supreme Court opinion. I will just say the standard that they're applying is Brandenburg. How Trump was found to have engaged in insurrection in the Colorado Supreme Court decision is through incitement, and that incitement standard under Brandenburg has specific elements, and one of those elements is intent. And of course, for totality of circumstances, all of that evidence is relevant to ascertain Trump's intent. And part of it's not the whole pie. It's building a foundation to show what Trump wanted to accomplish, and that's going to be informed by prior statements. Wait, I just want to be clear. It's informed by prior statements that get to his state of mind, but they don't by themselves constitute liable. He's not liable for those statements. Those statements inform his intent, which is part of the Brandenburg test for incitement.
So in order to incite, you had to intend to incite, and in this case, intend to incite an insurrection.
You need to, in this case, intend to incite an insurrection. That's correct.
Okay. And you agree that there are insurrections, at least some of them ongoing now?
I'm not sure.
Were there some yesterday?
Insurrections? What is it? I'm telling you, he thinks literally everything is an insurrection now. He thinks anything with violence now is an insurrection. It's so fucking stupid. Like he completely, somehow, he had numerous debates on this topic and somehow misunderstood the entire fucking argument from everybody who he debated on. I don't know how you're like this fucking lost after having this many fucking conversations about it. It's wild, bro. That's like, that is hard to do. That is hard to have, like, probably a total of like 20-30 hours of debates on insurrection and still come out of it just totally not understanding what an insurrection is or what any of their arguments are at minimum. If you want to say you use a different definition or whatever, okay, fine. But for him to still just not even know what it is that Pisco's definitions are, that Destiny's definition is. And this is, again, like in my debate with Rob, this is what I told him. I told him, you don't know what their fucking definitions are. You totally misunderstand their definitions. He's like, no, I don't. No, I don't. And a bunch of people clipped it and then posted it, like, posted out of context shit from, you know, Destiny and Rob and all of these people. And, I mean, Destiny and Pisco, trying to make it look like they were saying, given definitions that they weren't. So, this is, I'm happy that this conversation took place.
I don't know if there were some yesterday. There
Okay,
have
when
been
a
some.
bunch of people got together, fought against ICE, threw tear gas
What
back
up,
at them, and
brother?
someone bit off the finger of one of the law enforcement. Was that an insurrection?
I don't have enough facts to determine that based on the biting of the finger.
Do you heavily suspect that there was an insurrection yesterday?
I don't heavily suspect it. I'm not sure.
I
they just
find that
killed
to
the
be
Leaper.
incredibly disingenuous. Do you heavily suspect that today there was an insurrection as they tried to break
Same
into this
answer.
hotel?
Same answer.
So I find that to be incredibly disingenuous. So I guess
Why?
I'll say, for the sake of the audience, I think that Wick and you would have seen the actions that were going on that would qualify as an insurrection, which are people united for a common purpose.
Well, I
for a
grant there have been
public
some.
good,
I grant there have been
reduce
some.
in violence and intimidation. So Wick saw that and then specifically called for actions that would be tantamount to an insurrection.
Well, no,
which was
he specifically
told,
didn't.
Let me finish.
No, he specifically
let me
didn't.
finish.
He did not.
He told people to obstruct. Now,
That's
a
not
reasonable
insurrection.
person would say that he meant obstruction in the same sense that we see people obstructing, which would be an insurrection. The idea that, no, when he was telling them they had a moral obligation to obstruct, he didn't mean in the very way the obstruction was occurring at the time he was saying that. He meant things like mislead with paperwork.
Yeah,
So it is clear
You're
that
just
there
not
is-
understanding
let me finish.
incitement.
Let me finish. If it is a question of intent, is Wick telling people that he wants them to use violence, intimidation, to unite for a common purpose, to obstruct the
What up,
federal law?
brother?
The clear answer is yes. So that would mean that Wick has met the Brandenburg standard for intent to commit an insurrection. Would
No.
you at least? I know you're going to say you disagree. Would you at least be for? Would you at least be for an FBI investigation into it?
Of course not. I think it's clearly First Amendment protected speech.
But it wasn't for Trump. You were for the investigation of him.
I wasn't in favor of the investigation for him because I thought that what he did was incitement, and I also thought that what he did was broader than just incitement. He was never charged with incitement. It was a broader conspiracy, and I don't think that the facts, that predicate facts, exist for Wick.
So if it was just incitement, you would have said, "Oh, no." Even though legally they could investigate, you wouldn't have recommended it against Trump.
No, I think they should have investigated Trump
He's-
for incitement.
He literally said he did. He recommended the investigation for Trump. They didn't ever charge Trump with those crimes. Like, he already said that yes, he did think that Trump should have been investigated for that. Just said that.
Okay, but not Wick.
Correct.
Why?
Because
Wick's clearly more inciting. He's literally telling people to break the law. Trump never did that.
But so again, advocating for law breaking is protected speech. Do you agree with that?
Not if it's advocating for an insurrection.
No. If it's not protected, if it's incitement. But you can say, for example,
Right.
I think it's morally justified. I think people have a moral justification to murder Republicans. That's protected speech. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
I don't know.
It is. I'll
It
tell
probably
you.
would be protected.
Yeah.
Okay. Nonetheless, you said Trump's speech wasn't protected when he
Correct,
said things
because I
like
think
fight
it
like
rests.
hell.
Well, because I think the facts and circumstances there, with more again, I don't think the speech by itself in that moment. I think you needed some additional investigation.
Correct. Yes, this is what I keep saying is that like the people who keep arguing that like Trump's speech was what caused the insurrection, like they need to stop. They need to stop saying that shit because it is not the speech that caused the insurrection. There is so much that happened before Trump says to march to the Capitol on that specific day, to where like we shouldn't even be mentioning it. What the fuck just happened? I just dropped like 3 lemons. Where the fuck did they go? Like I literally just dropped them right here. Did I? They just disappeared. Weird as fuck, dude.
To really get the intent prong beyond a reasonable doubt. And so I don't think just based on the ellipse video and the speech by itself and just that would be enough. I'll just be clear about that.
But it's also his previous previous
all
statements.
that. It's the statements that he's having with respect to his inner circle. It's the observations.
Where did he ever
Where
did he ever suggest that he wanted an insurrection or that he was suggesting violence or intimidation?
No, I'm sorry. No, that's not that. There's like an explicit. I don't know why you think that.
Yeah, when did he say the words "I want an insurrection"? When did he ever say, I love insurrections?
The standard is some explicit statement or conspiracy with incitement.
Okay,
That's not-
fair enough.
Yeah.
Do you think that it is in? We already agree that it's insurrection to use violence, intimidation to prevent the execution of law. Do you think Wick wants to
Public
prevent the
purpose,
execution
assemblage.
of ICE? Do you
assemblage
think
public
Wick wants to prevent the execution of ICE?
By definition, he's calling
The
for obstruction, which
execution
is
of
to
ICE.
Resist the federal law.
Okay. So at the very least, we know Wick is telling people to go out for a common purpose, to resist, right? How is this not intent that he's calling? And that's what you said the standard was, intent for insurrection. That would be
he's not.
incitement.
No.
How is
the
that
question,
not intent?
The question,
He's specifically
the,
calling.
the question is whether he engaged. Whether he engaged in an insurrection. And
Correct.
You can engage in
and
insurrection.
you can engage via incitement.
Correct, but his statements don't rise to incitement because it doesn't
Why?
fulfill the Brandenburg
He's
test.
specifically telling people to insurrect.
Well, so no, he's not explicitly telling them. You agree with
That's
that?
not true. You've already agreed that he's at least he meets the standards of that.
No, I did not agree
He's
with
telling
that.
people. Do you think he's
Yeah,
telling people to
he
unite for a
literally,
common
that's,
purpose?
No.
That's literally what the entire fucking argument is about. How is he this lost on what they're even arguing about right now? He's that you at least agreed with this. When the fuck did he agree with that? This is the whole argument is about whether or not that's the case. What the fuck? What is happening?
You don't.
No.
So when he says it's moral for all of you to obstruct and go to jail, there's not a common purpose there? He's just saying that for individual purpose?
The element you're looking for is assemblage there. That's the first element.
Okay, is he telling multiple people to go out? Yes, that would be assemblage.
I'm not sure that that's explicit.
guy
You can say
shooting
that it's
at me
implied,
right now.
but I don't think it's explicit. But even putting that aside, what he's saying is he's advocating for law breaking with obstruction, and that doesn't entail force or
What the
intimidation.
fuck, bro?
I think a reasonable
You're a
person could see
piece
it
of
rises
shit,
to the
dude.
level of at least suspicion, given that we see that.
Fucking fuck, dude. I literally just got all my fucking weapons back. I just got them. This is the first fucking game I got my weapons back. I had so many fucking like rocket parts and rocketeer parts and everything. Fuck.
These insurrections are ongoing, and he's looking at them and saying that you morally should go join in. Next,
I literally I had so much shit, dude. I had so much fucking shit on me. I just lost like $150,000 worth of shit. Fuck, dude.
The insurrections that are occurring.
Wait. The one example he gave was lying to DHS, and you also know Wick, and I know Wick. Wick is like a cuck in terms of peace and in terms of not advocating for violence. You know that.
I disagree. I
When
think that I
has he
would have
ever-
thought that until I heard. I think I would have heard that until I heard him tell people, while insurrections are ongoing and violence against ICE is ongoing, telling people that you have a moral duty to obstruct them and go to jail. I no longer believe that.
Wait. Don't you see him all the time, like fucking woke scolding Destiny and soy pill every
Didn't
time
you
they
see
say
Trump
like
say go be peaceful?
No, but
No.
like you actually see Wick
I didn't.
go and like not just do self-serving statements. He has built a reputation for doing the peace stuff
The man,
in a way that
clear cut.
Trump didn't.
The man's words are clear cut in what he said here, and it is clear to everyone watching that your standard on the language of Trump, that nowhere rose near to the level of what Wick said, was somehow speaking to intent to incite.
When you say didn't
but
rise
not
to the
what
standard, do you
Wick
mean Brandenburg or some other standard?
the intent to incite that you're giving under Brandenburg?
Well, again, I think that the standard for incitement is just so trivially unmet in the Wick case.
I feel like I had to have been getting shot by two different people. The guy who was shooting me first was so far away. There's no way he could have gotten to me that fast. Like, it had to have been a second person who came up behind me, dude. There's no shot.
So now there are insurrections are going. What do you think the goal of the insurrection is, Star?
It depends on which insurrection.
Are you gathering lemons? You said that if I take it off of something like for fruits and stuff, if I take it off the tree, then it's still harvesting. That's what I was there to do. I was there to harvest.
You're talking about, but the ones that I
Give me a
have
general
acknowledged,
thought.
the ones that I acknowledge, it is to resist the enforcement of federal.
But also, I need seeds. I'm out of seeds. We got 87.
Law.
Okay.
A federal immigration.
And
Those don't count?
given
Okay.
given
What
that
the
it was
fuck,
very
dude?
loose, the language Trump used, if the insurrectionists are resisting federal law, and you yourself are on X as you're watching the insurrection saying abolish ICE, how isn't that you engaging in an insurrection?
Wait, so in what respect am I watching an insurrection happen and advocating for
Did you
it?
watch the violence yesterday against ICE?
Which one are you referring to?
Well, in Minneapolis.
Again, which instance are you referring to? The violence when they shot the guy?
No, I'm referring to the violence that was meted out afterwards to law enforcement.
I saw
In fact,
officer have his
was
finger bit
not
off.
when the guy got shot, was he not committing an insurrection?
No.
What? See, literally, Rob has absolutely no fucking idea what an insurrection is. This is actually embarrassing. This is actually embarrassing that he thinks that Pretti was engaging in an insurrection. He has absolutely no idea what an insurrection is. This is actually embarrassing. Holy shit. I can't tell if he's actually this bad faith or if he's this fucking stupid. I can't tell if he's just fucking brain dead or if he's just fucking dishonest. Which one is it? Is he it might be both. It might be both. He might be that like he doesn't know what it is because he doesn't give a fuck. He just wants to get some fucking he just wants to rally the troops over here. But this is so embarrassing, bro. Holy shit. What the fuck?
Afterwards to law enforcement.
I saw officer have his finger
was
bit
not
off.
when the guy got shot, was he not committing an insurrection?
No.
2 or more people obstructing. He put his hands on law enforcement.
He didn't assault the law enforcement, though. He didn't put his hands on them in an illegal way. He touched the guy's hip.
Common purpose to prevent the execution of ICE carrying out their duties.
They weren't doing anything to stop them from carrying out their duties. Them beating up a fucking woman for no reason is not them carrying out their official duties. That is so stupid, dude. This is so stupid. These people are actually fucking stupid, bro. They are dumb. They're dumb as fuck. They were not carrying out their duties. Beating up fucking women like this for no reason is not their official duties. This is not their job to just go beat up women for no reason. And he didn't assault the officer. He didn't hurt the officer. He didn't do anything to harm the officer at all. This is so dumb, bro. These people are so fucking stupid.
Is that not an insurrection?
Yeah, I don't buy that you've met out any of those elements.
Okay, you don't buy. Okay, one was.
Can we review the definition of insurrection? Rob might be onto something. They've literally gone over the definition like 5 times. I'm not gonna go over
Is there
it
2
again.
people or more?
There was an assemblage of people. There were more than 2 people.
Okay, so I met that element. Were they united for a common purpose?
Well, no, whether or not they were all doing that thing is the point. You're saying he touched an officer. Okay, even if that was true, he is not more than 1 or more people. He is not, 2 or more people. He is not a bunch of people. I wouldn't say 2 or more people. I would say a large crowd of people. Generally like 10 or more, something like that. Maybe even 4 at least. Like I think the definition of a riot is 4 or more people engaging in violent acts in public. So I think that, destructive acts in public for the sake of destruction. That is the... I think that, yeah, like at minimum, I might say 4. Raiders the Finals is a free-to-play multiplayer FPS from Embark Studios. As an Arc Raiders player, you are eligible to receive the Voltage Mordor outfit set. Okay, so the Finals is another PvP. It's another game like Arc Raiders, but it's just PvP. So they have another game for people to go play instead.
So I'm not sure about that. Whether there was a common.
I think you know that
unifying
they were
purpose.
united to prevent ICE.
They were there to do lawful things like observe and not to use force or intimidation.
So for a common purpose, they were there for a common purpose.
I'm not sure.
The common purpose has to be the other elements. The common purpose has to be like the illegal aspects of this. It can't just be any common purpose. It has to be the common purpose, like of the other aspects of
specific intent of these people. I suspect, yes.
Were they there to resist law?
I don't have any evidence of that.
Did he put his hands on?
Putting on who?
On an CBP officer.
I'm not sure about that. But putting your hands on a police officer isn't a crime by itself, or use of force or intimidation.
Sure, it is. Sure, it is.
No, it is not. This is insane. This is actually insane. This guy cannot be this fucking brain dead, bro. This is I refuse to believe he's this fucking stupid. This is embarrassing, dude.
Is force and intimidation if you are literally putting your hands on an officer trying to carry out duties.
You need to have.
He said he said that just putting your hands on an officer is not necessarily breaking the law, and he says sure it is. But then he doesn't defend the fact that just touching an officer is breaking the law. He doesn't defend that at all because he actually doesn't believe it. He says it as though he believes it and then fucking runs away from it immediately. This is cowardice, bro.
Have intent there, Rob. You need to have intent. He was maced. He was maced and was being fucking pistol whipped. And so
he put his hands
on
before he was maced.
He put his hands on a woman to pick her up because he's a good person. He's
after he was maced.
Is an ICU nurse, and he's a good person.
The woman got maced, and then he went in between the woman and the officer, put his hands on the officer, and then got maced
to pick her up. To prevent
the execution of the law.
No, to pick her up.
Yes.
And to
no.
her.
How was him putting his hands on law enforcement to pick her up?
Wait, I don't remember when he put his hands. He put his hand up. Hand up. That's what I saw.
Does Rob think every protest that does not immediately disperse on instruction is an insurrection? Yes. No, unironically, yes. I'm not even saying like, well, if you follow his logic, he literally says every single time there is a protest and anybody breaks a law whatsoever, he says it's an insurrection. Every fucking time. I'm not even kidding. This isn't even a joke. I'm not like being like hyperbolic to make fun of him. He actually says this every fucking time there is a protest and somebody breaks a law. He now says this is an insurrection by Destiny and Rob and Pisco's definition.
If he touched that law enforcement officer in an attempt to prevent them from going towards this woman, that is a crime.
Whether it's crime or not doesn't mean that it's that stopping him in that moment was for a public purpose. When it seems like his concern is the well-being of this woman who fell.
Does it have to be putting on your hands to use violence or intimidation?
Well, it doesn't need to be putting on hands for violence or intimidation, but not every contact between peoples constitutes force or intimidation.
Would you say causing pain or discomfort?
Wait, that the argument from Pisco just now didn't make any sense. It doesn't have to be force or intimidation, but not every touching of an officer constitutes force or intimidation. It doesn't matter if you're saying that doesn't, like, if you just said that doesn't matter whether or not it's force and intimidation, and then immediately argued that it doesn't necessarily constitute force or intimidation. Well, if it doesn't matter, then why the fuck are you arguing whether or not it constitutes it? It does matter. It does matter. It matters to the definition as to whether or not you're engaging in an insurrection. And yes, you would have to be doing this in some sort of illegal way. When we're talking about people gathering for some sort of common purpose, the common purpose would generally be to break some sort of law or to do something illegal, and to resist an official proceeding from the government, not just from like law enforcement, but from like the government for some sort of like wide-reaching systemic purpose. That is the part that I add to this that Pisco and Destiny do not, but I think that is a necessary component to actually separate it from all of these other things. And I think that's one of the reasons that Rob gets confused on the definition that they use, is because I don't think they're specific enough to add in that element of for some sort of wide-reaching systemic purpose. I think that is a necessary component.
Comfort to law enforcement officers would rise to the level of intimidation.
It would rise to the level of force.
Okay.
Putting them in pain.
So when they're blowing rape whistles right in their ear,
oh my god,
that could destroy eardrums.
I'm not sure if I would consider that force or intimidation.
I think I would. I think that's clearly
that would be considered intimidation, obviously. Like, obviously, if you're blowing a whistle right in somebody's ear, like that could blow out their eardrums or something. That's obviously some sort of intimidation.
And that's what these group of people. So there was an ongoing insurrection based on your own.
Do you know what intimidation is?
Yes, intimidation is. Well, you give me the legal standard. I know what I would call intimidation.
What would you call it? And then I'll give you what I think it is.
What's the legal definition of intimidation?
I'll tell you what I think it is, and you tell me what you think it is. Do you want me to go first?
Okay. Sure.
Okay. I think it's putting someone. I take intimidation to be a form of threat. Put someone in reasonable apprehension of bodily injury. That is with an intention to do so. That they're.
Well, correct. So if you're blowing a whistle in somebody's ear, that would be some sort of bodily injury. I don't know, but like to again, where he said he adds the element to the point where it could blow out their eardrum. Like, yes, that would be bodily injury, homie.
Gonna get hurt.
Yeah, I agree. I think that sounds about right. And I would say blowing rape whistles and screaming "fuck you" and all that stuff leads to that level.
So you think then definitionally every single Jan Sixer who's saying "fuck you," they're all engaged in intimidation?
Yes, I would say anyone's like "fuck you, ICE," blah blah blah, as their classic.
But Jan Sixers too, just saying "fuck you."
Yes, the ones that are screaming at law officers, saying "fuck you" and blah blah blah, and advancing to them and pushing, I would say is intimidation. I didn't share your definition of insurrection, but sure, I would say that's intimidating.
Not
particularly
is it
in a world
intimidating?
where we see
Is
now
it intimidation?
now when we see a world where these ICE officers are being threatened all over the place, and we see this occurring, this clearly was intimidation. So this was
Wick wants in. Do you want to talk to Wick? Because we both have words to say to him. Okay. Wick.
Yeah.
Wick, let me add you to the call real quick. Let's see if I can add you to the call, Wick. Do you want to be added? Let's just make sure he wants to be added. Just tell me in the chat if you want. Oh, he DM'd me. Uh-oh, Wick. I think you fucked up a little bit, Wick. I think you fucked up. You need to be friends with... We're not friends? Send friend request. Sorry. You have to send to Rob.
Who, me? And you?
Yeah, you have to send my friend request. Wick, we're friends, right?
Okay. I have to send you a friend.
No, so you only have to be friends with the person who adds you to the group. You don't have to be friends with everybody.
Request.
No, I sent it. I sent it to you. I sent it to you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay,
All right.
okay, yes, okay, that makes sense.
Because Rob and I agreed that you did a bad here. You weren't supposed to do that. But I think that your speech is protected, Wick. I will say that. I think that your Wick is protected. Your Wick is protected. Your speech.
Well, it's, I mean, because your standard is grotesquely different. Nonetheless,
it's the First Amendment standard. You're allowed to say, I want criminal things to happen. And I want you to do crimes. That's allowed.
You thought it rose to the level of incitement of an insurrection when Trump said,
because there's a Brandenburg. Because he meets Brandenburg. Well, no,
I think Wick meets Brandenburg.
I don't think he does.
I think Wick meets Brandenburg. I think he does. I think it's clear that
Well,
Wick
agree
was
to
having
disagree.
a far more call to violence, intimidation, and insurrection than Trump was.
All right, we're adding Wick. All right, cool. Mr. Wick and Rob, you're on the air. Wick, what'd you do, man? Let's give the floor first. Let's have this organized to Rob, so that he can lay out his case, and then Wick, you can give your defense. Is that cool?
I'm your guest. It's your channel.
Cool. Rob,
Yeah,
why don't
Wick,
you start?
You told people you're a coward. You told people to put their bodies on the line to obstruct law enforcement and to get arrested. You do so from your comfy chair. This is two things. One, it's probably a crime because you've probably incited an insurrection. Secondly, even if it's not, you're inciting people to break the law, which is despicable. And third, you're going to lead to people being harmed or arrested, which is absolutely despicable. And the situations like we saw are going to become more inevitable because of scumbags like you that encourage people to go out there and challenge law enforcement.
Wick, your response?
Okay, so coward's a funny word for someone who decided to go behind my back, not approaching me, but going to Pisco to talk about me without talking to me, without, confronting me yourself. So the coward's a funny word to use there. I'll start with that. Second of all, when we talk about blood on our hands, I think that the people who are defending these ICE agents and preventing them from being held accountable is just going to lead to these ICE agents continuing to kill people in the street and to brutalize women and to brutalize civilians just for exercising their First Amendment and Second Amendment rights. So if anyone has blood on their hands, it is you, sir. And third, I absolutely stand by my statement that we have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. And what I mean by that, and I say, if you're a Christian, if you're a patriotic American, you currently have a moral obligation to obstruct ICE. If they come to you and they ask you, where are the Spanish people, where are the Hmong people, where are the Somalians hiding, lie to them. You don't know. You haven't seen shit. Okay? If you see them, hit record. Take out your phone and hit record. Thank God.
Right, but that's not
people were
obstruction.
recording.
But that's not obstruction.
Oh,
Recording.
let me finish.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, it just seems as though he's adding in like things that aren't really part of the conversation now.
Well, again, record these people. Record these people, and thank God someone was recording that poor Petty guy who got shot, right? Because
Pretti.
otherwise people would still be pushing the DHS lies that they put out. And it's crazy to me that you would defend DHS in this. That's insane. And look, I explicitly said to do this all non-violently. Don't touch them, don't hurt them, don't threaten them, but absolutely do not cooperate in any way, shape, or form with them.
Okay, I'll respond. One, wasn't an act of cowardice, as seeing as how I started my stream and I had no idea that you had recommended from your comfy chair that other people go put their bodies on the line by breaking the law. And so that came on in the course of this. Second, I didn't plan to talk to Pisco. Pisco happened to call into the show, and I was like, did you see what Wick said? And he acknowledged that it was a bad idea. Third, whataboutism, even if I was a coward, it doesn't prove that you're not. I noticed that you won't be out there actively obstructing ICE.
Hold
You
on.
just tell your
Why
phone,
won't I?
please,
Hold on.
I give
Hold on.
you a
Hold on.
long-
No.
I give you a-
If I
give you a
see
long
ICE,
period- I
I'm
give you a
absolutely
long-
going to do those
I give
things.
you a long-
If ICE comes to Philadelphia,
Let Robert respond. Let Robert respond. Yeah.
I was capable of sitting there quiet, something that Wick is incapable of doing. In fact, his lack of sort of ability to control himself is why we find ourselves in this position in the first place, where he is actively recommending that his audience break the law, which is despicable. And the idea that this somehow means that, like, oh, that there's blood on my hands or something is ludicrous. It would be no different than saying there was blood on your hands if you didn't think that the shooting of Ashley Babbitt was criminal. This is stupid. You have no idea what I've said. And people like you that are encouraging people to go obstruct ICE, it's what makes violent confrontations with ICE more likely and why these things will continue. Now I'll ask you a specific question. When you say obstruct, you're claiming just non-violently. If it is a religious thing, as a Christian, as an American, you should obstruct. Should you also put your body on the line to prevent them physically from arresting such as some illegal? Should you try to interfere and get in their way to help the person escape? What do you think?
So I will say this, that Petty, when he went to stop that ICE officer from brutalizing the woman and he stood between them, he did something that was righteous and just. And the fact that he was beaten and then murdered for it is shameful and despicable. So when you say things like, oh, you're a coward, if they come to Philadelphia and I happen to be in the area and I see ICE, I'll take out my phone, I will film them, I will not cooperate with them. This is not a coward's position.
But why do you concede that's
not the
obstruction real
question.
quick?
Wait, let me finish.
Yeah,
That's not obstruction, one. Secondly, okay, so your argument is if you see law enforcement struggling with someone and trying to arrest them, whether it be someone that's you think is an illegal alien.
Hold on, what did I say?
That you didn't answer the question. That's what you said. So I'm asking you specifically the question.
Pretti,
The
is
question
that that
I
I forget
okay.
how to say
If
it.
you see
Pretti.
them trying
Pretti.
to arrest an illegal, are you telling people to get in the way?
Again, it depends on the context. I think that in the context of the Pretti situation, what he did was
What's
righteous
up,
and
guy?
just. Yes.
Do you think should he have put his hand?
I was just here 5 minutes ago and got fucking ratted at the extract.
Last match was not a good one.
That was fucked, bro.
I'm trying to learn the map still. I don't know where I'm going.
Really, this map's one of the easier ones to learn.
Oh. Yeah, I keep getting terrible
It's on
Oh
officers.
fuck! I didn't bring defibs this time. Shit.
To try to prevent them.
He
from
didn't
touching.
put his hands on officers.
That's not true. He did.
Oh no, no, he
I didn't see that,
You're
Rob.
lying.
I didn't see that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not in the video.
Okay.
You show me the
let's
frame where he puts the thing. We can pull up the video if you
Okay.
like.
Yep.
He does not throw hands whatsoever. All he does, in fact, he tries to help the lady up and walk away, but the ICE agents drag him back. They pin him down. They punch him in the face repeatedly with a gas canister. They pin him down.
Yes, you do not have to put up with officer brutality. Like, you are allowed to defend yourself from officer brutality. So the thing about this is that even if he did actually fight ICE officers in this case, even if he did, even if he did pull his gun, it would have been completely justified and legal. There would have been nothing wrong with it. He was being assaulted and attacked by ICE officers completely unjustly. They were not engaging in an official act of duty when they were just shoving over a fucking woman and attacking her. They were trying to pepper spray her in the face at point blank. They did pepper spray him in the face at point blank. They dragged him to the ground, beat him in the face repeatedly with the pepper spray canister. Were punching him, kicking him, and then shoot him. I think a total of 9 times, 10 times, something like that. Like, you don't have to put up with that. You do not have to, like, it is the grossest fucking shit from Rob to sit here and act like you can just, the cops can just beat you endlessly and you have to just put up with it. You're not allowed to defend yourself against this. Fucking disgusting, dude. It really is. It is so fucking disgusting.
They disarm him and then they shoot him dead.
Yeah, but Wick, that's not obstruction, right? Like I don't think that he was. I agree with you. I think that he was picking her up with the purpose of trying to help her, and I don't think he had the intent to obstruct ICE in its duties. And that's why I don't understand. Like, yeah, I agree that you should record. I agree that you should do. I think that that's protected. The courts have found that that's protected. I don't think that what Alex did. There's any reason to think that what he did was criminal in that context. And people who are saying that are just fucking don't have like a clear idea of what's going on. And I don't actually think that there's any good reason for the stop, frankly, in the first place. Or
yeah, the people who are saying he did something criminal just either didn't watch the video or they are fucking cowards. They are just a bunch of fucking cowards who just want people to be arrested anytime somebody does something that hurts their beefies. There's absolutely no way you can think that cops can just come up and just try to beat the shit out of you. Like, there's no way you think that's okay. And I say this as somebody who was like a victim of police brutality, and I didn't fight back, and I did just continue cooperating, and I did get my kneecap shattered, and they did try to fucking kill me. Like, I say this as somebody who has been through a scenario like this, and I believe that, yes, I would have had every fucking right to fucking kill those people in that scenario, 100%.
Or even detaining him in that case. And so I don't, with respect to the lies, I don't know why we would say actively lie to DHS as opposed to just like not talking to them and just like not cooperating. So like, I just don't understand, like, can't you say all that without saying do obstruction? Because that by its definition seems like it's saying do crimes.
Are you just mad at the word obstruction?
Well, I just interpreted that when you say obstruct them, I thought what you were saying is do the crime of obstruction. And I think that that's dangerous a little bit because like, oh yeah, cool.
Okay, I'm clarifying then.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that that's not what he was saying. Like, yeah, if you say obstruct them, everybody is going to hear that, yes, like you're saying, like engage in the crime of obstruction, not just like be a hindrance on them, not just like be a nuisance to officers, but that like you're saying engage in the crime of obstruction. I think that that's like what literally everybody is going to hear.
I'm saying that you should not cooperate. You should lie to them if they're trying to find someone, right, and things like that, because you can't be sure if they're telling you the truth. They've lied too much. And I think you have a moral obligation to let people know when ICE is going to be in the area, where they are going, let people know what kind of cars they're driving, where they're going, all that stuff. You should let people know what they're saying. You should blow your little whistles, right? You should honk your horns. Just make the community aware because they are currently, I consider them kind of a domestic terrorist organization at this point.
Rob,
I
thoughts?
think that
Oh, my
they're,
bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I think
He wasn't.
this
He
is
wasn't.
absolutely.
Wait, he wasn't done. Sorry, my bad. Wait, just finish real quick.
yeah, sure. You should record them. And again, these are things that ICE officers themselves have implied and told citizens that are illegal. And if they are, I'm not a lawyer, right? If they are illegal, you should do them anyway.
There you go. So there you have it. He is recommending that you should break the law. These things are illegal. This is no different, and I hope that we find the people in the signal chat that I haven't had a chance to talk about yet. I hope the people that are actively coming together.
Wait, any Raiders here? I just picked up something that says Raiders Refuge Security Code. Is that the thing for the like locked gate or whatever that they're playing right now? I should probably go ahead and leave. I just found a Bettina and well, there was something else that I'd found, but I don't remember what it was at this point. But yeah, probably should just get the fuck out of here now. What the fuck?
Together in efforts to obstruct law enforcement using, as you hear Wick saying here, he's willing to use violence and intimidation. These are
Hold on.
He didn't
I
say
said
that, Rob.
specifically non-violence.
This would be intimidation.
What would?
Yeah,
blowing the whistles, getting in their way, etc., doing what Pretti did. That's intimidation.
What Pretti did was not an intimidation, and only a loser and a fool would call that
It
intimidation.
is that is
Only
so
a
just to
coward,
be-
loser, and a fool, a fat little fuck would call that.
Whoa!
there
You
we
went
go.
personal
No,
first.
no.
You went personal first.
Let him go. I know the big man that wants to tell his audience to go out and break the law and put their bodies on the line, which will lead to violent altercations with ICE, wants to call other people names. I don't mind at all. I don't need
You
to
called me a
resort to
coward.
that.
You're getting what? You're getting
Yes,
the same
I
energy
do
you
think
gave
it's
me?
an act. I do think it's an act of cowardice to suggest that other people.
Yeah, it is different when you're giving like an analysis of somebody's argument, calling it cowardice versus just like going after their looks. Like these are drastically different things, but you know.
Break the law while you're not doing so. I do think that's an act of cowardice, and it's a dangerous act. And I think that you could see that there is a time where they first push that woman down, that Pretti, gets in the way and puts hands. He's making physical contact with the person. And I
with
think
the woman, right? With the woman, right? With the woman?
No, he's making contact with ICE.
It doesn't look
Or
like it's in the
CBP.
video.
It is what it should.
Okay, so there's two different angles. At one... Hey, what's up, man? Are you doing the Raiders Refuge thing?
I was gonna head that way.
Somebody dropped something called, like, codes. I've never done that thing before, but, these are security codes here that I just found on the ground.
Oh, thanks. I've never done it before either, but I've got the one for the fort, so I guess I'll take that too. Thanks.
Okay, cool. But yeah, there was an angle where I thought he threw the the DHS officer's arm up when he first approached him. I thought the officer came up and like grabbed his arm, and I thought he threw his arm up, but let's see, 1,800. Okay. But when you look at it from the other angle, it turns out that is not what happened at all. That is not, he did not do that. And it looks like that's what he did, but it's not. He did not throw the ICE officer's arm up when he grabbed his arm. And so, yeah, I had to watch from multiple angles to realize that he did not do what I thought he did.
Shows in the video, and I'm trying to find it clear.
Can you show us the frame where you think that he's putting his hands on ice?
Yes,
Maybe
he is
when
making
he's getting beaten. Sorry, it's horrible. I'm bad.
Yes, when he's physically intervening, when he sees them push them down,
Hey,
he
tell
gets
you
in-
what, Rob. Here's the thing I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Like, if an ICE agent goes and they push your wife down, I will get in the way and I will protect her. I would hope that you would do the same.
My wife's not going to be stupid enough to put herself in that position in the first place and go and engage in an insurrection.
I don't give a shit what your appeal to emotion here is.
Is that an
You're-
appeal
what
to
you're
emotion? I'm just
what you're
stating the
saying-
simple
what
fact
you-
of what I
Well,
would
you're
do.
invoking
what
you're
you're
invoking his
saying-
wife. You're invoking his wife, and you're basically
Let it
calling him.
happen.
You're invoking his wife, and basically
So
saying
if
he's
you were
not
there
a real
on
man.
if you were there on January 6th, and there were times where officers you thought were going over the line, would you have got in between the officers and them?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
Well, you
I think
don't
you're
have
full of
to.
shit.
I don't care what you think or believe.
And otherwise, you could try to defend yourself here. What you're doing is grotesque, and probably is a violation of YouTube
Hold on, by
standards.
telling people
I
to
gave you a chance. I
stop.
gave you a chance. I'm going to
Hold
go ahead
on.
and say my piece. I can
Okay, say
control
your piece.
myself, unlike you. I don't need to resort to the
Ooh.
little petty bullshit you're saying and interrupt. It's
Ooh.
probably
Call
a
me a
violation of.
coward.
It's
Wait,
probably a
wait.
violation of
Just let Rob. Just let Rob talk.
It's probably a violation of YouTube standards to recommend that your audience breaks the law. Now, I just wanted you to recant because I don't want anything bad to happen to you, but to the point where you're telling people to actively engage in the types of behavior like we see with these ICE signal chats, which there quite literally could be a RICO standard or a RICO case that will be built because there are people actively instructing people on how to obstruct ICE, something that you're recommending. You're also saying that the things like blowing the whistles in their ear, screaming at them, shouting at them, honking at them, and you would even go as far as Pretti and other people that at times, depending on the situation, you would prevent them from arresting people, shows that you are willing to use what would be tantamount to intimidation. You can't put your hands on ICE. You can't prevent them from arresting people. That is not your place. And to recommend to your audience while you're not doing it that they do that makes situations like what just happened yesterday more likely to occur. And it is despicable. I think it's one of the worst things that streamers could do is to tell people to give them advice to either break the law or to put themselves in harm's way. I find it disgusting, and I hope that you change your tact and tell your audience that that's an absurd thing and that you apologize for suggesting it.
Quick. Before you answer, I just want to make sure that I understand. It could be I'm just telling you, when I heard you say that, when you said, and you will be arrested, it sounded like you were advocating for doing something that would constitute breaking the law. But as I'm hearing you describe the conduct, all this stuff seems like it's legally protected. Recording.
And but keep in mind, even though it's legally protected,
you can
ICE
still be
will
arrested.
Arrest
yes,
you.
That's
ICE
what
will
I'm.
still arrest you. And like, for example, in what was it, Metropolis Blitz, the operation in Chicago, where they brought in, I think 15 cases have gone through and been settled. Out of those 15 cases, you know how many convictions they got?
Yeah,
Zero.
I understand, but
Zero.
There's a way to interpret what you're saying, where what you're basically saying is it's your duty to do these things and obstruct in the more layman
you have
sense
a moral obligation to do these things.
of not cooperating, of doing what you're legally protected in doing that are covered by First Amendment. For example, going to locations in the public, telling people where to go on locations in the public, and filming things in the public. Now that's a way to interpret lying. I'm not sure if that would be specifically protected, to be honest with you. But certainly like not cooperating, I'm not sure. But is it the case?
Yeah, so like with most other agents, you're like, or police officers, you're allowed to lie to them, and it's not that big of a deal. But with federal agents, there actually are like federal laws against lying to them.
Case, you're not advocating for law breaking, are you?
Law breaking? I'm advocating for. Look, I don't know the law. I'm advocating for doing what's morally right, morally just, and I gave specific things that I want people to do, and I think are good to be good to do, because I think these are the only things that will actually calm the situation down and lead to less death and less violence. The more people who record these people, right? The more people who record the grotesque, brutal beatings of American citizens that Rob Noor is defending, right? The more people who see that, the more likely it is that ICE agents will, again, be defunded, be disbanded, and face justice. Maybe not in this administration, but in the next. I
There
think
you
that
have
it
it.
is very clear, right, that again, if
There
you
you
see
have it.
someone brutalizing a woman, step in.
And there you have it. So he's acknowledging that he is calling for the physical obstruction of law enforcement. If he sees them, quote, brutalizing women, he admits he doesn't know what the law is, and yet he's recommending people to do this, which on its own right is something that's dangerous. And
Hold
he
on,
should
if
not
you
be
see 3 ICE agents raping a woman, do you think you should stop them?
Please let me finish.
Yeah, let
No,
Ron.
no, I'm just asking. Do you think if you see
Wait,
3
let him
ICE
finish.
agents
You can
raping
ask
a
that.
woman,
We'll
do you
get.
think people should stop them?
Please let me finish.
Yeah.
I know you have a difficult
we'll get an
controlling
answer to that. But
yourself.
just, we'll get an answer to it. But we'll get an answer to it. But just let him respond, and then we'll get an answer to it.
I know the big man that can't control himself that's recommending his audience on YouTube breaks the law, can't control himself. I'll get to answering his question when he sees fit to ask it in a way where he allows me to finish my point. Nonetheless, you can see that he is recommending. He says he's been very specific. He hasn't. He said things like you should stop the brutalization of a woman. Many times what he would consider brutality wouldn't be something that's illegal, and he's recommending that people make those judgments themselves and actively interfere with ICE's apprehensions of suspects that are women. This is ludicrous. And once more, he's a coward because he's recommending that his audience put their bodies on the line while he's unwilling to do it. Wick, if you really feel so strongly about this, why don't you head to Minneapolis?
Yeah,
if you're going to recommend that your audience does it,
I'm
why
going to
don't
ask
you
you
go?
my question again until you answer it. If you saw 3 ICE agents raping a woman, would you stop them or try to stop them, or at least try to record them and get them and report them to the local police? Something, right?
Yes.
Yes, you would
That's
do that.
different than-
Excellent.
okay,
What
that
if you see them
analogy-
going
that
and just
analogy-
punching them
that
in the face?
analogy-
You
that
see
analogy-
3 ICE agents pinning a woman down, kicking her in the face, taking a tear gas canister, bashing her head in the side. You see blood, and one of them pulls a gun and points it at her back. What are you going to do in that situation?
I probably wouldn't interfere. Now, let me ask you some questions, Wick. What would you
Are
do?
you not going to answer
what
that
would you?
question?
I said I probably.
You know,
wouldn't
he
interfere.
answered
Now,
it.
let
He
me
answered
ask
it.
you
Wick.
some questions.
Wait.
Now, let me answer. Now, let me
Wick. He answered the question. Now answer his question.
I don't know that that's an answer. They're being a little too lenient there. I wouldn't interfere. His question is, what would you do? And he told him what he wouldn't do. I don't know why. I don't think I don't think Pisco would accept that as an answer.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's your
Now,
question?
what would you do? What would you want done to a cowardly YouTube streamer that is recommending that his audience break the law, justifying it by using absurd hypotheticals like it's basically the same as me saying I would stop 3 ICE agents from raping a woman? What would you think should happen to that person? Should they A, be held legally accountable, and B, should they be kicked off of platforms like YouTube for advocating that their audience put their lives in jeopardy by intentionally breaking the law?
By intentionally breaking the law.
Correct, which is what you suggested.
Interesting. I think that I said specifically that the things you should do are 1, record ICE. Is that against the law?
Well, because he said numerous times that he doesn't think that people should break the law. So how is he supposed to answer a question that frames what frames his position as something totally different than what it is in reality? Like, it's fucking stupid. Well, why haven't you answered the question? Because it's a flawed question.
No, wait. The question wasn't whether or not you in fact did those things. What should happen to someone who does those things? And what's your answer?
It depends. Like, honestly, like for example, I'll give you an example. If YouTube exists.
Oh yeah, I just found something else called an ancient security code. Huh. I feel like earlier I gave that guy the like code shit, and I probably shouldn't have. I probably should have kept it for myself, because I think you can bring them back at other times and use it.
existed in the days of slavery and someone was advocating that you help free slaves, even if that was illegal, I don't think anything should happen to that.
That's not what the word.
So it depends on so the question is it the answer
hypotheticals. That's what
the answer is it depends. The answer is it depends on the specific advocation for what
yeah,
crimes?
it depends on the advocation and the law that you're advocating to break.
Okay, that's the answer.
I do not think law and morality are the same thing, and I think that sometimes if a law is odious, that you have a moral obligation to break that law. It would depend on the law.
Oh wow.
So if right-wingers
disagree
go
with that?
online,
I don't
if
disagree.
right-wingers go online and recommend people breaking the law on YouTube, as long as they have a claim that they feel that law is immoral, you're okay with it.
So to be clear, and this is another thing I'm known for, as well as nonviolence, as Pisco said, is that I am anti-deplatforming. I think that your First Amendment rights are so important to me that you can go on and you can advocate for law breaking, and I don't think you should be deplatformed.
That's that's First Amendment though, but that's First Amendment.
That's not First Amendment. Whether or not you're deplatformed, that has nothing to do with the fucking First Amendment. What do you mean? That's First Amendment. It's not the First Amendment. The First Amendment doesn't say anything about whether or not platforms can kick you off their fucking shit. It doesn't say, oh no, you on somebody else's private property, you're allowed to do whatever you want. That is not First Amendment.
And I agree with you on that. I think Wick has done nothing criminal in what he did, and I think that I would be against
Maybe I would disagree. Maybe someone will send in a fucking tip.
I would be very much against that. I think that everything that Wick has done
you,
here has been...
to be clear, Rob, you don't have to just imply it. You can just say, right, what you think. Do you think that...
Yeah, he's obviously trying to dog whistle the people that he wants them to go call the cops on Wick. Like, he's obviously saying that he wants people to call the FBI on Wick. Pretty blatant.
Are you going to send in a tip to me?
No.
Are you going to try to get me deplatformed?
No, I told you, in fact, I want the opposite. I wanted you to stop this dangerous rhetoric. I don't want you deplatformed at all. Nor
Why
would
is
I
my
ever
rhetoric
send in
dangerous?
that, because you were suggesting the reason that Pretti is dead is because he took the exact advice that you're suggesting.
That's
that
not true.
Yes, it is true. What happened was he was part of a group, right, that decided they were going to intentionally obstruct the efforts of ICE. They were doing so by doing things like constantly surrounding them, blowing rape whistles and shit like that in their ear, intervening on when they were trying to apprehend or prevent a woman from blowing that whistle in their ear, standing in the middle of the street, preventing them from lawfully executing the law. He decided to get in the way while he was knowingly armed, and that leads to escalations that will predictably allow to people dying. That's what happened with Renee Good as well, because they are taking your advice. You go even further and say, not just that people should film, but that they should, quote, break the law and obstruct and prevent and lie. Prevent them from being able to execute their law. You do so from the comfort of your own home. I would not call in the tip. I'm strongly suggesting that you refrain from saying these things. I think
I can't refrain from saying these things because me refraining from saying these things would be an act of cowardice. These are things that I believe, and I have a habit. If I believe something, whether you like it or not, I am going to say something. I think that people need to hear these things.
Well, you're not a coward.
Pretti did not die because he, quote unquote, followed my advice. He was recording ICE. He was doing...
Yeah, Rob did the same thing to me where he kept saying, if this is how you feel, then just go over there and do it then. Go up there and do it. It's like, hold on. Me saying what it is that I think people should do if something happens in front of them is drastically different from what saying this is what it is I think is drastically different from me going out and trying to find that. Like, me saying this is Second Amendment, like, you know, protected shit is not the same as me going out and trying to find trouble and being a vigilante. Like, these are drastically different things.
Doing nothing illegal. He was doing no obstruction. He was not trying to interfere with law enforcement in any illegal way. He was not trying to intimidate them. What he did was he saw a woman being pushed repeatedly by ICE agents. He went in to stand between them. The ICE agent pepper sprayed him in the face. He tried to help that woman up. They dragged him back in. They beat him. They pinned him to the ground. They took a gas canister and jammed it into his face several times. They disarmed him, and then they shot him in the back. Those are the facts of the case. Those are the facts of the matter. And frankly, it is shameful. It is fucking cowardice for you to suggest otherwise, to lie to your audience, to lie to me, to lie to Pisco, and say that the facts are anything other than what I just listed out. I just listed out things that are verifiable, that we can watch on video, that we can see from multiple angles, and not only you, the DHS, but this administration has blood on their hands, because what you are doing is you're preventing these officers from being held accountable, so they will continue to act the way they are, because they cannot be held accountable, and this administration has signaled that they will not even investigate. So fuck you. I hope that you repent.
Your performative outrage means nothing to me. You claim
I know.
you're not
Nothing
accountable.
Let him respond.
Your performative outrage means nothing to me. You are a coward of the utmost, highest criteria, recommending that your audience breaks laws that you're unwilling to do. If you're so outraged, you could have gotten your way after the Renee Good shooting to Minneapolis, but you don't, because you're a coward. You want to do what all of these other lefties want to do, which is to make this situation likely to have
The anvil
marks,
shoots
so
so
that the political
slowly.
outcome that you want of stopping ICE from lawfully enforcing the law can be achieved. And you know, by setting up and saying that people should rely on their own judgment when they think ICE is going too far with the law, and then break the law to obstruct them, that's likely to lead to violent confrontations with law enforcement. You're fine with that. The truth is, you want people like Pretti to die. You want people like Renee Good to die. You would fucking love it if someone in your own audience took your advice, went and obstructed ICE, and then was killed, so that you can make yourself the center of the story, and you would be able to then further go on and say this was more evidence as to why ICE should be disbanded. You are despicable. You are someone that I think, if we could have differing opinions or whatever, in fact, you don't even know what my opinion is on this shooting. You don't have a fucking clue. I talked to Pisco about it. You don't know, right? But the fact is, no matter what, I've never suggested that people actively go out there and put themselves in harm's way because they should do things that I think are illegal, but I would consider moral and obstruct law enforcement. There are tons of things that I thought were outrageous and immoral. For example, the FACE Act, locking up people that were pro-life protesters. Show me once ever suggesting that people should put their bodies on the line to prevent the execution of that law that I thought was illegal or immoral. It is evident that what you're doing is incredibly dangerous. It may or may not rise to the level of a crime, but it's something that you should be ashamed to do. And your tough guy routine of calling me a coward and saying, but what if they were raping women? Fuck you. You don't have shit all to say when we see all sorts of other actions that occurred in other administrations we be tantamount. You never said shit about this. The truth is, you're a political hack. You want people to be harmed. You want them to get in harm's way. And as long as people like you spout off your fucking mouth, it makes it inevitable that ICE is going to continue to have these confrontations with people. And inevitably, some of those will result in levels of violence, which again, you will thrive on. I think that everyone that's watching this, even Pisco, understands that what you're saying is very fucking dangerous. And the fact that you want to imply that somehow makes you some strong guy. If you were really not a coward, you would be there. Why didn't you stop?
Wait. Give him the last. Give him one last sentence, and then you can go ahead and
one last sentence.
If you're really so brave and you're not going to be a coward, why wasn't your ass in Minneapolis?
You done?
Yeah, he's done. That was the last sentence.
The problem you're having, Rob, is
Tom, is your girl still upset about how that last game ended this morning? Yeah, we broke up over it. It is what it is.
And I think the audience can plainly see this, right? You have to add words to what I say. You have to add and infer, like, oh, Wick actually wants this, despite everything he says. Where I can simply stick to the facts at hand. I can simply look at the facts and, again, go through the facts of the Pretti shooting, right? Showcase what happened, and then showcase what you've said about it. Like, I don't know your stance. I can reasonably infer it based on what you're saying now, based on what I heard you say to Pisco, based on
what do you think it is,
conversation we're having.
What do you think his stance is?
So he thinks, and because he said this, that Pretti obstructed, intimidated, or did something
but on the shooting,
got in the way.
But on the shooting,
and so the shooting was probably may or may not have been good that he actually got shot, but he actually fucked around and he found out.
Did I say that, Pisco, in the entire conversation?
You didn't say that, but is that your position?
No, my position is that you should be very careful if you're armed before you're actively resisting law enforcement. But I think no matter what,
That's kind of fucking around to find out, right?
let me finish.
Oh, yeah,
Hold on, no. You went on a whole spiel. No, you can listen. You can control yourself. Calm down. Calm down.
Wait. Why is wait? Let Rob respond to the question.
Let Rob respond.
Sorry. No. Wait. So that was the question and answer, Rob. So you think that's
answer?
You said that your position is that you need to be careful when you're with a gun and resisting, right? But
the shooting of him was tragic, and the exercising. If you started to watch this, the exercising of the Second Amendment should absolutely be allowed, even to the people that are protesting. So I don't know where the fuck he gets this. The balls that he has, implying that there's blood on my hands and then admitting, but I don't know your stance, is laughable. This is the judgment of the person that's telling people.
Okay, now
who's also admitting.
Why are you lying about what I'm saying? Let him lie about what I just said.
Let Wick continue. You answered the question, and Rob says that that's not accurate. Go ahead.
And this is the thing, like, he lied just now. You all saw it about what I said.
What's the lie?
Right? That he claims that he doesn't know my stance or whatever, right?
That is what
I said in fact, please shut up, Rob. You just can't control yourself. And I understand you're upset, you're angry that you're being righteously
I thought you said
called out.
I thought you said that you didn't know it for sure, but you could infer it. I thought that you did say that.
Yes, I can infer it. Absolutely.
I didn't lie then.
Right?
I didn't lie. So
you absolutely lied. But let's continue.
I'm so fucking confused. What the fuck is Wick talking about right now? What the fuck?
Here's the problem.
I don't think it's a lie. I don't think it's a lie. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, Wick.
No, but that's
you
that's
lied.
a,
I'm righteous.
Hold on, are you
that's
okay?
an that's an Rob. That's an Rob. That's an ancillary point. That's an ancillary point. Okay, but go ahead, Wick.
You're gonna filibuster. You're gonna keep.
Wick, respond to him. All right, we want some constructive dialogue. Go.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's possible to have actually constructive dialogue.
I knew that was coming. I'm trying to get to a fucking point, and Wick's still gonna keep going off on this instead.
Clear. I think he's a liar and a coward. But beside the point for now.
I found a patina during that run. I think it was like the first thing that I looked in. Right when I spawned. Just found a fucking... Just found a patina sitting there. There's a patina and a Venator.
Again, this implication that I want violence to be done is the exact opposite of the truth. What I'm advocating for is the path to actually get things to cool down and stop. I want people to be safe. And when ICE agents are out there brutalizing people, breaking the law, violating the Fourth Amendment, right? They have a secret memo going around. Did you hear about this, gang? The whistleblower that showed they had a secret memo going around saying they only needed administrative warrants to break into people's homes. That's absolutely not true. That absolutely goes against the Fourth Amendment. It's violating our constitutional rights. We see them actively, consistently lying to the American public. There was an incident in Chicago, for example, where they brought a woman up on charges saying that she rammed their car and then they shot her 5 times. The officer who did it said, 5 bullets, 7 holes. Put that one in your book, boys. And guess what? When the charges came to court, they had to drop them because it turns out that the officer lied, that DHS lied about what happened. The body cam footage, the footage that was available did not show her ramming the car at all. It showed him getting out and just fucking shooting into her. And guess what happened to that officer? Nothing. He's still...
Yeah, so that is the problem. Correct. That is the issue right there. Is that, yeah, this is a corrupt administration doing corrupt things, and we can't trust them to do the right thing. So yeah, it's like, it's not just like, oh, some ICE officers have done some bad things. It's when they do bad things, there is no accountability, there's no consequence for them, and there has to be somebody pushing back against this. And so if the Trump administration isn't going to do their job, then the American people have to do it for them.
Still on the streets. He hasn't even been given, to my knowledge, any sort of reprimand. They're just going around unaccountable to the public, not being investigated. Nothing is happening to these people. So until they are held accountable in the court of law, right? You should treat ICE as a convicted pedophile who's coming up to your kid.
Whoa,
That's
okay.
the level of disdain you should have for these motherfucking traitors.
Rob, I'm about to let you go.
Allow me to retort. Allow me to retort.
I'm definitely about to let you go.
Why are you intervening, Pisco? Because you know what he just said?
No. I'm not. I am going to give you the full time to respond. But in response to your hypocrisy argument, what Wick is describing is that there's a difference in kind between what he sees ICE do and your allegations of violations of the FACE Act, your allegations about it's what the abuses of the other administrations, and that we should treat ICE essentially as I heard him before say domestic terrorists, and now I'm hearing him say as convicted schmedophiles. What is your retort, Rob?
Okay, can I ask a question real quick, Wick, without you filibustering, Wick?
Yeah, just
Wick,
a question and answer.
How would you treat someone that was a convicted pedophile? How would you treat them?
With disdain.
What's that mean? You would just say, I don't like you, that's it?
Well, I wouldn't let them around my kids. I
Okay, and
wouldn't
if they were in public, if they were coming up to you and your family,
I wouldn't.
what would you do?
I wouldn't exactly be friends with them. We wouldn't be playing cards. What do you want me to say?
If they're coming up to you, if the convicted pedophile starts to get in your face, they stop your car. What would you do?
If they get in my face and stop a car?
Yeah.
Well, I tell them to leave. Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on. Let me ask. You asked me a question.
I'm asking. What if they don't?
Do you think that I was going to suggest violence? Why is it that you would do violence to someone who isn't doing violence to you?
Well, that's interesting. You seemed to get in your high horse earlier and say if they were.
Hold on. Why would you assume? Would you
I'm
hurt
answering
a
the
convicted
question.
pedophile
I'm
who hasn't
answering
done
the
anything
question.
illegal?
I'm answering. So you wouldn't do violence on someone that was raping someone?
Well, that's different. One is by virtue of the.
No, wait. He didn't say raping someone. Now that is a drastically different claim. Now raping someone versus raped someone. This is somebody who's convicted of this versus somebody who's doing it in the moment. These are drastically different things. He totally just moves the fucking goalpost there.
But that's different. What is the by virtue of?
I will answer. So the idea that when he says that I would treat them like a convicted pedophile or a terrorist, and then saying, "Oh, but perish the thought," you should think that would mean some. Pisco, did he earlier say domestic?
I said
terrorists?
they are domestic terrorists. I didn't say I'd treat them like a terrorist.
Oh, okay. So
different things, different implications, and different
I think
meanings.
that the implication is clear, especially given what you said prior, that you're advocating for using violent actions or
Do you really think that, Rob?
I specifically said nonviolence. I keep repeating myself, and you keep lying about what I'm saying.
I'm going to finish my point.
Wait. I know it's your position that you're not advocating for that, and let Rob explain why you think he is, and finish your point.
Because he's already said that the things that he considers that he would allow acts of violence if it goes to a certain level, if he thought they were immoral, right? And so when he's saying based on his subjective interpretation when something was immoral that he would use violence just like he would use violence to prevent a rape victim, he could say actually I'm advocating for nonviolence, but it's belied by the positions he's taking. And continuing when he starts to become even more hyperbolic, saying that ICE officers should be treated like pedophiles and they are domestic terrorists.
In terms of disdain, in terms of disdain, right?
It is not just what he was saying in terms of disdain.
The level that you would not invite them to your home, etc.
Why is it not just in disdain? Are you saying because that's what's likely to happen when people hear that they're likely will hear something different, or that Wick actually intends for violence to be done?
I'm going to finish my point without you two interrupting me. The reason is because he is post hoc justifying when he realizes that he's calling for violence. He's implying that violence should be used, and then he post hoc justifies when you come in to save him. That's what he's doing. That's like when he said you should obstruct, you should be illegal, and then you tried to save him. He's going to be like, well, what do you really mean illegal? And he's like, well, I don't know what the law is. Now, the full context here, you can see how unhinged and hyperbolic he's now saying that you should treat ICE and CBP as pedophiles, which you could get a little look into Wick's sort of, mental acuity there and whether or not he's able to approach these things dispassionately. Look at how he jumps on and accuses me of lying, where even Pisco
You
has
have lied repeatedly through this conversation. You keep saying I'm calling for violence, and I am specifically calling These are not violent.
Yeah, Rob.
Non-violent.
Wait. Let Rob finish. But let's not get in this lie thing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he accused you of lying. I don't think it's a lie. Maybe he thinks it was misrepresenting his position. But go ahead. But let's focus on the merits.
The reason this matters, right? The reason it matters is because you can see his hysterics claiming I lied when even you admitted it wasn't a lie. What I said was accurate. He's already claiming I have blood on my hands while admitting he doesn't even know what my position was. He was just inferring what he thought it might be. Now, this is the same person that's saying, yes, you should be a
Did the rat get fucked? The rat got fucked?
allowed to actively prevent ICE from carrying out operations with your body if you feel what they're doing is against the law. And he has a subjective interpretation of the law. Now imagine what it would be like if everyone operated in this way. If I subjectively feel that something's against the law, for example, let's say that I feel that my Second Amendment is sacrosanct and I should be allowed to carry that weapon of any caliber wherever I want. And law enforcement says as I'm entering a place they can't take it, that I would recommend to people then that they intervene because that's a violation of the Second Amendment. Or that I would say that the censorship that we saw, that was, in my opinion, through the Twitter files,
on Twitter,
that was advocated by the government, through the government or NGOs, suggesting people be censored. If I felt that was against the law, then I would be allowed to rise up righteously and break the law to prevent them from doing that. This is coming from someone in WIC who admits, as he's suggesting this, but I don't really know the law. Then he goes on to talk about the Fourth Amendment. Look, you might have a strong opinion that this memo was something that would be against the Fourth Amendment. The courts have not weighed in on it. The question is not as simple as you would see. Oftentimes, people are quite hot. Positive that the law is on their side, and then the Supreme Court disagrees. Pisco's quite positive that the Supreme Court's on his side when it comes to issues such as birthright citizenship. What if the court disagrees? Should Pisco have been out there preventing people from being removed, etc., under this interpreation? That would
Again,
be absurd.
it's about the fact that they're not being held accountable. I feel like they're not like really sending this home hard enough. Like, it is about the fact that they are not being held accountable, that they're doing these things, and they're not. There's no punishment for it. There's nothing. There's nobody actually like holding them accountable for the shit that they're doing. Wow, you killed that person?
Standing.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I know you didn't kill him.
Up and like you're talking like this, and the violence and the blood on your hands and your tough guy routine is once more belied by the fact that your cowardly ass told your audience to break their law and put their bodies on the line, and you yourself are unwilling to head out there and do it. The truth is that you want ICE to be disbanded, and you're looking for a reason for that
At this
to
point,
happen,
yes, I do.
And you want the violent conflicts to occur.
You want the violent conflict?
And the last thing I'll say is,
go ahead, Rob.
thank you. Last thing I'll say is, why don't we see this sort of violence in places like Texas and Florida, where ICE is operating?
You do see the violence in these places.
And they're
You see
operating
them in
specifically.
Chicago,
They went to Minnesota for a reason, though, as well. Like, they went to Minnesota
because Minnesota refuses to cooperate. Correct.
No, because of the Shirley shit. But I want Wick to respond to your substantive point, which is kind of like,
I'm waiting for a substantive point to be frank.
No. He had a point there, which is essentially that he's accusing you of hedging, and basically you said what you said about illegality, and now you're kind of softening it a little bit, and you're kind of like happy when the violence occurs because it'll just like help further cement your ideological point. Go ahead.
First of all, I have specifically said I don't want the violence to occur. It's been frustrating because this whole time I'm saying I like waffles, and Rob is like, "Oh, bro is saying he hates pancakes," and it's very frustrating when someone just continuously lies about what you're saying. When I say, "Hey,"
that's actually like he's totally correct here. Everything he just said is totally correct. That is what Rob's doing. Where like he makes one claim, and he assumes he's making the opposite claim. They're throwing fucking gas bombs and then saying we're getting the Jews. Holy shit, dude. These motherfuckers, bro.
I want to stop the violence. Hey, if you're going to confront ICE, if you're going to approach ICE, do it non-violently. And I specifically, not only in this conversation, but in the conversation I had on my stream on Saturday, said that specifically. And Rob here is knowingly lying because he knows that he's been destroyed in this, that he looks like a fool,
fucking
that
destroyed,
he
dude.
is a coward because, again, he hasn't come to me
Fucking
with
rickety
any of this.
wrecked.
He came to you. Behind my back,
no,
thinking and hoping I wouldn't find out.
Yeah, again, the he came to you behind my back, the whole cowardice thing. That's not really accurate. That's not accurate at all.
I want to say a couple things. So first of all, with you, Wick, I don't think you're advocating for violence. You have like a track record of being very, very anti-violence and force, and so I don't think like I happen to agree with you on that point. That said, on like the behind the back thing, like we were chatting and I was responding to a specific legal point, and he's like, "Why don't you come on?" And we did it, and it's like 12 o'clock, and so I do understand that it might feel bad for him to bring it up to me first and not like message you initially, whatever. But yeah, Rob, why don't you respond to that? So why is it okay for you to bring that up with me and not go to him first?
I would say that Wick himself knows that. You're trying to tell me that Wick has never talked about bad behavior that he saw of other streamers without first contacting them? All three of us know that's bullshit. What I'm telling you is I didn't even hear that. You go back, watch my show. I didn't even hear of...
Trade what? You have a what? Watch out, watch out, watch out. Yeah, it was glitched in the corner there, sorry. What do you want for the deadline?
Nobody needs it.
I don't need it, but I'm asking what you wanted for it.
Oh, a Tempest blueprint.
I don't have a Tempest blueprint. I don't like we have it on us. You want the Philion blueprint?
Yeah, fuck it. Oh, what is that? What is the feed?
It's a yellow gun. Yeah.
I already had them.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
What are you trying to trade? Deadline.
I'm glitching.
Of what Wick said, and I said, give him the benefit of the doubt. He probably didn't say something like that. And someone said, no, I sent the video in your chat. He specifically tells people to obstruct ICE. They have a moral obligation, and they'll get arrested to break the law.
Say it again.
He specifically says it. Right. See? And so once I found that, and then
Because
I was going to talk to Pisco, I was like, that's interesting because we were talking about incitement to insurrection, and then it's clear that that's what
It's
Wick
not
is doing.
incitement, dude. It is so.
People to
It's not saying you have a moral obligation to do something illegal is not the same thing as
You think he did a
inciting
crime?
somebody
You think he
to
did a
do it.
crime? Because incitement's a crime.
My claim is the following:
Like again, like incitement is like a way more specific than that, where you actually have to be like inciting somebody to do something specific, not in general. So if I just said like, I think insurrections are good, I think it's fine to do insurrections. That doesn't mean that I incite, if somebody later goes and does an insurrection somewhere, that I incited them to do it. That is not how that fucking works, and it's kind of insane that that's what Rob thinks. Like, is fucking wild. I don't know. Seriously, it's hard to tell if he's just fucking stupid or is this dishonest. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, bro. This is so retarded.
Standard that was used to say that Trump incited an insurrection because he said things like fight like hell, and then you saying, oh no, but it had to do with his intent. It is clear that Wick's intent is to, Wick, just answer some questions. Is it your intent to prevent ICE from carrying out the law?
No.
It's not.
No.
Oh, okay. So then you.
I think
what are you
the
obstructing? Oh, you're obstructing what they're doing.
I think they're breaking
what they're doing,
the law.
but
I think they're brutalizing people, civilians. I think that they're intimidating civilians and trying to shut down their First, Second, and Fourth Amendment rights. I think that they're engaged in Eighth Amendment violations with cruel and unusual punishment as well. I'm advocating for the law to be upheld.
Okay, but deal with the Rob's point about the Wick Decide standard, right?
Oh, that's what I need. A rotary encoder. I don't even know what this fucking is. I don't know what the fuck. What is a rotary? Rotary encoder arc ravers. What the fuck is that? This thing? I don't know what the fuck that is. Apparently I have a mission here where I need a rotary encoder, and I don't know what the fuck that is. I've got a quest. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is, and every time I come in here and see that, I'm like, shit, dude, I don't know what the fuck that even means.
Right? Well, the Wick Decide, like, people could say that about...
I don't outsource my decision-making to anyone. Yes, of course, I'm going to use my own judgment. So you're the arbiter of the law? Absolutely, I'm going to use my own judgment. Do you not?
No, I don't consider myself the arbiter solely of what's legal and what's not.
I consider myself the arbiter of what is moral for me.
Quote, I don't know the law. It's laughable.
Yeah, it's the fact that you're the arbiter of what you think. You're the arbiter of your opinions of the law and what you believe. Yes, that is you are the arbiter of that. I feel like that's fairly intuitive. It's maybe not for Rob again. Okay, we're talking about Rob here, so I don't want to get into like normal human intuitions. You know what the normal human brain is able to understand. But for the rest of us, yeah, I think that when it comes to like what your opinions are on something, I believe you're going to be the arbiter of that. That is maybe a special opinion of mine that you know. It's an odd opinion that maybe I'm a rare person for having, but yeah, that is my belief that when it comes to your opinions, you are the arbiter of those.
Obstruction of ICE carrying out the law because he thinks that the deportations and the way they're doing it are illegal, correct?
Yes, I do.
There you go. So he's advocating for the
hold on. The deportations may or may not be illegal. I don't know. But the way that they're doing absolutely is not only illegal, but more importantly, let me finish. More importantly, it's immoral.
Okay, don't care about the morality, your opinion on the morality. So, one, the 4 standards for an insurrection, according to you, Pisco, was that it's a
assemblage, use of force, or intimidation.
Are you recommending people assemble?
No, but he could...
No, he didn't tell people to go out to do these things. He didn't say go out and find ICE officers and do X, Y, and Z. Again, that is a important distinction in the way that Rob keeps talking about this shit and what's actually being said in all of these scenarios. He's not telling people to go do this. He's not telling people to go out and find people to do this. He's just saying that if they come to your door, lie to them. Like, that's not an assemblage. You don't have to assemble for somebody to come to your fucking door, dude. It's not everybody make sure that you assemble so that the ICE officers can come to your door and knock on your door and ask you questions. Like, what the fuck? How is this even a question right now? How is this a real fucking conversation? What the fuck is happening?
He could say
I said, hold on, again, assemble to do what? I say, if you see ICE,
yes,
okay,
assemble to do what, dude?
You get out your phone, you hit record. If you see ICE and they come up and they ask you, hey, where's the Spanish population? Where's the immigrant population? You ain't
Where's the
seen
brownies?
Nothing. That's the specific things I'm calling for.
Donde
I don't
está
know,
el
like, is that an
ese?
assembly? Do you hear an assembly there?
Yeah, so I'll go further. I think.
Okay, so you hear an assembly there.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, you think that me saying
I
these
hear
things
an
is
assembly.
me
Yeah,
calling for an
I'll go
assembly.
even further than
I
that.
think that you've gone further to say
Okay,
more
no,
than
answer
that.
my question,
Actually,
No,
motherfucker.
but it's
Answer my
not
question.
explicitly calling for an assembly.
Yes, it's not calling for an assembly
Of
at all.
course he is. He's
I'm
going
not
to lie
asking people
now.
to gather
He'll
together
lie
into
now.
groups.
He'll lie now and say that he's not calling for it. He said specifically.
Hold on.
He didn't just say. He didn't
Hold
say
on.
just like.
You're lying about me.
That wasn't even the question. The question was like, Wick gave his statement and then said, "Do you call that an assembly?" And Rob said yes. And now he's moving the goalpost to like, well, no, that initially what you said was an assembly. So, okay, bro, you can make that claim, but you need to answer the fucking question first and say, no, that's obviously not calling for an assembly. But that's not what you said. But to try to like now backtrack off his claim and be like, well, no, that's not what you said. That wasn't the fucking question, bro. That wasn't the question at all.
Wait, let him respond. Let him respond. But why is he calling for an assembly?
He didn't say just like. He said that you should get out there. You should follow them. You should record them all.
Yeah.
You should prevent them.
Yeah, but that's
from
not an
doing
assembly,
things
right?
That I think's unlawful.
Of
Yes,
course
he's
it's not an
recommending
assembly.
that groups of people do that.
Well, oh, so you're
Of
saying
course it's not assembly. No assembly is being called for.
Oh, so you don't think that you're
Can
not
I do that
saying
all on my own?
Hey, should we all go out there and
No,
protest
can I do that all on my own by myself?
I just want to be clear.
I can do that all on my own,
do you
Rob.
think that I can do all those things that I mentioned on my own by myself? Do I need
Yes.
anyone else to do that?
Yes, you could do them on your own. By
Okay, but
yourself.
even assume he was calling.
Now you'll answer. Now you'll answer my two questions. Did you say that you're going to do it on your own by yourself, or did you call for your audience to do it?
I said it's your moral obligation
Answer,
to,
did you
which
say, "I'll do it
implies
on my
that it
own"?
is both my obligation
would do
to
it on my
and their obligation to,
Did you say
and
I would do
frankly,
it on my
your
own, or did you
obligation
say
to.
them?
So he was talking. I watched the video. He was talking to his audience for sure, but
Sure.
but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's calling for all his audience to like get together,
If you have
right?
a moral obligation to do it, why haven't you?
Because ICE isn't in my neighborhood.
So what? So it's okay if they're committing their abuses a couple hour drive away?
Look, there's someone being murdered across the country. If I was there, I would have a moral obligation to prevent that if I could.
Isn't this kind of like the if you want higher taxes, why don't you donate money to the government
No,
argument?
it's nothing like that at all. His argument.
No, this is because he's saying like you have to be a again you have to go out and engage in fuck, I just said the word earlier, now I'm blanking on it. What was the term that I used a little bit ago where we're talking about like if like Batman is he goes out and finds like bad guys and tries to take them down and what's the term I'm looking for here? A vigilante. He's conflating like what it is that they're talking about with a vigilante, and now acting like, yeah, if you just say that in this scenario, if you're in this scenario, you know, you would be you should do X. Now this means that you like have to go out and find those people. This is exactly what he did to me in my conversation with him as well. As he kept saying, like, I kept saying, yeah, if you're like standing there and ICE people who are claiming to be ICE, but they have no uniforms on, they have no badges, and they're just like grabbing people and running off with them. Like, yeah, you have an obligation to stop those people from kidnapping your neighbors and running off with them. And he's like, well, then why don't you go out there and try to find them and stop them? It's like, what? Try to find who? Like, well, you know where the ICE raids are happening. So those are ICE raids. I'm saying if they're not ICE raids, like, what do you mean? This is not the same thing. It's me saying if you're standing there when this happens versus You should go find where this is happening and stop it yourself. These are drastically different claims, dude. But yeah, Rob, I don't know. I think he has like issues with definitions a lot of times, as you can see with the conversation that they're having with the current conversation that they're having about what is it, insurrection? Fuck, I didn't get either one of them. This gun shoots so fucking... Oh, no. This gun shoots so slowly when it's not upgraded enough.
These are
No,
people that are
he's
domestic
arguing that I
terrorists.
should. He's arguing that I said that he's implying at least that my moral obligation would entitle me to go and move across the country and spend lots of money. Nowhere did I imply that. Nowhere did I say that. Rob, once again, is just fucking lying.
you would
because
take
he's
a flight.
fucking liar. And frankly, Rob is just too stupid to have this
Personal best.
conversation.
Let's go.
His IQ
really
is
is.
below Somalian level.
The fact that you would
Somalian level? That was fucking racist. First of all, it's
I know,
Somali.
no, maybe that was a little too far.
Why the
I'm
fuck
sorry,
did you
I'm
say
sorry,
that?
sorry. Little,
That's fuck.
I thought that was funny. I thought that was fucking... I think that's kind of base that he said that. That's fucking hilarious. That he just said he's below Somalian level, dude. That's kind of fucking funny. But yeah, like it's obvious Rob's just not like equipped to have these sorts of conversations. Like this is actually embarrassing. I don't know if he's just like super emotional about this or something, but damn, dude, this has been fucking embarrassing, bro.
Stop, stand up for the Somali community. Elwick.
It's a little fucked up, but
He's a wannabe
that
tough
said,
guy, that's why he said it. Now, the
here's the
truth
deal,
is, that's
right?
not what he-
This
Wait,
idea
wait,
he
wait,
has to
Wait, Rob. Let Wick have a sentence to clean up what he just said, and then Rob can respond. Okay? Take your sentence.
Sure. So this idea, right, that and this has been throughout this conversation, where he has had to insert things that I didn't say. He's had to lie about what I actually said. He has to pretend that I didn't say things that I did say in order to try to force like this point that I have somehow done something cowardly.
One sentence you had here.
Yeah. So Rob, respond to that, please.
No, let me finish.
Just finish up real quick, and then Rob, you can respond.
And I want to be very clear, is that I'm not calling for an assembly, and the fact that he thinks I did is laughable.
I don't think it is, but
that I'm not calling for violence. I've specifically called
you did say
for
that,
violence.
Yeah.
It's just.
But you did
crazy.
call for. I think a reasonable person listening to that thinks that you're calling for obstruction, and the crime of obstruction. Now I'll take you at your word because of your reputation for being against violence, and I think it's a strong reputation. I think even Rob would grant that, and I think that's why Rob gave you the benefit, because I did hear him giving you the benefit of the doubt. So I did think he would grant the reputation part, but I did, as I heard it. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead and respond, Rob.
So what you can see is, as my racist opponent here wants to say things, the key is, it's not just that I'm saying he's immoral because he doesn't go do it. I'm saying he's immoral because he is literally telling people to break the law, which he is unwilling to do. Imagine having such a moral certainty.
You keep saying I'm unwilling to do it.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Shut up. Would you shut up? Right?
You keep lying. If you stop lying,
wait. Just let him finish.
Why haven't you? Now, the truth is, he is telling people to break the law. That's what makes this unique. He's not telling people, hey, you should volunteer at the soup kitchen, and me saying, why don't you volunteer at the soup kitchen? He is telling his audience that things are so bad that these are domestic terrorists, that they should be treated like pedophiles, that they have the moral obligation to obstruct justice and break the law. That's what he's doing, while he himself has not done that. That's what's hypocritical about it. That's what makes him a coward. If he feels this is such an important issue that he is suggesting that his audience put themselves in harm's way, where they are likely to interact in a violent confrontation with ICE, because he's not just saying lie, he's also saying, if in your judgment they are going too far with the apprehension or the execution of the law, then morally you must intervene. That's what he's saying. That's exactly what he suggests. In fact, he is specifically saying that what Pretti did was moral and righteous, and he and his audience
Yeah,
should
what
do that.
Pretti did
And
was
how
moral
did-
and righteous.
how
Yes,
did
I
that
will
end
stand
up
by that. That's the first right
Stop
thing you said.
interrupting, Wick.
But what were the
Stop
two
interrupting,
examples
Wick.
I used?
Stop interrupting,
Okay. Wait.
Shut the fuck up, Wick.
Finish up, Rob. Wait, finish up, Rob, and you'll be able to explain. Wait. So
Your
finish up,
fake
Rob,
tough guy
and
shit's irrelevant. I'll finish. Now, what happened with Pretti? He was killed. That's what Wick is recommending. He is recommending that people put their lives on the line, that they intentionally obstruct. That's what he's doing. I'm not making up. He literally said, break the law. You'll get arrested.
Pretti didn't break the law.
He said.
I don't think Pretti broke the law either.
Yeah, Pretti didn't obstruct. Pretti didn't break the law. The fact that he got killed.
Okay, but deal with the criticism.
I'm gonna finish my point.
Okay, go for it. Yeah.
The idea that like saying your interpretation of whether or not he broke the law is irrelevant. What you were saying is two things. One, people should break the law, and second, people should prevent ICE from apprehending people like Pretti did, which led to him dying.
Here,
That's
the
what
problem
happened.
with this conversation is you bring up like 10 lies, and I can't address them because I forget what you lied about in the first place.
Okay, so
can we address this point by point?
So Wick, I remember.
Go to jail or be in a violent altercation with ICE. That's what you're doing.
Wick,
and you're doing it from the comfort of your home while you're unwilling to go out there and do it yourself because it'll cost money. So much for your faux fucking moral obligation.
Okay. Wick, these are the criticisms.
'Cause
The
it'll
first one
cost
is
money.
related to your hypocrisy that you don't actually do the things that you are advocating others to do. Can you address that first, and then I go to the other ones?
He says I'm unwilling. Of course I'm willing. Again, just proximity has again, you have a moral obligation to protect someone who you can protect, right? You have a moral obligation if you see something to say something. If I see ICE, if ICE comes to my neighborhood, if these things happen, then absolutely I have a moral obligation to do those.
So you were saying that the same that you would apply to other people.
Just real quick,
Yeah.
I'm not calling on anyone to go to Minneapolis. I'm not calling on anyone to move. I'm not calling on anyone to go into any specific place. Never, nowhere will you find me a clip of me ever saying that. Rob is simply misrepresenting.
So the standard you're saying is I am
lying.
applying my standard. My standard isn't go to these places. It's in your day to day and within a reasonable distance of what you're doing. Do that. Okay. The next criticism was that the nature of their advice is dangerous. That even if you think it's morally justified by your own view, that it will cause bad things. If listened to.
I will admit that it is dangerous, but it is only dangerous because of what ICE is doing and how they are acting. And I think that you have a moral obligation to put yourself
100%.
in danger because you are. And I want to be very clear. If you exercise your First Amendment right around an
My bad. I didn't realize that was blocked the entire time.
ICE agent, you are putting yourself in danger. There is a chance that they will beat you, arrest you, or even kill you.
I actually agree with that. I agree with that.
Obligation arraigned.
I agree with that. Given some of the findings of these court decisions about what they're doing with these people, even who are doing nothing illegal, but
it is
that's
dangerous.
Okay, but
Yes,
like
that's true.
let's
But that doesn't,
put to this.
you
I agree.
can you just let me finish, please? You still just because something is dangerous doesn't mean that your moral obligation to do it goes away.
Okay, but put aside the clearly lawful stuff where there's an inherent danger, and I think Rob wouldn't have a problem with you advocating for that for like peaceful protests or whatever, even though it's dangerous. Now get into
I would
the
even
obstruction.
argue. Yeah, I would even argue it's more dangerous in the long term not to do these things. If no one was recording ICE, they would be able to get away with a whole lot more, and the danger level to the citizens of the United States would increase exponentially.
Okay,
and it would cement their power.
No one's talking about that.
Okay, but let's deal with the obstruction related activities as opposed from the arguably First Amendment protected activities relating to recording, being places, gathering, that kind of stuff. Let's talk about the obstruction related conduct. The things that I've heard you identify. And again, I'm putting out the protected stuff. Lying and preventing egregious sort of violations with your
Yes,
with
the
your physical
examples I
force.
use for egregious violations, just to be clear, is if you see ICE agents raping a woman, yes, I think you have a moral obligation to stop that. And it's so crazy, right, that anyone would suggest otherwise. And if
Yes, this is the again, Rob is like fine with crimes as long as the government's committing them. He is okay with like people committing crimes, not even just if the government's committing them, but just if he if there's a chance that the government's committing them, he's okay with the crimes then.
If you see them using excessive force, beating,
Define excessive
bloody, yes, sure. If they have 3 agents pinning a woman on the ground, they are beating her face in, pistol whipping her.
That's not a
kicking
definition
her,
of
you
excessive
see
force. That's an
blood,
example
you
of what
see-
excessive force. That's an example, perhaps an archetype example of what it would look like. But do you have like a more like force beyond what a reasonable officer would use at a given time? Because
that's the example. What I'm using is because
Okay.
that would pass the line where, like, okay, I'm now sure enough that I think intervening is an obligation.
So that's an example
And
of like kind of
intervening
minimum
can go in
threshold
several
of
different ways. I'm not
Okay.
and again, I'm very careful and I'm very, very clear to say, do not do violence, right? You intervene.
Unless in those
and you can
cases.
intervene.
But
Well,
you don't think it would be
in the rape
violence
case,
to
you
prevent
might.
that?
In the rape
Okay.
case specifically, you might. Okay.
Okay.
You might need to.
So there is some amount of violence, but only in the egregious moments where
Yes.
it raises to a certain level of depravity.
Yes, where it
Okay.
passes a threshold.
Okay, and that threshold
okay,
is
so then
quite
my
severe.
question
Go ahead.
is, I think he's being dishonest.
Yep. We
Okay,
haven't
all right.
gotten to all your lies, bitch.
I
Shut
think
up.
you're being dishonest.
Keep go. Keep going.
I think you're being dishonest. I can prove it. Was
Okay, go
Pretti
for it.
justified to
proved
intervene?
shit.
Was
Oh,
Pretti
okay,
justified
there
to
we go.
intervene for this woman?
Yes, absolutely.
Was she being pistol whipped by 3 people?
No, she had just gotten shoved to the ground though for absolutely no reason. And from what we saw in the way that they treated Pretti afterwards, there's like every reason to believe that that is what they were going to do to her. Because they did even try to pepper spray her and the other woman at point blank while they were beating him up.
In the way he intervened, that was
she being
perfect
pistol whipped
intervention.
by
No, let
3
me finish
people?
my
Was she
answer.
being
You're going
pistol
to ask
whipped
me,
by
let
3
me answer.
people? Was she being
Yes,
raped or
in the
pistol
way
whipped?
that no.
Yes, your answer is
Pretti
yes. She was pistol
intervened
whipped by 3
in a
people.
way that was suitable to what was going on.
So
Well,
the
okay, what was
intervention.
going on?
So you're saying
It
I
was
think what
not
he's saying, Rob,
illegal.
is that that in this case what he's doing doesn't rise to an obstruction. That what he's doing
Yes, he was not obstructing
is
in any way,
legal
shape, or form.
conduct. Okay, but
Being illegal.
that's his view though. I'm just saying that's his
Should
view.
you get in between? Should you get in between law enforcement and a woman if they pepper spray and push her?
In the
Sometimes
way
yes,
that Pretti
sometimes
did,
yes,
that was
yes,
perfectly
right?
acceptable, and yes, you
I think
should.
that it's so. What you can see is that Wix.
See, yeah, he's okay with them committing crimes. He's all right with the government committing crimes as long as it's the government and as long as it's there's like a right-wing person who's behind those crimes, then he's okay with it. And this isn't just me like strawmanning him or like, you know, talking shit. He's literally said this before. He's literally said like, yeah, like we're gonna he thinks that this is what Democrats did. And so I don't know if he really thinks that. He says that that's what he thinks. I don't know if he really believes that, but yeah, he acts as though that's what he thinks Democrats did, and so now he tries to justify everything that Republicans ever do by saying that Democrats did it.
Interpretation of when it will be excessive force is ludicrous. He would even say this was excessive.
Hold on, you
force
think that
that
was
just-
not excessive force, what they were doing
No,
to that
I
woman?
do not think pepper
You don't
spraying
think-
and shoving someone is excessive force.
But you don't.
Well, wait, it depends on what they're doing it for, though. They're saying that in general, yeah, no, in general, it's not necessarily, but if they didn't do anything, if they're not being violent, then them being violent towards that person is excessive force. There's no reason for them to be violent towards this person if they weren't violent first. That's obviously excessive force.
Don't even know what she did, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what did she do that?
How would you
deserved that?
determine if it's excessive?
No,
if you don't know
make
the
him answer the question. What did
Yeah.
that woman do that deserved her being to push on the ground multiple times and pepper
Uh-oh.
sprayed in the face?
She was pushed on the ground once at the time that he intervened, and she was pepper sprayed because she was asked to
Okay,
get
what
out
did she
of
do to deserve
I'm-
that?
Are you going to listen?
Are you
Tough
gonna
guy
answer
who
the
wants to
question?
send people. Yes, I'm answering the question, and you're interfering because you want to be a tough guy
Interfering,
and send people to
Tough
break the
guy,
law
I'm
in
just
your
asking
stead.
you a question, man.
This is like
Then
Dark
the
Wick.
answer-
This is like Exodia Wick. I've never seen this. Wick
It's
before.
very dark.
Zodiac. I'm simply asking you.
Okay,
what-
okay.
Yeah, dude,
so
I'm dark. I'm cool.
What did
I'm
no?
dark,
Can
I'm
you answer the
still
question,
able to
Rob?
break the
What
law.
did that woman do?
Rob,
that
answer.
justified
Rob's
the
answer.
question
Let him
down
answer.
and
Yeah,
pepper
answer.
spraying her?
Let him enter.
She was blaring a rape whistle in an officer that was trying to carry out lawful duties and obstructing vehicles and obstructing the officers. They had the right to pepper spray and
Can you
push
show
her
me that?
away. Yes. Watch the
Okay,
video.
show me that. Go ahead.
Yes, watch the video. You deny?
Yeah, I didn't see her blow a whistle once.
You don't think so?
Wait. Do you deny it, or do you say you don't know?
I never saw her blew the whistle once. I never saw her
But you don't know,
actively
right?
obstructing off.
You're not saying that you know that she
And
didn't
I'm
do it. You're
asking-
saying that you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But Rob is saying he does, and I'm asking him
Okay,
to prove
yeah,
it.
Fine. Yeah, prove it.
Okay. Let me see here.
Wow.
Now, once I prove beyond a shadow or beyond reasonable doubt that she was doing this, you're going to say, never mind, this was justified and Pretti was wrong?
No, I don't think
Of
that
course you
blowing
won't.
a whistle.
It
isn't
won't. See, so it
justified
doesn't even
officer
matter.
pushing her down.
It won't even
But
matter.
you made a claim, and
There
I'm
you
asking
go.
you to
It
back
won't
that
even
up.
matter.
So let's just see if you can back up
It
this.
won't matter. As
Alright,
you
well-
can see,
So
it
you
won't
can't
matter.
back up this claim? Is what you're
In
saying?
here? Do you see the screen I'm sharing?
No,
Hang on a second.
hold on. Give me a
Oh,
second.
that's your fucking stupidity, tough guy.
No.
Perhaps you should learn more about
I
that
didn't have it
rather
on.
than telling people to break the law.
Yeah, learn more about Discord, bro. Maybe you should learn more about Discord before you want to talk about the law. Got him.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm watching the stream now.
Hang on. I'm gonna show it so you guys can see. Oh, actually, I can't. Oops.
Oh,
sorry,
who are
guys.
you sending it to?
This is
Which one am I?
It's being shared on the Discord.
Okay.
No, sorry, you
I'm
guys can't see
watching.
it. You can watch on Rob's stream though.
See the woman in the orange leaning forward, blowing the whistle?
I don't see a whistle.
She's blowing something. It looks like.
Got her hand in front of her face.
She has her hand in front of her face. Click. Click. Come on. She has her hand in front of her face? Yeah, that's what somebody would have to do to blow a fucking whistle, bro. What do you mean? I don't see a whistle. I don't know if she has a whistle. Her hand's in front of her face. Shit.
Someone's blowing a whistle.
If someone's blowing a whistle, but I don't know if it's her. Her hand's in front of her face. I don't know. When she's doing this the whole time, but every time the whistle sound happens, she's doing this, so I can't see. I can't see what's. That's fucking hilarious, bro. That's good shit.
Was there? Hold on. Was there a whistle in her hand when she did that? When she got pushed?
That's a good question.
I don't see one. So Rob, are you going to admit you lied?
Rob, we can't hear you if you're talking.
It's
Sorry.
very quiet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh,
My
his
computer.
His computer, yeah, his crashed.
Oh, his computer? Uh-huh. Okay.
No, his computer did crash
Yeah,
before.
she was blowing a whistle at them. They were trying to get her away, and she was getting in the face.
Was
of
there
the
a
officer.
whistle in her hand when she got pushed?
I couldn't see. There probably
Yeah, there
was,
wasn't.
unless she dropped it. And
And
We don't know
you
that.
said
Yeah,
she got pushed.
So yeah, so the fact that that's why they're pushing her is because of a whistle kind of gets debunked if she's not blowing a whistle at the time that they do this. There is nothing for them, like, again, there is no like threat to them. The claim is that her blowing the whistle is a threat to their eardrums, that like she could do bodily harm by blowing the whistle right in their eardrums. But if she's not in their ears and she's not blowing the whistle at the time that they shove her, then that claim is out the fucking window. Like, you can't try to stand by that anymore.
obstructing justice, blowing the whistle, screaming and getting in law enforcement's faces. They were ushering her off a road where vehicles were trying to aggress and they were trying to do their job.
So
yeah, but
you
at the
said
time the
that
force
she
was
had a whistle.
applied, Was
Yeah,
that?
I don't think that.
How is that
Yeah, that
tailored to
didn't happen.
the obstruction?
Because it's, as you know, Pisco, it's not just at the time the force was applied, it's what was going on prior. The obstruction that would tantamount to basically physical violence by blowing something in your ear like that.
No, again, no, you can't just say they did something 5 minutes ago, therefore I can do this now. Like, that is not how that fucking works. You have to, there has to be like a threat at the time that they are trying to stop the threat. You can't just say there was a threat at one point, therefore now I can do this whenever I want. Which is, yeah, part of like what conservatives are doing now by showing a video of Pretti a week before and then being like, ah, see, look, see, he was violent, see how violent he is? So that it doesn't matter if he was violent a week before, bro. It's 11 days before. Like, you can't just point at any random thing and then be like, yep, got him. There was a point in his life when he was violent, so...
To the point where they said, okay, get the fuck back, we're trying to do this, and she continues to push forward to the officers, justifies them pushing her.
GG's.
She wasn't pushing forward to the officers. That officer rounded on her, advanced on her, and pushed her.
Yeah, that's right. He pushed her. Far worse, which occurs all the time that we see in riots, left wing and right wing.
So what?
Hold on. Let's stay with this event. You made a claim. I'm asking you to back it up.
Well,
wait, who cares if the worse has happened? What is it? Oh, because worse has happened at some point, now this is justified? Like, what the fuck are we even talking about now? Who cares if worse has happened at some point? It's so stupid.
He just explained it. Wait, he explained that the previous actions, although we don't know the time between when that occurred and when the push happened, but it looks like it's, I mean, I'm going to presume it's similar, close in time, given, you know, when the video was taking place and who was recording. But let's just assume that it's like somewhat close in time, at least just for this present purpose. He's saying she wouldn't need to have it in the moment the push occurs, given that the officer like would have known that she did it already, and it's useful.
No, that's a silly standard. If she stopped doing it, the force is no longer justified.
That's bullshit.
No, it's not. That's the bullshit law.
Okay, so to be clear, if she smacks the officer in the face and then just backs up, he doesn't have the right, as she's still getting in his face, to push her?
If she stopped doing the action and is no longer a threat, yes. You do
That's
not
not
have
true. She's still, they're allowed to aggress her.
Again.
So, Pisco,
What about, like, what if
someone
she slapped
punches
him,
someone?
and then a day later he comes and pushes her?
We're not talking about a day later.
Okay,
The
but we are
analogy's
talking about a time passing, and enough time can pass where you are no longer, in your view, entitled to push them down, correct?
So I just want to be clear. Your interpretation of this is
my interpretation of this is you don't have to tell me what my interpretation is. I can simply tell you what my interpretation is.
I punch a law
I can tell you.
officer.
I can simply tell you.
I punch a law
If I go and I
let's pause. Wait. Let's okay. All right, Rob, go ahead. So punch an officer and then you walk away.
I punch a law enforcement officer, and the moment my knuckles slide off his face, now the officers can't do anything.
Okay, are we talking about a punch here?
Well, no, the principle. The principle is, yeah. I think the principle that Rob is trying to get at is, like, if it would be justified.
That may apply if she was physically violent, but she did not touch.
Well, then we'll just ask the question, like, if she were actively blowing the whistle at the moment that the push happens, would you think that the push is justified, and as well as
no?
So it's irrelevant. It's overdetermined. It doesn't matter.
So I just want to be clear. Wick. If someone follows you in perpetuity, everywhere, and blows that whistle in your ear, you would never be justified to push them, correct?
Of course, after a certain amount of time, it would. But was she following him forever? Was she following him forever?
You would be allowed.
Was she following him forever? 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 How many times did she blow the whistle, Rob? How many times? How many times did she blow the whistle?
Guys,
I'm asking
how many times did she blow the whistle?
Neither one of these questions are relevant. I don't know why we're even talking about this. This is the weirdest fucking conversation. Like, both of these motherfuckers right now have lost the plot. This is super weird. I don't know what the fuck is happening anymore.
Hold on, answer my question. How many times did she blow the whistle?
Okay, I answered the question
17 times.
Now answer my question.
17 times?
Yes, now
Yes.
answer my question.
Okay.
Rick.
How many? What was the amount of time that took period? Did
Rick,
she do it
how many
17 times in
Rick, how
10
many
seconds,
times?
2
How many
seconds, 1
times-
second?
Hey, Wick, how many times could someone blow a whistle?
Hold
in
on.
your ear
If
before
we
you're
those
allowed to
17
do that?
times
Rick, how
count
many
as the
times?
consecutive use of force, just like those 3 bullets for Renee Good. By the way, they should all be counted as
I'm not
one.
answering any questions
So
until you
those
answer
17
mine.
times, right?
I'll be quiet, and
How
then,
long
I'm
of
just
time
going-
passed? in
Okay,
this?
wait. Okay, hang on. So let's. I have to go in a second, and I want Rob to finish his point, and then we can all like do our final statements because I do have to go.
Sure.
But Rob, finish your point, and then we can have our final statements.
How many times does someone allowed to blow a whistle in your ear before you're justified pushing them back?
Okay, you can answer quick.
Sure. More than once, less than a million. I don't
Okay,
give you. I
that's an
don't
answer.
got a Loki. We can't Loki's
Cool.
wager this. I don't
That's
know the
great.
exact
Great.
limit.
So Wick,
But I
Wick
can
just-
say, let me
There
answer
we
your
go. Wick
question.
just said-
Let me answer your question.
You
Stop
answered, you
interrupting.
answered.
Stop
I find
interrupting.
your
Stop
answer-
interrupting. Stop interrupting.
I
Stop
find your
interrupting.
answer-
Let me answer your
you
question.
answered.
Stop
I will
interrupting.
now
Let me answer your
proceed.
question. Stop interrupting.
Wait.
Great.
So how
let me
would
answer
you
the
elaborate on
question,
that answer,
please.
Wick? Okay, go for it.
Chose
Like,
to
no,
not
I'm going to
act
elaborate
like
on
an
the answer,
asshole.
please, if you'd allow me. Right?
So you said more than one,
The
less than a
fact that
million.
We saw the
Yeah.
video. We saw the video. We don't have to use hypotheticals here. The amount of times that she may or may not have blown that whistle.
Rob said 17.
Did not justify in any way, shape, or form.
Well, no,
that
if
agent
it's more than
pushing
one,
her
it's more than
down
one
on
and
the
less than a
ground.
million.
Yep, it meets your standard.
Right?
She's justified pushing.
This is stupid, guys. Can you address the? Can you address the fucking? This is so stupid posturing.
It really
This is
is.
stupid
This is
posturing.
so-
Can we
it's
just like
all fucking
address
dumb as
the
fuck,
actual like before we do the finals? Can you address the actual like accusations of each other? Like Rob, do you really think Wick is advocating for violence?
Yes.
I don't know.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know how else I can say
I mean, you can say,
non-violence.
because
How many
you-
times do I have to say
Wick,
non-violence before you
Wick,
believe me? I don't know.
Wick, if ICE isn't acting in a gratuitous acts of violence, should you intervene with violence to prevent them?
Yeah, but you would grant that, Rob.
Again, there's
Rob,
a
you would grant
threshold
that.
there.
I'm asking.
Yeah, but you'd
yes or
grant
no.
that too. You would as well.
No, the problem
Yes,
is.
if 3 ICE agents were raping your wife, you'd kill them.
There we go. So now that we have this,
You wouldn't?
And he's
Would you not?
And he's suggesting.
Hold on. Would you not to stop them?
Would it be against
Would
the
you
law?
let them rape your wife?
Would it be against the law for me to stop them?
No.
Okay, you're
Self-defense.
You're advocating for breaking the law. It's your advocacy that we should break the law.
No, I'm advocating
that
to
is
do a
exactly-
certain
You wanna
set of
play the clip?
actions
You wanna
that
play
they
the
might
clip?
arrest you for.
You want to
That
play
might be illegal. I don't know.
Rob, you have to,
Ah.
Rob, you have to grant that. You have to grant that just because they might arrest you doesn't mean that you're doing anything criminal. Because they've arrested people for things that.
He's suggesting doing things criminal. He's already suggested. He admitted it.
Well, the thing is, I think I'm actually unsure, Wick, and I'm gonna be.
He just said that like they might arrest you for it. That doesn't mean you did something criminal. He literally just said that. So he didn't admit it. Now it does sound like he might be alluding to that. It's unclear right now, but he did caveat by saying like you know, just because they might arrest you for something doesn't mean that you did something illegal. So
Be honest with, like on this point.
Sure.
Are you saying that you should do things where it's like a gray zone legally? Because here's what I think. I think that peaceful protest is enough. There are obviously instances where we can't account for them, where like you would need to intervene, and any reasonable person would, like some of the examples that you're bringing up, and that Robert is even going to grant. But I think that like we should be clear, and I think you are when you say no violence and no force, except in those circumstances. And to the extent that you're talking about obstruction, it sounds like most of what you're talking about is legally protected, but like there's some of it is not, and that ambiguity concerns me a little bit.
I'm just really curious because I don't know, right?
So I think that it's like anything you're saying, or most of the things that you would say like in a traditional public fora.
What have I said
constitutes...
that isn't? I'm just curious.
Oh, I think lying to federal officers might be a crime.
Okay, well, I still think you should in most cases.
You think you should lie?
Let me ask you this.
Nice.
In the situation, let's say Pretti doesn't get down. If they try to then, after they push this one, would he been justified in doing more?
Like, what were they continuing to do to the woman?
If they were gonna continue to go down, try to arrest her, grab her, whatever, and she would have struggled and it would have led to an altercation?
Yeah, that's a good example.
Is he justified in doing more? In what way?
To like stop them from trying to arrest her. Yeah, so the hypo is...
It really depends on the context. I'd have to see what they were doing to give you a straight answer here.
Well, no, just accept the hypo. Don't fight it. And I think that you should... I think this is a good hypo, and I think this will put to bed the notion that you're advocating for like dangerous advice. So
you're trying to help him, Pisco. You're trying to help him.
How am I helping him? I'm forcing him to answer
he doesn't need to help
the question.
me. I haven't needed help here. I'm just giving you my honest answers. I don't know why.
So in this situation, so Rob describes a situation in which they push her down, and
they push her down.
Yeah, and for whatever reason,
spray her in the face with the thing.
For whatever
reason, doing to her what was done to him. Yeah.
I don't think that's a hypothetical.
I'll make it as clear as possible.
Okay.
They pushed her and sprayed her. Let's say she stands back up and they're about to do it again.
They're about to push her again. Then I think that putting his body in the way like he did, that's perfectly legal and acceptable.
But you couldn't touch him. Couldn't touch law enforcement.
You shouldn't touch law enforcement. No.
Okay, so if Pretti touched law enforcement, you'll admit he was in the wrong.
It depends on how.
Yeah, it depends on
you
how
said
you
you
touch
shouldn't.
them,
So if he touched them,
violently, I don't think you should do so violently.
So some of what he's describing, Rob. I think I'm trying to understand. Some of what he's describing as obstruction might in fact be criminal, but it might be the kind of like criminal slash actions which were like the kind of obstructive activities that maybe some civil rights protesters did, putting their bodies in the line. Like, for example, it's probably criminal to block the highways or some shit. But I'm guessing that's the kind of thing that you would be in favor of, Wick, in terms of civil disobedience type things, right?
A highway specifically, maybe
well, not okay, but like maybe a certain street.
I'll give you an example. Like when Rosa Parks refused to move from the bus, that was illegal, right?
Okay.
But I think that that was a moral stance to take.
Okay, so you're advocating for things that may in fact be criminal, but not violent, not forceful, except in those really edge cases. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Rob. Let's do final responses.
I think it's clear that he's not just saying that. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be suggesting. You could see by the fact that he thinks it was grotesque what was done to this woman. She was merely pushed and pepper sprayed.
Merely pushed and pepper sprayed.
Okay, how many people were nonviolent that was pushed and pepper sprayed on January 6th?
Man,
did you talk about the brutal violence?
January 6th was years ago. We're talking what's happening now.
So that's
gonna trigger him. That's gonna trigger him.
You had years to talk about it, so surely you talked at great length about how law enforcement went over the line with many people. Correct?
Tell you what, you can go back and watch my videos on these things, and you can figure it out for yourself.
Come on, Wick. I mean, we don't think that there was police brutality on that day.
What is specifically your question?
He's asking,
did you pushed and pepper sprayed?
Were there people pushed that shouldn't have been pushed? Perhaps, and that was wrong of the officers to do so.
Did you speak up about it?
Yes.
You did. Can you show me to any video where you showed this?
If you can show me where I saw an incident where I think that the cops were being too brutal, which
you did just say that you did talk about it, because I was going to say, like, in this moment, I probably would just say, like, I didn't see it, but if I did, like, I don't remember if I saw anything like that, but if I did, then I would have spoken out about it. But he is claiming that he did speak out about it, so now he's kind of put himself in a bubble here.
And can you point to an incident where you think the cops were being too brutal?
No, because they were fucking based. What are you talking about, Wick?
Yeah, like where can you at what point were the cops in January 6th too brutal to the protesters?
Well, for example,
I don't think they were.
Against some of the objections of some of the officers, they started to deploy less than lethal munitions, as some officers said that it was unjustified at the time. And these clearly were hitting people that were nonviolent.
Okay, I don't think you should beat up a police officer or an ICE agent for just merely using tear gas in a riot or something. I don't think
we didn't say about that. We didn't say. We said, did you object? Did you say that was violent?
Did you
intervene?
Intervene only when it's moral to do so, and I don't think.
We didn't criticize that because that's what I'm saying. Like we didn't criticize that actually because we thought it was reasonable.
Yeah, I think it was reasonable in those situations for the police to do
I
those
think
things.
it was reasonable for them to do, as ICE officers are being attacked all over this country
Okay.
by people that are listening to your advice.
Yeah, that's a difference of
suggesting
opinion.
they're-
That's where it is.
Right. That's why I don't suggest obstructing law enforcement as
Because
they're
it's
carrying out their
subjective.
duties. That's the difference. I'm not telling people to break the law. I didn't tell them on January 6th. I didn't tell the people post then, when many times I felt that the law was unfairly applied. Never once did I suggest it. Never once did I tell people to actively obstruct. That's what Wick's doing. Something that the coward is unwilling to do himself.
I keep saying I'm willing to do it.
Then go.
No, his prescription wasn't go to places. Wait, no, his
Yeah,
prescription.
I never
wait,
said
Rob,
to go
Rob,
to
you
places.
have to deal with that. That was a response.
He really, if he's gonna keep, I was about to say, I really wish Pisco would make him justify this. If he's gonna keep bringing up this stupid fucking point that like he has to go, then Pisco needs to get him to fucking justify this statement, because you can't keep bringing it up and then and getting away with this. Like it's such a fucking stupid argument. The fuck? Friendly, 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 friendly. Everybody friendly. We're all friends, friends. Okay.
Bonds.
Bullshit.
What do you mean it's bullshit?
I'm going to explain why. If you think these are literal domestic terrorists, if you think these are people that are so bad they should be treated as pedophiles, and you're watching it, and it's not outlandish, it's not like it's going to cost you millions of dollars, and you could go and do what you're recommending your audience do, and film these people, and obstruct these people, don't tell me you think,
Ooh.
don't stand on your fucking high horse and tell
Damn.
me how important you are and how
You can say
moral
it's a
you are.
ridiculous
I
standard,
don't
but
think
he
I
hasn't
said I'm
broken it. Wait,
important.
you can say it's a ridiculous standard, but he hasn't
said
broken
important
it.
at all.
Because you can say it's ridiculous. How's he broken it?
All right, I'm
Your
coming, I'm
audience
coming,
to
I'm
break the
coming, I'm
law,
coming.
Then be unwilling to do it yourself.
Wait, no, I didn't advocate to break the law.
Right.
And
He did.
Wick
All right, let's
is-
go,
no,
let's
but
go,
Wick
let's
is saying
go.
that he's willing to.
Everybody in?
certain circumstances, all the caveats we've already laid out.
I think
in
we're
certain
missing one.
circumstances,
It is absolute
within.
Yeah, we're missing one. You're coming. Okay, all right, that's everybody.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's go. GG's, homies.
In his home.
It is absolute moral cowardice.
Harmony,
Absolute
baby.
Moral cowardice to tell your audience to put their lives in jeopardy and to go break the law while you're unwilling to take the quick trip to
He
go
says
do
he's willing. Oh, the quick trip isn't part of
Yeah,
it.
can you give me a clip? Hey, hold on. I'll give you the W if you can find me a single clip of me telling my audience to go to Minneapolis.
It doesn't matter. You told them
Okay,
to.
so you can't find a single clip
You
of
told
me
them
telling my audience to go to Minneapolis. So when you say that I'm telling my audience to go out there
Yeah.
to go to Minneapolis,
Yeah.
you're lying, correct?
He is correct.
I didn't say you told them to go to Minneapolis.
He's saying that
Yes, no, he's saying that he's telling his audience to do something that he's not willing to do. And then when Wick says, "What is it that I'm not willing to do?" he says to go in, find these people and do it yourself. That he even said like you should go out, travel to Minneapolis. He did say this. He has said this numerous times. I don't know why he's fucking denying this now.
if this is so important, then you should be willing to. But I just don't think that
And it's not
that's
just
entailed.
Minneapolis. There's
Yeah, I don't
many
think
other
that's
places
implied in
that
what I
ICE
said,
are-
though.
Go to LA, go to New York, go to Chicago, wherever else ICE is operating.
I think ISIS
don't-
should be opposed, but I ain't going to Afghanistan or
That's
fucking thing.
That's right. This is such an important issue that you need to tell your audience.
I think the cartel should be
but
opposed.
Rob,
and
isn't
I
this your whole
advocate
fucking
opposing
shtick,
the
Rob? Where you're like,
cartels, but I'm not
if you
driving
support,
down to Mexico, am I?
isn't this your whole
You
shtick?
think
Like,
the border-
if you support America
Hold
giving
on, you
AIDS,
think that the border should be secured, but I don't see you going to the border.
Suggesting
Hey,
that
fair
people
point.
engage in lawful defense of the country is different than suggesting people break the
Uh-huh.
law
Yep,
and
yep, yep.
technically
Wait,
put
wait,
themselves
Rob.
in physical damage and then being unwilling
Not
to go
different.
do that yourself.
It's
You're
not
understating
different.
your broader point because
If
wait,
I
wait, wait.
raise to the point. No, I refuse to accept and you're blind for ignorance. Now, the
You,
truth is,
you don't get a choice. You're accepting it. You accept it whether
Wait,
you
wait,
like
wait,
it or
wait.
you like it or not.
I disagree. I'm not accepting it. You're the coward that's telling people to go break their law and put their lives in danger while you're not doing it yourself.
No, but
And
he's
you're
willing
like,
to.
Oh, if it ever comes towards me, I'll do it. Bullshit. Then go. You're a coward. Imagine you would be the person in the you.
See, he is saying he has to go. He is saying he has to go. Not that just that he's willing to go. He's saying he has to go, dude. He is such a fucking dishonest piece of shit, dude. He has said it over and over that he has to go. And then when they challenge him on it, he's like, oh, I didn't say that. And then as soon as they get off of it, he's immediately like, well, then you have to go. You better go.
I think this is the civil rights movement of the day. And imagine being like, yeah, I'd stick up.
This
but,
is
you know,
wild,
it's our
dude.
way, so I'm too busy. But hey, you guys should all do it. You guys should do it.
Wait, Rob. I think you're hiding your power level a little bit here, Rob, because I've heard you make this point about Ukraine funding, where you're like, if you want America to donate or to give money to Ukraine, you should be going to Ukraine to fight. And so, like, when you just say, well, no, this is just for like illegal stuff, I don't think that that's right. This is the kind of argument you deploy a lot about hypocrisy when it's not entailed. And I don't think that Wick has said, I want you to go out of your way to go to places that are in fact, you know, but just basically saying if in the course of your day to day, where it's not like unreasonably inconvenient, you see it. And now you might say that's ridiculous, that anyone who has that standard should also be willing to travel across the country. You might say that's ridiculous, but I don't think it's hypocrisy.
I don't give a shit what you think.
Oh, okay.
I think it is
Okay,
clear
all right,
rank
cool.
hypocrisy to suggest that people break
Unless
the law.
you're willing to go to the border
Wait,
tomorrow,
let him respond.
then I don't think that you
Let him
care
respond.
about border enforcement. Unless you're willing to go to the border and start patrolling, right? Put on your
You
little
made that point.
plate
Wait,
carrier
you made
and
the
start
point. You
patrolling.
made the
I
point,
think
Wick.
you're a hypocrite.
You made the point, Wick. Let Rob respond.
Situation. Telling someone to break the law and personally put their life on the line is different than saying that lawful policies that we have should be enacted. That our border could be protected by people using a legal means to.
Wait, but that is what they're saying. They're saying, like, he is saying that, like, yes, because ICE is breaking the law, people should not cooperate with them and help them break the law. They should not take part in breaking the law with ICE. Like, that is what he is advocating for, people to uphold the law.
You are suggesting people, if people follow your lies, the predictable outcome would be one, they get arrested, as you admitted, and secondly, that they would find themselves likely to be in violent altercations with ICE. It is not a burden that's impossible for you to meet, to travel a few hours to get to one of these places and actually do this. The civil rights movement of our time. You think these
Nor is it
people are domestic
impossible for you to
terrorism.
go to the border.
I'm not advocating that we.
Are you
should
advocating
have
for border
people
control?
I didn't advocate that people
Are
break
you
the law
advocating
to
for border
support.
control?
I'm not advocating that people break the law.
Are you advocating for border control?
Why does that? Okay, that's it. Wait, Rob. That's a distinction. That's a distinction. Why is it a distinction with a difference? Like, who cares if it's? Isn't it the whole thing? Like, your conviction is X. You think it's really important. Therefore, you should be willing to do it. So why is the legality? I know that's a difference. Why is that a difference with a distinction?
It is a different calculus when you were telling people to break the law, right?
But they're not. So it is a distinction. It is a distinction with a difference where you're saying, I'm not telling people to go out there to do it. I'm not telling them to go out and find these things. I'm not telling them to go find ICE officers and engage in this. I'm saying that if they're around, if they're doing this, this is what they ought to do. This is a drastically different prescription. That is a distinction with a difference. But then he says, oh, well, I'm not saying that you should break the law, so I shouldn't have to, you know, uphold my own standards. What does that have to do with anything? Like, who gives a fuck if you're, whether or not it breaks the law? That doesn't mean anything. If you're saying that you have to stand by a standard that isn't even the fucking standard that they're setting, now then you should be able to stand by the standard that you actually are setting. You should at least be able to stand by the standard that you actually are setting in reality.
Saying that you want certain laws enforced, right? And therefore, if you want them enforced, then you must yourself go volunteer to enforce those laws, is different than saying you want certain laws broken and you want people to put their lives on the line.
Yeah, it's different, but why does that matter for the hypocrisy point? I agree it's different.
Because the level of it is so staunchly.
Wait, let him respond.
You got a
Let him
dick in your
respond.
mouth there,
He's just
Wick?
stuttering.
You got a dick in your mouth
Whoa.
there, Wick? What was that?
What would be wrong with that? Are you homophobic?
What, having a dick
Now
in it?
you see, Wick is racist. You're homophobic.
Sure. Yes.
We're a little racist. It's okay.
Can you guys do
Okay,
I gotta go to bed.
all right.
The point is that, like, the disingenuous nature.
We
You're
can
right.
go to
You
the
can
bed,
do
yeah.
threshold things with anything, right? What I'm saying is the threshold's clearly different when you're suggesting people break the law and end up in violent confrontations with ICE. And you're unwilling to do so yourself. It is clear that he is a coward and that he doesn't think this issue is that important, or he would be there.
And you would be there in the
What's
border.
preventing you from going, Nick?
Okay, is he done with his closing statement?
Yeah,
Can I make
because
my-
if it's about the importance, then again, if you think the border is so important, you should go and patrol the fucking border, dude. Shut the fuck up. If you think if it's about importance and how important you think it actually is, then you need to go patrol the fucking border. Shut the fuck up, dude. This is such a fucking stupid point. Such a fucking stupid point, dude. Holy shit. I cannot believe he's like gone this far off the fucking deep end where he thinks this makes sense in the least.
Wait. So wait. So I think what Wick would respond to that, and we can tell me if you agree, is that that's not part of your prescription, and you don't think that it's like something you want to do to go to travel Minnesota.
Say that one more time.
What's stopping you from going to Minnesota? Is Rob's question.
I'm not advocating for anyone to go to Minnesota.
You don't want to go there right now, right?
It's cold, bro.
Civil rights matter as long as I'm comfortable.
Okay, can we
Yeah.
That's not. Yeah, he shouldn't have said. That was not a good look to say. It's cold, bro. I don't want to protect people and their rights if it's cold. I'm just saying that like we should protect people and their rights if it's like super convenient. Like that's not. All right.
Straight from the
I think the local community is important, and that you shouldn't abandon your local community to go off on some adventure.
The old Snaggletooth
Well, that is, yes, again, this is, I know I keep bringing this up, but this was my point when I argued this with Rob, as I said, you should be defending your own community. And I'm saying that if you're there and you see something happen in front of you, you should be willing to step up and stop people from kidnapping your own community members. You should be willing to stand up for them. But yeah, anyways.
It's treat them like pedophiles unless it's cold out.
All I'm saying is I'm not seeing your fat ass at the border. That's all.
I'm not advocating people break the law.
You're advocating for border control, but you're not willing to do it yourself.
I'm not advocating.
There was plenty of people who did. A lot of civilians went to the border to participate in border watches. I saw it on the news all the time. They went to the Canadian border too to do this, where we saw people all the time, civilians, helping border patrol and ICE agents find those border crossers. You advocated for that strongly, and you haven't done shit.
Tell me once.
You haven't done shit. You haven't been to the border. You haven't been patrolling.
Show once where Wick said. Show once where Wick said go to Minneapolis.
Wick.
You can't. You got wrecked again, Rob.
All right, let's
always going out
Rob.
and filibusters.
Let's get.
I'm dealing with two insurrectionist supporters. So
Me? Wait, what the fuck did I do? I've been moderating it. I feel like I've been pretty fair.
Nonetheless, the point I'll make is I never called for individuals to.
I didn't do anything. Nonetheless. This is ridiculous, bro. He's a fucking cartoon character, bro. Just making claims that every time somebody pushes back, just kind of just like, oh, whatever. Just hand waving everything. Every fucking time he gets fucking duped, he just said, who cares?
To go out and secure the border. Wick has called for individuals to go out and break the law.
And so give us your final.
Wow, strangely silent.
You having a heart attack?
Well, you know our response to that, which is like it's a difference, but not necessarily one with a distinction.
Yeah, there's no distinction. You just keep on saying, well, he wore a red shirt and he was wearing a blue shirt.
No,
it was on Tuesday, Wednesday.
Break the law.
And that makes it different for your prescriptions. That if it's a fervent prescription with respect to breaking the law, you should be willing to do it. But if it's a fervent prescription that is in accordance with law, you shouldn't be willing to do it. I just don't understand like where that principle comes from.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Saying that you, I mean, I don't know what to say. Pisco. I guess
course
I'll make
you
this as
don't.
clear as possible. I'll make this because you're both so stupid in bad faith. Yes.
I'm
I'll make this
stupid?
as clear
Wait,
as
wait,
possible.
is that an unreasonable
Yes,
question?
bro.
Why is fervent
no,
belief?
It is very. You, Steelman, what you think my argument is, Pisco?
I think basically you're saying that Wick views this as so important that he's willing to advocate something that is
I'm here to kill pops. I'm here to save you from the pops.
Stakes, the drastic stakes, that you should be willing to do essentially what's a minor inconvenience given those stakes and given what you're recommending. That's, I think, the Steelman, right? And that the failure of the mismatch between the way that he's presenting the issue and what he himself personally is willing to do, given the nature of what's stopping him from being in a place, that there's a mismatch there and that there's an inconsistency.
It's more than a mismatch. You're on the right direction. Someone that wants to go secure the border is at very little danger on physical health compared to actually challenging and obstructing.
Hold on, cartels. Hold on, aren't border patrol agents under threat? They have to wear fucking masks and hide their identity because they are under such threat from cartels and evil people who want to hurt them? Are you saying that they aren't facing a threat at the border?
And certainly is it less danger legally. Now, I know it's interesting that Wick wants to talk about the cartel.
Crazy.
I noticed he didn't have shit to say when 200,000 kids came up missing under the prior administration, or record numbers of people died at the
This
border.
is bullshit. We're gonna get to Carter Page in a second, and I have to go. Rob, we'll give you your last word, then Wick. So Rob, encapsulate the accusation against Wick. Do you stand by your accusations? Do you think that there's more evidence for them? What's your overall disposition? And then give your closing thoughts.
Overall disposition is people like Wick and probably Pisco as well that want ICE removed, defunded, or to stop enforcing the law, want to use violence and intimidation and law breaking, or ignore that violence, intimidation, and law breaking to get their political way. This is something the left does all the time. They did it in the Summer of Love. They're doing it now. And it, by the definition that they have talked about, meets insurrection. Wick is a fucking coward and a terrible person for instructing or recommending to his audience to not only put themselves in harm's way, but to break the law. As long as people like Wick have people that listen to them, which thank God Wick doesn't have a big audience, but as long as they do listen to that, this will make violent confrontations inevitable, which is what Wick wants and what the people like him want. They want people to die. They want people to get hurt so that they can say this justifies removing ICE. He ought to be ashamed of himself. I can't believe he has the balls to act like he has some sort of moral high ground when he is literally telling people to break the law. He has no idea what the fucking law is. He has a subjective interpretation of what violence is going too far from law enforcement, etc. And he's going to lead to people being killed, and he does not give a fuck. In fact, he would be happy not only because it would achieve his political ends, but the motherfucker, if one of his audience members was killed, would go on and make the story about him and brag about it. He is disgusting and despicable and a great representation of the left. And it's why we should not listen to these motherfuckers, because they'll sit there and gnash their teeth and scream about things like
Holy
insurrections
shit,
and
dude.
violent right-wingers, while at the same time
He's
all
fucking
morality
losing
is
it,
subjected
dude.
to them, and they'll literally advocate for the breaking of the law.
Wick, we'll give you your final response.
Certainly, I'll try to be very brief. Rob, when the federal agents come and they're pushing your wife, and I see them pushing your wife on the street, I will stand in the way, because what that would be doing would be they would be doing something wrong. I want to live in a world where people see federal agents of the state brutalizing civilians and do something to try to stop it. I have repeatedly said, do so non-violently unless very high thresholds are met, which you've agreed with. I've said repeatedly, right, that the main things that I want to do, and this is a thing I've repeated most of all, is to record, is to warn others. And the fact that you have to continuously lie about my position, I think the audience can see it. You're flailing, you're sinking, and frankly, I think that your defense of the indefensible, of this administration's continuous lies over and over and over again, of DHS, Kristi Noem, Bovino from the Lollipop Guild, all these people's continually lying to the American public about what happened, and you specifically lying about what we saw in that video, saying that Pretti had done something illegal or immoral, when in fact he's a true American patriot and hero who was gunned down in the street by federal agents, right? I don't know if they did it on purpose or as an accident or if there's an accidental discharge. I can't say. I wish there would be a fair investigation so we could find out. But the sad fact is, under this administration, there will be no fair investigation. They're not even investigating the good shooting, right? They actively tried to, they had to get the Minnesota State had to get a TRO, an emergency TRO, to prevent federal agents from destroying evidence in this case. That's insane, right? At the end of the day, I just think it's really clear that you're a liar and a loser, and you will always and continuously be sucking Trump's dick until you choke on it. That's all I got to say to you. Peace out.
Later, guys.
Did we get it? Okay. Let's go.
I was at a
Undefeated.
separate town hall in Minnesota last night where this moment happened to Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She was speaking when a man charged her at the lectern, and forensic examiners have now determined with high probability.
What'd you say? Okay, there was another thing. Let me pull it up. Okay.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza.
Just shutting people off to the possibility that that they'd get into politics and understand, okay, why does the AOC have to work in the system that she's working in? Why will Mamdani have to capitulate when he inevitably he's going to need to do things? He's going to have to negotiate to get those things done, and there are going to be people who say that he's going back on his word, he's not blah 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 blah. They're going to say all kinds of things without understanding why he's doing what he's doing, right? So my thing is, of course Hassan does that thing. I'm just trying to catch the people who are more reasonable and try to draw them over, and the way that I happen to do it, it just doesn't involve that shame part of it, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that nobody else should do it. I understand why Pisco and Hutch have the back and forth that they do all the time. I just think that I don't know. I just think it's different strokes for different folks almost.
Okay, last thought, Puffin, then we'll cycle you out. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just want to so a big part of why Kamala lost is because a lot of people that showed up to vote for Biden didn't show up to vote for Kamala. I understand that you're asking for a causal link from Hassan and these type of people's messaging to people staying home. I don't think you're going to get that. I think you're asking for a bit of a holy grail there when it comes to voter data. But I will say Hassan is still to this day saying that Kamala would have been as bad or worse as Trump. And
yeah, I think that, and if he, okay, to be honest, I don't watch the guy, but if he's saying that, that's a shit position. He should be made fun of that for that. Yes, I do agree with that. I just think that, I don't think that it's a holy grail to say it if that's what you're kind of gonna go on as far as
You have a defib on you? Well, not really. I was gonna see if you want to fight, and then you can pick me up if you kill me, and I'll pick you up if I kill you. But train's already here, so never mind.
treating
boring
and what kind of a threat these people are. That's all I'm saying.
You won't
right?
even go to Minnesota and
them,
protect the fucking immigrants.
This threat, then I
Coward.
need to see that these are the people I should be focusing my energies on. That's all I'm saying, right?
Have you ever seen data that would give you that information on any other?
I saw some data. I'm gonna be honest, it's been a while. I saw some data that did not indicate that, but it was also because there was it's not like people were coming out saying, okay, I didn't vote because of Hassan, right? I understand what you mean when you say it's hard to get that data. That's all I'm saying though, is that I just want to see something, right? If you'll give me the data, I'll look at it and say, yeah, okay, maybe this is a bigger threat than we thought. But I would rather focus on the people who have been like, even if they've been like, they've learned from being burned by Trump, right? Like focusing on those people, focusing on the people who are willing to talk policy.
Who is she?
He's focusing on people who are willing to see reason, rather than the people who have been like, you know, completely like gone down the fucking pipeline in terms of like they think Democrats are just as bad, and you know, the mega chatters, whatever, you know, like you're not gonna convince those people, right? Yeah, if you want to make fun of them, sure, go ahead.
I want to. Okay, Puffin, thank you for calling in, buddy. We do have a bit of a line.
Mantis, do you want to go do any of the things? No? Okay. I was gonna say, before I start this, I don't want to start another video and then have to stop it halfway, so.
Make sure we get to as many people as possible. But
yeah, peace.
Okay. You all done with your yummies, Hutch? One more minute? Okay, we'll bring in another caller then. Let's see. Let's get this one on here. Hello.
Hello.
Yo, you're live. What you got? Are you Team Hutch or Team Peace?
Alright, finally got my guns back up to level 4 for both. Time for somebody else to fucking rat me. That's how this works. I get my guns leveled up to where I need them to actually play efficiently and effectively and take some chances and do what I need to do, and somebody will kill me.
Let's go.
I am Team Hutch. I have a couple notes I'd like to bring up, but I did.
Just before you go, gang, where are the Peaceco
gang
warriors? Okay, we've had like 3 Hutches in a row. If you're a Peaceco warrior, DM me and we'll prioritize you for now. But go ahead.
I feel like your audience is very Hutch coded. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe.
Just going off of that poll that you put on Twitter, right?
Probably, but it's not entirely right. So we want both sides to be represented as well as we can. But sorry about that. Go on, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Bro, I want to recycle this Bobcat 4 so badly because I never really use it, and the one time I did use it, it wasn't great. But we didn't really get into fights with any real people on that game. But it's got so many fucking parts in it that I want right now. I really want to fucking recycle this shit. It's got 4 light gun parts and 5 advanced mechanical components in it. Holy shit, that's like 10 mechanical components. Like, sheesh.
Sure. So yeah, the one thing Ice Beans just said that I wanted to mention real quick, I wouldn't say you're necessarily defending Hassan right now, but it sounds like we're defending attacking Hassan and creators similar to him. But then I also kind of heard like, hey, I don't really watch him that much, so I don't know what exactly he said. It does sound a little simp. Okay, sorry.
No, I'm not a Hassan. I'm not in any way of a Hassan simp. I'll say that straight up, right? When I say I don't watch him, I'm not. What I mean is I don't.
Are we allowed to say that word on Twitch? Can I get TOS for that?
I'm kind of similar
simp.
to. So
you're allowed to say simp. You're not allowed to call people simp as a slur in chat. I don't even think it's something that you're like. I'm pretty sure you're even allowed to call people simps on stream. You're not allowed to call them simps in chat, and you're not allowed to say it as a slur. But you can say, "I'm not a Hassan simp." You can say that. You're just not allowed to call somebody else a simp, because they need titty streamers to come on and stream on there in order for their platform to exist. And if everybody's calling all of their fans simps, that'll make people less likely to want to go watch them because they're going to be slurred all the time and you know, treated as as less than, and that totally fucks up the business model. So you gotta stop people from calling your moneymakers names. Yeah, oh yeah, here we're all for it. We are all for it. Hit it.
Stuff that I'll hear Pisco
Hit
say
it, hit it, hit it,
defending
hit it.
the lefty tanky environment is kind of more like, oh, like I never heard them say like this extreme thing. Even in the discussion we're talking about, he wasn't familiar with Kyle Kalinske endorsing Jill Stein and stuff like that. So
Right, but would you say
that's
that,
just
would you
like
say that, yeah, but I guess my point is that like and you know, I'm not saying that I don't have that like defensive tone there, right? Of course it can like I'm totally open to that being it that way, right? What I'm and maybe this will put your mind at ease, right? What I'm seeing more often, right? And I don't like this, right? Is this almost the shift of where it's almost like an anti Hassan thing now. Like they think he's getting flack. Like there are people who think he's getting flack for things that he shouldn't be getting flack for, and there are people who think, oh, he's just getting shit on no matter what he does, right? Why? And it's almost like a okay, we need to support Hassan now when he does good things.
Bro, this might be a glitchy server. You glitching at all? Are you glitching at all? Okay, I just got here, but it feels like I just glitched a couple of seconds, but I'm not sure. Alright.
I don't like that because in general, I don't like I don't like people going down the fucking Hassan pipeline. I would rather the people come in because they're attracted by like, you know, again, baby's first lefty, and then they find more moderate people. They find more lib people. They find
Is that happening? Ice Beans?
It happened to me. You know where I come from, right?
That's because you're smart, intelligent,
Wait,
and a wonderful
hold on.
person.
No,
But I'm telling you, hold on, Ice Beans, please, if I may.
You don't know my origins, dude.
I don't know your origin story, Ice Beans, okay? But I do know, right, that I see them taking from us. I don't see them giving to us.
My bad.
Like, yeah, I don't see a reciprocal.
You found what?
Some BPs.
What are BPs?
Like stuff you can craft, like blueprints.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you have blueprints that you don't need, I'd be happy to take them.
Yeah. See if you need that one. If you need it, there won't be a check mark on it. But if you
No, I don't need it.
Okay, what about this one?
I think I have this one as well. Oh, no, I don't have this one. Nice. Yeah, this would be great.
What about this one?
Sheesh. How? Fuck. Yes, I do have this one.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm mostly here to kill, like, pops and ticks and shit like that, and then I need to get, chemicals as well.
Okay. Yeah, there's probably in all the open stuff some chemicals, so make sure to check them all.
Yeah, that's what I normally do. Everybody leaves them behind.
Yep. I do.
Exchange where they're going down the lefty pipeline and then arriving at any sort of Democrat. In most cases, I don't see that. I could be wrong, but I don't see that. I see them going more and more anti-Democrat as they go. They start as like a Bernie bro, and I know several of these people started as a Bernie bro. They wanted Bernie to win the election. They were down for like single player healthcare, all these things. They
Single
were
player?
Socialism light. And they start to listen to Hassan. They start to listen to the Vanguard Boys. They start to listen to Sean DeBlack. They start to listen to all that kind of community.
They go down the pipeline. I'm not talking
and
about.
They're just gone. They're just gone.
No, but I'm not.
They don't come back.
No, and I understand what you're talking about, right? I'm not talking about those people. Okay, here I'll give you again anecdote. I know it's an anecdote, but it's me. Okay, I came in through Wash.
But it's me.
I came in through Wash. I went into Demon Mama, okay, who is
Oh man. Like Demon Mama, friend of the channel. Great person. We love her. We love her guts. But sheesh, dude, Demon, like, fuck.
pretty lefty. I was in Demon Mama's like whole space for maybe 2 years. And at the same time, I was in Heem's community. And Heem's community was kind of like the lib thing that like slowly pulled me over bit by bit, you know, because it was a well-rounded community. I didn't get, of course I got flack for being a Demon Mama fan. I still sometimes get flack for being a Demon Mama fan, right?
Oh, she's still a Demon Mama fan.
That's what
Okay.
I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you now. At this point, I would call myself a lib, right? Leftists don't want to call me leftist.
Okay.
So I just think that it's possible. There are people who come out, and I do see some cross-pollination between people who watch Hassan. You have that in your chat right now. People who watch Hassan.
Yeah, you
but
know what
then
they're
who also
saying?
No, I.
You know what
and
they're
you- but
calling
you-
me?
No,
You
but
know what they're
understand- hold
talking
on.
to me about?
Yeah, but you understand. No, but you understand why. It's because you're shitting on their person, right? That I'm not saying that like. I'm just saying this is the dynamics you get, right? When you start, like, I would have gone to bat for Demon Mama back in the day,
Wait, Ice
right?
Beans.
Until I started realizing like what her positions were.
Go ahead,
Wait,
Hutch.
So I'm curious. Was there a particular moment that caused you to no longer tune into Vosh or Demon Mama?
Yeah, the for Demon Mama, it was very specifically like her school take. Everyone knows about the school take, or you know, it's fine. We don't have to get into it, but that was
That was the Hansa Park
essentially
Cure
there was a
debate.
point in time where she basically like railed about like against mandatory schools. You know, like
Oh, I
mandatory
vaguely
schooling.
recall. Yeah, was that in
Yeah,
the
and,
context
like-
of the truancy stuff with Kamala back in the day?
Yeah. Oh, I don't think it was. No.
I think this started with Hansa Farkir, where some lefties in his chat started getting mad about this shit. And then it turned out that it was a Demon Mama thing, where they were all saying that like students shouldn't be held to this standard, to where they have to go to school. And yeah, he defended it, the truancy thing. And all of the leftists got pissed off, saying that like he was simping for the government and shit. So
No. It was like completely different. She actually started out talking about like essentially how, you know, like neurodivergent kids aren't really like supported by the educational system, which then turned into a conversation about how she doesn't think schooling should be mandatory.
Okay.
Which then blew up into Twitch poll, and then everyone was talking about like this mandatory part. I don't think it had anything to do with
Well-
like policy.
Okay,
that
let
was
me
happening
be
around that
more
time.
direct with the question. Like, was there ever a moment? Was there for both of them? Was there ever a moment where somebody directly confronted their rhetoric in a way that made you think about things differently, and then that caused you to stop tuning in, or was it all just like you listened to their takes and
No,
you
it was-
disagreed?
No. It was. I would say it was a combination of like, it was a combination of obviously getting pushed, like them getting pushed back on their takes in like from panels, from like people calling in and stuff like that. But it was also like realizing, oh, there are people who have that like lefty like sentiment, who have that lefty like drive, but are more realistic about it, who understand, okay, like
Well,
I would say, you know,
let's just pause real
Yeah.
quick because you
Yeah.
did say that it was a combination of people pushing back on them in panels that got you to think about things differently. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why I take the tone that I do, is because there are certain things that are said in lefty spaces that are just adopted as truth, and so many influential creators repeat these oftentimes like complete like lies so often that it's just people they don't even fact check because so many people are saying it, and so they just assume that it's true. And I think that we need people going into these spaces and rather aggressively challenging these things that they say. Like the fact that the Vanguard casually, like very casually, accused David Pakman of being paid to celebrate genocide, and then that just like, he just casually threw that. I mean, that is a pretty outrageous thing to accuse someone, and he said it so flippantly, and it makes sense that he said it so casually when you look at that space and you realize, holy shit, like all of these creators are making these outrageous claims.
No, and look, you know, I understand what you said. I understand what you mean, okay? That kind of rhetoric absolutely needs to be pushed back on. But my only issue is that, like, this is something you said in that same panel, right? Or in that same, like, you know, almost in the same, like, later that, right? You basically said you kind of understood Pisco's mindset, that he was going, like, that he was, like, when talking to people, you understand how in that moment you're sometimes trying to get them to, like, say the thing, right? Or like, okay, lay out all your shit on the table, right? I think that, and that's fine. It's just that I think
I don't even know why I'm fighting this thing right now. I don't need to fight this thing right now. I'm literally, I'm risking my fucking life for absolutely no reason. But I kind of want to see if I can, like, shoot his front. I saw somebody the other day shoot the front wings off, or the front propellers off, and it just tipped over and fell over. And so I kind of want to see if I can do that, but it doesn't seem like it's.
if you can understand that, you know, I think that
I'm, like,
then
out
it's
of health
just a
shit
moment
now.
of like, okay, yeah, you would have wanted him to push back
No.
more in that instance.
Somebody's
But you
stealing
also
my fucking
understand how
Rocketeer.
in that instance, like,
Uh-oh.
Oh, is that me
yeah,
or
no,
is that...
no, that's just my camera. You can still hear me, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. But you see what I mean? It's kind of I think it's just an expectations difference there, right? What matters more is like the actual thing, like the pushback. Which again, I agree. That kind of rhetoric, I will push back on. If you have somebody who is that casually,
I think
like,
it's
toxic,
disqualifying. I think it's disqualifying rhetoric, and I think especially if you do it constantly, then at that point you've just demonstrated that you're somebody that will be the most charitable way to describe it is wildly irresponsible in your rhetoric to the point that it is destructive.
Look, I don't know these people who you were talking about, right? Like I'm more familiar with people like Hassan or Kyle Kulinski, right?
It applies to them
but
too.
I would say,
I mean,
no,
yeah.
I know.
I think her internet
probably,
is not
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay,
my internet
you're roboting out.
bugging out.
We can't
Okay.
hear you. Give us a
sorry.
second. Yeah, give us.
Yeah, those motherfuckers are trying to steal my Rocketeer. Fuck you, bitches. Y'all don't get shit now. I did all the fucking work. You start shooting at my fucking Rocketeer? Fuck you. My Rocketeer, bitch. My motherfucking Rocketeer. They're probably gonna come up and kill me now. They're probably gonna come up and kill me.
A second.
Yeah.
Caller, I want to make sure that you get a chance to have your say as well while Ice Beans fixes her stuff. Is there anything else you want to say before I let you go?
Yeah, sure. So if I could just briefly clarify what I was saying before, I wasn't trying to say like Ice Beans was taking the pro Hassan stance. I was just saying I think like I throw like a little bit of a yellow flag when I hear like, oh, I'm not too familiar with them saying that because I don't watch them enough when we're like taking a stance on like that. I feel like that's like important to be able to take a firm stance on this one way or the other. But that was just on that Ice Beans point. My main point I wanted to bring in was if you're taking the side of Team Pisco, or if you are Pisco and holding this position, I think you should have to assert or guess how much of Hutch's time is being spent on shitting on lefties versus the right, how much Pisco himself does this, what the ideal and maximum amounts of shitting on the left are, and does tone matter more, quantity, or what is it? Like define the limits, because to me it kind of just felt like shitting on lefties is bad. Like any time you're shitting on lefties, that time could be better spent shitting on the right. And I think like taking a full binary stance like that is kind of crazy. Like I don't know how accurate the data is. I just did a brief search. I'm seeing in terms of voting demographics, the progressive lefts voted at 86% in 2020, and outsider leftists voted around 57% in 2020. Like that to me isn't something like, oh, we can just ignore and like no one's going to vote and no one's going to be swayed type of thing. So okay. I just feel like you kind of got to define those things.
I agree. Thanks for calling in, buddy, though. Appreciate you, man. Yeah. Before we bring in the next caller, I just have a curiosity for Hutch. So at the beginning of the stream, here's how I characterized your position. I'm wondering if I did it correctly, and maybe you can clarify or correct me if I'm wrong. Your position, as I understand it, is that Kyle Klinsky, Hassan, all these people.
There's like half the fucking Rocketeer is missing. I don't know where it is. I don't know where the fuck it went. Like, I went to go pick up all of the fucking pieces from the Rocketeer, and half of it's just not here.
Are a problem for the Democratic Party. And if they disappeared, the Democrats would win more than they do.
Yeah.
That they are siphoning from us and giving nothing back. That they're little, I don't know, just vacuums that are hoovering up people who would otherwise vote Democrat and turning them against either voting in general or making them vote for like crazy third-party candidates.
I wouldn't use the word siphoning. I would say depress. They're depressing the vote. Okay. So I think they're probably causing, like, if they stopped covering politics tomorrow, I do believe that it would net Democrats votes. I think a lot of the people that tune into those streams and listen to their perspective and trust them as sources of information and analysis walk away with the impression of the Democratic Party that it is Republican light, basically barely better than the Republican Party, is I think the view that both of them hold. Like, I guess it would be valuable to establish, because we're talking about coalitions, what does the word coalition mean to you? Like, if we're talking about who should we invite into the coalition, who should we cooperate with, like, what does that word mean? Because when I think
coalition
wait,
for
hold
what?
On a second. Wait, no, hold on a second. Wait. Before we move on to the coalition thing, wait, Hutch, you think that if like Hassan and his like sort of ilk, if you want to call it that, disappeared tomorrow, that all the people who have like you know, whether or not you believe that this is legitimate, people who have issues with the Democratic Party, their messaging, you know, their tendency to go back towards the status quo at times, right? Do you think that they would just, those people would kind of just disappear and get absorbed into the Democratic Party?
No, not all of them. Definitely not all.
Just enough of them. Just enough of them to win us elections. But there would still be people who.
I really don't know. But I never made the claim that leftists cost us the election. There's some data that shows that of the 19 million Biden 2020 voters that did not vote in 2024, 29% of them said that Israel was the number one reason why they didn't do that. That amounts to something like over 5 million people. I don't know how you distribute those votes. Would it have made a difference in the swing states? Certainly would have given her the popular vote. But I've never made that claim. My point is that anybody who didn't vote for Kamala helped Donald Trump win the election. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that only in the sense that, like, yes, like materially speaking, they did not help.
So I just don't regard them.
No, but I don't think.
Not helping is the same as them helping the other side. It's literally the same thing. In this case, when we're talking about a binary system, a two-party system where you vote for one or the other, you either like are voting for one side and helping them, or if the other side ends up winning, you not voting for them help them, right? And I think it's just gross for anybody who like complains about like, oh, the Trump administration is fascist and this is blah blah blah. Like, if you actually believe that and you're choosing to just not do anything about it, yeah, I think that like that's obviously like disgusting and immoral behavior, and you're just making a blatantly gross decision by choosing not to participate.
I just don't set myself against them. That's my difference. That you seem to set yourself against those people.
Well, I don't think we're on the same side. I don't think me and Hassan want the same thing. Like when I say coalition, I mean a voting bloc. I mean a political movement, and the kind of coalition that I'm looking to be a part of and build out and like help shape in my own like very modest way in my little corner of the internet is one that is committed to beating Republicans in elections, every election moving forward for the rest of my life. And the way to do that most times is to vote for the Democrat. Obviously, there's independent candidates that caucus with the Democrats, but for the most part, talking about helping to elect Democrats. Hassan Piker is not interested in helping elect Democrats. He is only interested in helping to elect the Democrats that he personally likes. That's it.
Sure.
He is not gonna. If you asked him right now, would you commit to, you know?
I'm sorry, I think that's literally the case for everybody. Like, nobody's just interested in electing Democrats. Everybody's only interested in like electing Democrats that they like. It's just that it should. I guess I don't know. I was gonna say or at least Democrats that they like. You know, enough to vote for as like a lesser of two evils, but.
Helping elect Gavin Newsom if he becomes the nominee in 2028, he is not going to say yes to that.
I guess the question I have, and before we bring in the next caller, because I do want to get more people, there's a couple of people who really want in. Peaceful defenders, they say they are, so we're going to see what they have to say. But the question I would have, and maybe you can think about this while we bring the next caller, is, okay, so I agree with you, Hutch, that these people are not friends of the Democrats. They're not going to try to help the Democrats win. They're depressing turnout and things like that. The question becomes, what do we do about it? And I guess that's where, as I understood it, the argument was. Pisco, as I understand his argument, and maybe again you can correct me if you heard something else, that the fact that you are using your energy and time in kind of finger wagging against them instead of going after the people who are in power now, Trump and his cronies, is a waste of your time, and you should just ignore them because the bigger target, the more effective target is Trump. Would you consider that a fair representation of his
Pisco
argument?
thinks that the Vanguard and Kyle Kalinske spend most of their time going after Trump and are not actively hurting the Democratic Party. It's probably true that these days they spend most of their time going after Trump just because Trump is the one that's in charge now. He's in power and he's getting all these negative headlines, and you know who's talking about the Democratic Party right now? They don't have any political power. I just totally disagree with him on that. I think I have a viewer of mine named Conduit. He made an hour and 45-minute video where he watched a week of Kyle Kalinske and he summarized what he saw. Really great video essay. I'm gonna plug him. If anybody's listening, just look Conduit Kyle Kalinske and you'll find it. And
Is that the same guy who does the like a week of Hassan and a week of this person, a week of TYT? Like, is that the same person?
You'll find every time basically every time Kyle Kalinske talked about Democrats, it was disparagingly, and a lot of the stuff that he says is just wrong. Like a lot of his premises are just wrong. A lot of the facts that.
Hutch crying that Kyle Kalinske, who started Justice Dems and gave the US AOC, has not done enough while he's played Call of Duty and cried is pretty funny, to be honest. I don't think anybody's taken that away from him, but that doesn't change the fact of the matter that today he is more of a negative for the Democrats than he is a positive. I don't like that changes nothing. I wouldn't take that away from him, and I think that he's done good things for the Democrat Party in the past. But currently, right now, I think he is nothing but a net negative. He is like his channel is just like, even when they shit on Republicans, they spend a lot of that time also shitting on Democrats. Like, even when they're actually shitting on Republicans, they're still shitting on Democrats in the meantime, saying that Democrats aren't doing anything about this. They're not willing to stop this. They won't step up. They won't. They're not helping anybody. They don't care about anybody. Like, and I've said this 1,000 times. If you go to Republican channels and you go watch Steven Crowder, you go watch any of like the big right-wing content creators, they are like fully like lockstep with Trump, just nonstop defending him, nonstop defending Republicans, talking about how great they are, and then talking about how horrible Democrats are. But then you go to like the big left-wing content creators like TYT, Kyle Kalinske, Hassan. You go listen to those people, and they're talking about how horrible the Republicans are and how horrible the Democrats are. And so now we have nothing but people who hate Democrats. We don't have top like right wing or left wing content creators who defend the Democrat Party. No, but there's no big content creators over there that are defending these people. And I think that and then we talk about the fact that we have all of these people now who are saying that they're setting these like lines. We're refusing to vote for the Democrat Party unless they do X, Y, and Z in the next election. And it's like, shit, dude. Like, this is so fucked up that you're willing to throw like immigrants under the bus, Palestinians under the bus, black people under the bus, all of like the people who depended on U.S. aid, all of the people who might want more health care in the ACA, all of the people, like all of the shit. You're throwing all of these fucking people under the bus, and even making it to where our country's gonna lose allies, NATO, fucking Ukraine. Like, holy shit, they are throwing like the majority of the world under the bus to hold this like high standard that no other fucking country meets, and then acting like, you know, they're completely justified in this, when it's just a lesser of two evils voting. Like, that's all it is. And if you're unwilling to admit that or understand that, then and turn it into Democrats suck because of this, then yeah, or the do nothing Democrats, or the shit libs, or, you know, whatever. Yeah, I think that you're just nothing but a net negative. I think that you're only hurting the entire electorate. It's just an accurate analysis. Kyle is helping the left broadly and is good for the Democratic Party. He is not without fault, but many of his criticisms are valid. Again, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't care if his criticisms are valid. We're not talking about, like, you're doing the fucking like PF Young, Nick Fuentes thing right now, where we're talking about like somebody being a net negative, and then you're like, so what? They say some things that are true. Who gives a fuck? I don't give a fuck that he says some things that are true. That everybody says some things that are true. It doesn't mean anything to me. Steven Crowder says some things that are true. I think that Steven Crowder is just as beneficial as Kyle Kalinske. I think that it's worse for somebody to claim that they are part of the left, and then, because like Tom wants sycophants. Okay, so yeah, so this is exactly what I was about to say. Freddie, you know I am always very critical of the fucking Democrats. You know I am very fucking critical of the Democrats. You know I'm very critical of Kamala Harris. I was very critical of Biden. Very critical of all of these fucking people. I am not somebody who says that they shouldn't be criticized. I'm not somebody who's against criticizing them. I am obviously very critical of all of these people. But there is never a fucking question as to who I'm voting for when it comes time. There is never a question. Nobody doubts whether or not I'm voting for the fucking Democrats at the end. When I sit there and I criticize Kamala Harris, it's very clear that I'm criticizing her as somebody that I want to be better because that's who I'm voting for, right? It is very fucking clear. But when Kyle Kalinske is endorsing Jill Stein, I'm sorry. You're just a fucking problem. You are a problem. And I can't go look at things he did 5 years ago to redeem the dumb bullshit that he's doing today. I can't do that. I cannot look at, like, you know, past actions that were beneficial and say, well, therefore he gets to be a big net negative today.
That he spews out are just wrong. He's constant, and he's been doing this for over 10 years. And so the idea that this guy is on the same like coalition as me, we do not have the same goals. Clearly, like, don't have the same goals.
All right, Hutch.
Okay, let's bring some callers in while you guys. We'll start doing like 2 at a time just to get.
Also, Hutch, you might have blown Conduit up, but Conduit started with me. Okay.
Okay, you can claim him.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, we have teeny tiny Tony, who says this.
Did they say that people in swing states should vote Dem while endorsing Joe? Maybe, but again, I'm not. that part is not as important to me as the fact that he, I think, makes people not want to vote Dem. I think that is like, he makes people feel as though the Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans. He makes people feel as though voting Democrat isn't that much of a difference. He makes people feel as though Democrats aren't doing anything. Right now, he's part of the group who's saying that it's really gross that the Democrats are out walking around acting like ICE is doing all of these horrible things and that somebody should do something about this. He's saying, you know, why are the Democrats acting like somebody should do something about this? You're the ones who are supposed to do something about this. This is your job. Why are you looking at everybody else? There's nothing that they can do. And the guy standing around acting like he doesn't understand our own fucking political system is gross. And I don't know how to react to that. Am I supposed to react like the guy who started the Justice Dems is too fucking stupid to understand how our political system works? Or am I supposed to treat him like somebody who understands it and is just a lying fucking piece of shit who should not be trusted to say a fucking word about politics ever again? I'm choosing the second one. I'm choosing the second one. I think the guy who started the Justice Dems knows exactly what it is he's saying, and he's choosing not to be as politically active as he was in the past, and instead just be somebody who says provocative things because his channel is sloping down, and so he needs to say a bunch of like crazy and provocative shit to get people clicking again. Actually, I think that since he started doing this, I think his channel started sloping up again. But his channel, when he was being pragmatic, when he was backing Joe Biden, when he was debating people like Brianna Joy Gray or Brianna Joy Gray, that like when he was debating her on the fact that like, no, we should endorse Joe Biden, we should vote for Joe Biden, it's a two-party system. When he was debating her on this, his channel fucking tanked. And I think that he realized that his channel tanked because of that, and he decided to take the fucking opposite route and go the fucking go the route with the audience capture. So it's hard for me to even believe that he's this fucking stupid. It's hard for me to believe that he's this dumb. Joe Law is quality. Well, Joe Law will say the same thing about Kyle Kalinske. Joe Law will definitely say the same thing about Kyle Kalinske because Kyle Kalinske is a fucking nut job.
He's
My
the
best friend,
strongest
Tony.
warrior. And then we have Dev. Okay, I don't know if Dev's a Pisco guy, but we'll find out. What do you think?
Your likes are in the toilet. Hey, hit the like button. What the fuck? None of you guys are donating, and now you're not even hitting the like button? Wow. How about this? Anybody who doesn't hit the like button, you're going to get banned. I'm just kidding. I can't tell who doesn't hit the like button. 2 likes? Okay, no, there's not 2 likes. There's 19 right now, but yeah, it's just when you first get on, it'll glitch and just stay where it was when you first got here. So yeah.
So what are your thoughts here, gang? Teeny, are you Team Pisco?
Hello?
Tom Foolery does not show up in Twitch. I'm not on Twitch. I am banned on Twitch.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you Team Pisco or are you
I am Team Pisco.
Okay,
Tony,
well,
let's hold
give
on.
us your thoughts.
No,
here.
but let's get ahead of this. Tony, I'm a Destiny orbiter. I co-sign everything he says
Thank you,
and
Hutch.
does.
I'm not here to talk about that.
Okay, I just want to preempt it. I just want to preempt it.
Oh, is there? Do you guys know each other?
Are you stirring the pot already,
I
Hutch?
concede everything that you have to say.
No, he Wick got it. It's that there's it sounds like they have history, and he already knows the shit that this guy's gonna say
About Destiny, whatever it is.
I've
It's all
already
true.
seen that, Hutch. Thank you.
It's all of it. All of it's true.
Thank you, Hutch. Thank you. So, do you want me to explain why I'm?
Yeah. What? So why are you Team Pisco? Go ahead.
Probably.
So I am Team Pisco because in general I agree that people like Hassan and people like Mike from PA and people like these extreme tankies.
Hassan, yeah, disqualified. Disqualified. I don't like this guy. I don't like anything he has to say. That's it. Done and done.
They are on like they are in a lot of ways helping Trump win by encouraging things like the non-committed movement or the uncommitted movement, whichever that was called. But another issue with that is that this non-committed, uncommitted movement was extremely small and insignificant in the election. There's also, I know Hutch has seen it, there's the IMEU poll, the Institute for Middle.
Yeah, I don't like these people continuously coming back with like, it's not like he changed the results of the election. You don't have to. You can hold individuals responsible for their platforms. Like, it's not like if I have Nick Fuentes on and I just platform him and allow him to just sit there and say whatever he wants and argue you know, all of these horrible things, and I don't push back at all, I don't argue with him, I don't show any disdain, and I just sit there and let him just use my platform to push his bullshit propaganda. And afterwards he jumps off. Like, I don't need you to go and like find somebody who is convinced by his arguments. I don't need you to go find somebody and prove to me that they actually became a neo-Nazi after I had him on. I can still be responsible for using my platform irresponsibly without you ever proving that the negative outcome that we're afraid of actually happened. I don't need you to actually get into a fucking car accident when you're drunk driving. I don't need you to actually pull the trigger if you're aiming a bullet, a loaded gun at somebody's head. Like, you're doing things that are irresponsible, and you ought to be held responsible for the fact that you could have had these negative outcomes by the way that you chose to act or by the decisions you made. I don't need to prove that Kyle Kowinski had a negative or that he changed the results of the election. I don't believe he did. I don't think that he could. But two, I think that like even individual voters who choose not to vote, who are politically involved and choose not to vote, or choose to vote third party, I think all of them are morally wrong. And so it's not even just people with platforms, but somebody with a platform who's obviously advocating for these things and who are pushing this message to their audience, they have an even bigger responsibility than just the average voter. So if I'm already holding the average voter to this standard, obviously I'm going to hold somebody with a platform to this standard even more so. Tom Foolery Show, flash that on screen so they don't ask 1,000 times over. Flash what on screen? You didn't say anything. You just said, there you lazy mofos. That is her channel. Her link. You can't post links in chat. What's her name? I posted the links? Okay, thank you, Freddie.
What's it called? Institute for Middle East Understanding Policy Project, where he's getting the 29% of voters who did.
The platforming argument just makes leftists look weak. It just seems like you're scared. This isn't a conversation that happens on the right. We don't talk about not platforming leftists. First off, we're not talking. First off, I just talked about like that it is the left that's irresponsible. One, two, the right doesn't have morals, so of course we don't expect them to have any sort of like, they don't have morals or principles, so we don't expect them to do this. But three, yes, they did have this fucking conversation. They literally just had this conversation recently when they were talking about the fact that Candace Owens was irresponsibly platforming Nick Fuentes, and right wingers all over the spectrum criticized Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and a number of right-wingers for the way that they platformed Nick Fuentes, first off. Secondly, they also talked about irresponsible platforming when they had the entire conversation about who was the guy who went on and called out Dave Smith on Joe Rogan and had a debate with him about irresponsible platforming. I forget his name. Fuentes isn't a leftist. I hold on. So what? Murray, yeah. You understand that we criticize people for irresponsibly platforming the left as well, right? You keep saying leftist, but like obviously, like liberals think that platforming leftists without pushing back on them is also irresponsible. You know that, right? Like we also would think that it's wrong to platform Hassan without pushing back on his views. We would think that it's wrong to platform Demon Mama without pushing back on her views. We would think that it's wrong to platform tons of leftists that have horrific views as well. That if you don't push back on them as well, we would hold the same exact standard. You're making it sound like this is a standard that only applies to right-wingers, and it's not. It has nothing to do with right-wingers. When I say like, I understand, but I that's why I'm drawing the distinction so you understand that like we aren't just talking about left versus right. We're talking about people with irresponsible views, people who have like very harmful views. That yes, like platforming these people as though they're some sort of responsible content creator or curator. This is wrong across the board. So you're scared of the socials? I don't know why you keep saying scared. What's your point? What do you mean, what's my point? You made the point. I'm arguing with you. What the fuck? You made a point. I didn't make a point about left or right being scared. I never said this. You made a point about us being scared. And I'm explaining that that's not the case.
Didn't vote for Harris in 2024, but voted for Biden. An issue with this, there are several issues, I think, with this poll and trying to extrapolate from it.
Okay.
Because the poll is selecting specifically for people who cast it. So it is polling people nationally who voted for Biden in 2020 and cast a ballot for someone else besides Kamala Harris in 2024.
Can I just ask you, like, I don't know, like, I guess my question is, do you agree with Pisco when Pisco says that Hutch is spending too much time attacking these people? So I understand that you agree with the facts of the matter, that Hassan is generally leading people down tanky pipelines. But as I understand it, Pisco's argument is that Hutch is spending way too much of his time and energy beefing with these guys when he should be going after Trump. Do you agree with that, and why?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so why? Why do you agree with that specifically?
Well, one is, well, I was trying to explain, like, there's a thing that was done to death on Live and Learn. They went through these like statistical analyses, looked at the voter bases and all this, and these people just aren't that influential, but they do take up like if you watch Hutch's stream, if you look through his YouTube uploads, a significant portion, I think, edging to 50%, maybe more, definitely more sometimes, is covering people from this snark adjacent left, people like Hassan, people like Denims, BE, Kyle Kalinske. There seems to be like a particular fixation that he has with covering these people that is greater than I think is necessary to say that like these people have some bad takes and we can kind of shove them.
Yeah, I understand the point that people make with this, but it's just not very well thought out. Obviously, when it comes to people who are in your space and like within your orbit, they are closer to you in sense of like proximity, that you're going to spend more time talking about those people. If like CNN and MSNBC spent a lot of time talking about Hassan, that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. That would be kind of fucking ridiculous. If radio show hosts are sitting around spending a lot of time talking about Hassan, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Kind of fucking ridiculous. But when we're talking about people who are in the streaming space where we stream video games and do politics and do debates and do like live coverage, and we're in like Twitch and YouTube and like all this, that we have the same friends, we talk to some of the same people, we argue with some of the same people, like obviously we're gonna have like a bit more, we're gonna spend a bit more time on these sorts of people. One. Two, the fact that like it gets views from those people's fans, and this is not our fault, but this is the way the algorithm is set up, is that if you get controversy and get a bunch of people arguing in your comment sections and shit like that, or get a bunch of people thumbs downing your video, this actually pushes you in the algorithm. This is beneficial. This isn't our fault that that's the case, but it is beneficial to our videos if you actually say some things that are controversial and piss off somebody else's audience. And so because Hassan is a big content creator and he's in the same orbit, we're more likely to criticize him and more likely to get their viewers to come over to our channel and throw a fit about it. And so it just, yeah, it's all around. It's pretty much all around beneficial for us. Tom, would you say allowing Nick on your show to strongman his own position and you just say, yeah, I disagree with him, but I'd like for people to understand his perspective would be negative? Yes, I do think that that's negative because I don't think that Nick accurately describes his views. I don't think that he can be trusted to accurately describe his own positions. So yeah, allowing people on who lie about their positions, to just come on and lie to your audience, this kind of proves that you do not respect your own audience enough to give them the truth and make sure that they're not being lied to or misled, because you're going to allow somebody to just come on and blatantly fucking lie to them like that. So yeah. Nick would probably say the same of you. Okay. So there aren't compilations of me out there of me saying the opposite things from one clip to the next, depending on which show I'm on. There's not massive compilations of me on my show claiming one thing and then going onto a podcast, being asked about it, claiming the exact opposite, then going back to my show, laughing about the fact that they didn't get it and that I totally tricked them, and then going back onto another show and lying about it again. Like, there's not compilations of me doing this shit. So yeah, it's not going to be the same.
To the side.
Okay. Well, what do you have to say to that, Hutch? You're spending over 50% of your time attacking left when you could be attacking MAGA? What's going on?
That's not much of an argument, though, is it? Like, my view is that this contingent of leftist creators are doing real damage to the discourse. I've never made the claim that you can lay the blame on disaffected lefties for Kamala's loss. I never made that case. I think there's a much stronger case to make in 2016 that might have been the case, but not in 2024. However, when we dove into the math, the logic of the math, and Ice Beans, you agreed that if somebody did not vote for Kamala Harris, that was material support. It amounted to material support for Donald Trump.
Me agreeing with the people who stayed home helped elect Donald Trump doesn't mean that's how I agree. I don't agree with how you're going forward.
No, I never said that. I never said that. But you agreed, right? And Tony,
so
would you?
I don't. I also don't agree that is then oppositional, right? Because these people are okay. When you say that these people helped elect Donald Trump,
they helped the opposition to Kamala Harris.
Yes.
So how are they not opposition?
Right. You don't treat them the same.
Why? They're opposition in practice.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No. Okay, yes, but you're misunderstanding. You're acting as if they were your enemy, which for the purpose, if you look at it as a zero-sum game, they are there. They are your enemy. If you treat them like your enemy, if that's fine. If that's your approach you want to take, I just don't agree that that's.
It's just it seems like people like you guys have more of an issue with me treating them like enemies when they proudly, openly position themselves as enemies to the Democratic Party.
I agree with you that they are. Can I speak?
Yeah.
I agree with you that they are opponents, and that they can be problems to overcome, that they can create problems to overcome, but that their influence is very small, especially compared to the amount of coverage that you give them.
You seem to think that there should be some standardized mathematical formula where I guess we're just going to take all the social media channels of Hold on, let me just say something real quick. You can speak. We should tally up the total viewership of each individual political channel and then assign like a numerical value. Okay, like let's say, you know, conservatives control like 60% of the airwaves and lefties control like 40% or whatever. And then I'm supposed to fit in just like, your idea of proportionality means nothing to me because there is no issue in my mind with, if I wanted to focus 100%, literally 100%, on lefties that I think are damaging the discourse, why is there not space for creators to do that? Like, what is immoral about that?
You can do that.
Sorry,
in my
please.
opinion.
I get a limited time to talk.
Let Teeny go. Yes.
So my issue isn't with covering them at all. My issue is with the amount of coverage when there are other things going on. So if you remember,
That's what he started off with. What the fuck just happened there? What the fuck? No. That's what he started off talking about. He started off saying that, like, what is the proportionate amount? Like, what is the mathematical amount? I think it's kind of a straw man, because I don't think anybody would actually say that there is like this, I don't think that he was arguing that there is a perfect mathematical amount. Obviously, it's going to be very subjective, and there's, you know, like everybody's going to have their own, like, points where they think things are worse or better, you know, as pertaining to how much coverage you give something. But yeah, I think. Wait, I forget. There was something. Mantis found something like outside the last time we were here. Like on the ledge or some shit. Huh. I don't see it. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't think like, but that he did bring that up. He did say that, so I don't think it makes sense to like repeat your issue again as though that wasn't addressed at all.
during Hassan Collargate, which you said you covered for about 3 weeks continuously during the government shutdown, if you recall.
Yep, I do.
You dedicated multiple entire streams to this issue, which in my view is a non-issue. I think it doesn't matter. Like the Collargate thing isn't going to flip anybody's mind on these issues. It's not going to change anybody's votes.
Those aren't political issues. Those are political issues. You bringing up times that he covers something that's non-political and saying, hey, you're not doing much for politics here is a fucking total non sequitur. Like, okay, so like what why it's like me like bringing up somebody, sometimes they drive their car, sometimes they drive their motorcycle, and they tell me like, yeah man, I don't think I'm that great at driving my car. And I'm like, well, you spend a lot of time driving your motorcycle. That's not making you any better at driving the car now, is it? So I'm not driving the motorcycle to get better at driving the fucking car. So I don't know what that has to do with anything. Why the fuck would I drive? Why would I ride my motorcycle to get better at driving the fucking car? Like, what the fuck? Fuck you. Bye-bye.
It's just for fun, buddy. That wasn't that. There was not praxis there. That was just a funny story.
Okay, but here we are criticizing the amount of time you spend, that you dedicate to particular people, that you dedicate to covering these particular issues, and you cover Hassan a lot more than is warranted.
Can I ask you?
Wait, hold on. Wait, real quick. Let me just say something real quick, and then I just. Do you understand that I could use this logic and spin it right back around on you? Why are you talking about me when ICE is out killing people in the streets?
I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm 1/50th.
Thank you. Last time we went over this, I kept saying, I was like, I really wish he would say, like, well, why are you arguing with me about how much I cover shit when you could be out, you know, doing X, Y, and Z? Like, when him and Pisco argued about this, I said it like 20 times. I'm like, bro, why the fuck isn't he making the same fucking argument back at them? Like, just turn it around and say the same exact thing to them that they're saying to him. Like, why is he taking this shit?
I am
The
not a
size of
political
Hassan's
advocate.
audience.
You're a self-described political advocate.
I'm also a streamer. It's also my job to entertain people.
You said before you started streaming politics, when you were a game guy, that you wanted to do more with your platform. Is this the more that you aspired to?
Yes.
To spend 3 weeks digging into Collargate?
Yes.
Yes, but like 100%, obviously. Yes. When you're talking about like growing your platform so that you're capable of getting more out of it and so that you can like influence more people, yeah, obviously Collargate was something that got him a lot of fucking views and would be something that would drastically benefit him and his platform so that he can do more things and more important things in the future. Like that's obviously the case. I feel like it's fucking stupid not to recognize that. Yeah.
Shit was fucking funny. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay,
that was fucking hilarious.
Please.
So, okay,
please, Tony.
I am not an activist. I am not a political activist.
So you don't care about politics?
Of course I do, but it's not 100% of what I do. I also talk about like my balls moving when it's hot. You know, I talk about my urine streams being split. I talk about shitting my pants in my car.
Yeah, I wish.
Am I
wish that
doing
you wouldn't make
praxis when I
comments
do
like
that?
It's really gross.
It's true. I shit my pants in the car. It happened. I'm not proud of it, but it happened.
But to his point, Tony, if I hold on, stop. To the point, Tony, and I just want to ask you, right? Like, would you have the same issue with Hutch that you do now if instead of going on Collargate, he did a 3-week Collargate thing, if instead he'd done 3 weeks of just Arc Raiders and he didn't talk politics at all, would you still have the same criticism?
I would have the same criticism, yeah.
Interesting. So do you, like, for example, I'm having a discussion tonight.
It's also like his audience doesn't like the Arc Raiders stuff.
Just real quick, can I finish my
them
question?
do.
I'll let you speak and I'll let you answer. Right?
It's okay.
I promise. I promise.
There's like a
Just let
couple
me get
hundred that like it. I'll have you know.
If like instead of covering ICE and stuff tonight, I'm covering what some might consider drama, right? Lefty on lefty action, Democrats versus leftists, right?
I'm sorry, bro. Shit, I feel bad now, dude. Wait, hold on. There's, did you already leave? I was gonna say you can take the rest. I only got like one decent thing out of there. You can. I'm sorry. I feel bad now. Fuck. I hate it that has 2 fucking doors on it. They just used their fucking key, dude. They just used their fucking key. Ah, that feels like shit, dude. Oh, there's another one! Oh, and it's a Tourette 2! Let's fucking go, dude. Hell yes! Bro. What goes around comes around, guys, okay? What goes around comes around. This is karma. I am such a great person. This is the universe rewarding me for being such an amazing person, and I am happy to take this reward from the universe. Thank you, universe, for my reward. I humbly accept your nomination of me as such a great fucking person. Like, such a great person. So freaking great, dude. Holy shit, how great I am. Holy fucking shit. All of my fucking greatness right now. Oh, damn. So fucking great, bro.
For Hutch, for me, because I wanted to do something that was different just for my own fucking mental health.
Do you spend like a significant portion of your time saying that you are a political advocate for a particular thing and that you're trying to say, like, you're trying to gatekeep the movement from certain people, say that we should keep these people out, we should keep some people in?
Yes. I think that gatekeeping is good, and gatekeeping keeps a movement healthy. One of the things that
I think it's bizarre to call them...
If I may finish, one of the arguments I have here, and I don't know if this is Hutch's argument, but it is mine, is that one of the problems with Hassan and his cohort isn't just the people that watch him. It's the people that associate him with Democrats. The people
that
who
don't
think
watch
when they
him.
think Democrat, they think Hassan. When they think Democrat, they think extreme left, radical, crazy people, right? Tankies and things like that. One of the reasons that I think it's important to criticize Hassan is to create a clear distinction in the persuader people's minds, so they can be like, oh, well, we can vote for the Democrats because they're not like Hassan. Does that make sense as an argument?
Yeah, that makes sense.
How many of those people are there? How many people actually like think of Democrats as like Hassan is the representative of Democrats?
Of tankies in general, and
not of tankies. I don't think tankies think of Hassan as a representative of Democrats, but I think because tankies generally hate Democrats, but I do think that normies. I think normies definitely think of Hassan as like a representative of Democrats. I think that I think that right-wingers think of Hassan as a representative of Democrats. I think that and I think that lots of people who are normies who happened upon Hassan, they don't know, one, that he's a communist, or two, that that communism is all that bad, or that, I think that a lot of the shit's just I think most people don't know most of this shit. So I think that, yeah, for most people, he probably seems like a representative of the left, of Democrats, for sure. I think that for normies, they'll probably think that Destiny is more of an extremist than Hassan. I think that for normies, they'll think that Destiny is more extreme than Hassan is, because Destiny uses like extreme hypotheticals or says extreme things, or things like that. And so I think that, I think that normies will generally think Destiny is farther left than Hassan is. I'm shooting spiders, not you. Or trying to, at least. Doing very poorly at it.
The extreme communist
okay, yes.
left.
So if you ask them who progressives are, and they tell you Hassan, that's not the real world.
Okay.
The real world does not know Hassan that well.
Okay.
No. It's us terminally online fucks.
I promise you that there are plenty
I know of real people. Yes, I know real people
who think Democrats are extremists.
She really appealing to her ability to know real people right now? She's appealing to the fact that she actually knows real people. So trust me, I actually know real people. So I know what I'm talking about, okay? Promise you. I've met real people before. This is when you know somebody's terminally online. Is when they think that everybody else is as terminally online as them, and they start to brag that they know real people.
When they're not.
Okay, from the right. I'm talking about people.
I'm talking
who are
center and center right
people.
Who
Okay,
stayed
so
home
wait, no.
because they saw no difference between Kamala and Trump.
Right, and they think, and Hassan is their champion for the left. That's who they think of when they think of
his. It doesn't have to be him specifically, but his kind.
No. But this is no. Okay.
type.
Okay. No. This is no. This is no.
Do you know what a representative is or a symbol?
No, this is the crux of this is the crux of the argument for people who are defensive of Hassan, right? They just don't see Hassan as representative in the real world. No, that is not true. No.
Okay,
No.
He has millions of viewers.
I'm not saying they doesn't have
he
millions
has
of views. You're just-
articles
you're-
witten
you're-
about
you're-
him in major newspapers.
Do you think he swung the
Yeah,
election?
that no one
Like-
knows who Hassan is.
Nobody
and
made
he
that
has no
claim.
influence
Nobody
or
made.
impact
No, but
in-
do you think that's
Nope.
possible? Do you think that's possible?
Hassan? No, he's not Joe Rogan. He did
But
not
Hassan's coverage that he had
single-handedly.
millions of
He did
viewers?
not
An election
single-handedly
that was
swing that
decided, what,
election.
on a few 100,000.
This is
across
my
swing
best
states?
guess, but I don't think the numbers are there for him to single-handedly swing an election when the margins were what they were. Now, Rogan, that's a different story. He might have single-handedly helped to swing that election, but not Hassan. I'm not saying that to disparage him. He's obviously a massively successful streamer, but I never made that claim. I never said that Hassan is responsible. I said he contributed to a climate of fierce anti-democratic party rhetoric in the run-up to the election.
I'll agree with that. I just don't. And
So
this
he
is where I
contributed then,
disagree.
right? That's what I'm saying. He contributed.
No. I agree that he contributed. I've never disagreed
Okay,
with that. Right.
that's my point.
I'm just saying. Yeah. And again, my criticism, to the extent that it exists, is just play to your fucking strengths. Like, if you actually think that Hassan deserves this level of like scrutiny, sure, go ahead. It's not my cup of tea, but I'm not gonna stop you from doing it.
Okay.
You're just probably.
What the fuck? So this just became the most non-criticism criticism? Like, is that really where we just went with this? Is that, oh, I don't actually have a criticism for you. I don't actually think this is bad. I just don't like it. It's just not something I'd watch. Like, what?
You're not going to get the lefties who would want to stick around and listen because you're shitting on their guy, which that's fine. If that you don't want them in there, that's okay. I just don't think that it's necessarily an effective way to peel off those lefties, right? They're not gonna naturally sit around and wait in your chat if you don't hear them out, right? That's
But I
all.
mean, it's not just about the lefties who exist now, it's the lefties that they'll get in the future, right? We're looking at things that people who may not be in any pipeline right now, the younger generation, that would go down Hassan.
Yeah, that's what. But that's
we need
that's
to stop
exactly
that from happening.
No,
that's what
that's
I'm arguing.
exactly
But
right.
before you go on, I want to hear from
Yeah.
Dev. Dev's been very quiet. Dev, what are your thoughts here?
Well, I mean, I don't really have anything to say about this specific part of the conversation. That's
Well, what
why
did you come to talk about?
Yeah. So, wait, hold on. You can't hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good. No, this is like a new setup I have. I'm just making sure that all works. Okay. But as long as it sounds good, that's fine. Okay, yeah. So, Wick, when I was watching the first part of the stream, what it sounded like to me, the conversation that you were having was Team Hutch versus Team Pisco, and
yes.
the idea is basically like, should you be punching right now, or should you be punching towards the far left right now? Which one of these two things you should be doing? I think that's the wrong way to frame the conversation. And I think that's one of the big problems that the Democrats have right now, is that they need to frame the conversation in such a way that it puts the communists and MAGA on the same team, because they are on the same team. They're both anti-democracy. And that's how you have to frame that conversation. You say, listen, we are against anyone who is anti-democracy. And that means we're against Hassan, and that means that we're against MAGA. And so it has to be liberals versus authoritarians, not should we punch left or right.
That's fair. Thoughts on that, Hutch?
Yes. This is not about. I don't make a distinction between tankies and MAGA. In my mind, they're on the same team. If you're illiberal, if you think that we should just speed run towards like authoritarian rule, then we're not on the same team. We don't share the same coalition. Hassan Piker has just outwardly described his strategy of what's called entryism. You know, he went on this podcast called the Deprogram Podcast, which is this.
Hold on, I'm coming. Oh, fuck, they already closed the door. Shit.
podcast of these two idiots. They're super radical leftists or whatever. And he just very plainly talked about like, well, it's going to be really difficult to sell socialism to people, so we're going to launder it in with social democratic policies. And he said that like it was a negative thing. He said social democratic policies in a negative kind of way. But his whole thing is to advocate for that as a means to push for something more radical down the line. He is not looking to uphold liberal democracy. Why would I like? Why is it controversial for me to treat him as opposition when he wants as
when he's literally opposing us?
Is that your dev? He does favor a system that is a authoritarian leftist, you know, dictatorship of the proletariat. That's what he's going for. I don't want that. That's a fucking nightmare to me.
And yes, it is, Dev. I've been on panels with you before, actually. But I had a debate a couple of days ago, in fact, with like a far lefty, and he basically straight up said, "Yeah, listen, the best way for socialists to dismantle neoliberalism is to just help Trump." And then after, like, and Trump, like, they obviously don't like Trump, but after Trump's government collapses, we can come in and save the day. It's like they are very open about this. They hate liberals more than they hate the far right. So treat them as if they're the same thing, because they are the same thing.
Right. Well, and that is the way that like the leftists treat us. Like they do treat liberals. They say like, okay, yes, we disagree with them in ideology, both the same way. They both end up with capitalism. They both end up with you know, this current system. They both end up with two-party systems. They both end up with, you know, this constitution. They are against both of us. So we're obviously going to be against them too. And people keep making it sound like they're on the right, so we should still be on their side. But this is the same fucking argument that you know, conservatives are having about Nick Fuentes, where they're like, you know, well, he's on the right, we should all be getting along. Well, no, probably not. Probably not a good idea.
Do you think, Dev, do you think that the people who genuinely espouse this and also have like the means to, do you think, like, how much of a threat do you think these people are?
Which people specifically?
Like the people you just mentioned, the people who, you know, genuinely push that you know, libs are just as bad as conservatives, you know.
They often say libs are worse than conservatives.
Well, as bad as, right? Like there's nothing for it but a complete reset. Like capitalism needs to come down. We need a fucking revolution. Like these people, right? Like how much of a threat do you think they are? Do you think that they know? Do you think that they know? Do you think that they understand policy? Do you think that they like know how to camp?
Well, whether or not they understand policy does not change whether or not they're a threat. Like that doesn't change anything. When you have people as big as like Kyle Kalinske and Hassan running around and Cenk Uygur running around saying that that the majority of the country wants, you know, single payer and shit like this. Like you have a power level that comes with weight and comes with influence, and so you don't actually have to be like super politically minded, politically involved in order to be influential, and these people are very influential.
Campaign, know how to canvas, know how to do all these things, or do you think that would you agree with my view that for the most part the people who push this kind of rhetoric, all they know is to just get people to stay home? Like that's the most that they do. They might do.
I agree with you there, but people staying home is also bad, right? Like
I understand that. I'm just saying it's a different. I'm just saying that it's a different problem, right?
Sure.
Than like pipeline, tankies, communism, that sort of shit, right?
Sure. But I guess the way I see it is that like most individuals don't really know much about policy. They don't really know much about politics at all. Most most individuals can't do all that much. But what the far left does is they help MAGA. So you should treat them as if they are MAGA, as if they are the same thing as like a low level guy.
I think it's a good way to like look. I take your point, Dev. That's a great way to frame it, and I think
because I literally have like videos on this claiming the exact same thing. I have videos from a while ago, and it's kind of annoyed me that other people weren't using this sort of rhetoric, because this has been my position for a while. Like this has been this has been my position for a good bit. And yeah, I was really annoyed that like nobody else was really taking this staunch of a position when it came to people like Hassan and people who were telling folks not to vote. It was yeah, it was pretty fucking annoying, but
all these conservatives are running around saying that if we called them
no. Here it is.
For anybody on the left who said that Kamala was going to be the same as Trump, especially when it came to Palestine, and you chose not to vote for Kamala, all of you are now Trumpers to me. You are MAGA. If you're in my comment sections or you're replying to me somewhere saying something about how Kamala would have been the exact same as Trump, you are MAGA. Unless you're somebody who said this before and you've apologized for it since, fine, bygones be bygones. For the rest of you who are still making these arguments, you are MAGA. And for every single person who dies from US aid or in Gaza, the blood is on your hands. We've got people like Hassan still out here saying that there's no evidence that Kamala would have been any different from Trump.
Regardless of the hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for, 1-to-1. Make no mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris would be different is a delusional moron. Do not listen to them.
As though there's any world where Kamala says she's gonna buy Gaza and turn it into the next Las Vegas, giving Palestinians no right of return. Co-parter. For anybody on the left who said that Kamala was going to be the
I will be stealing that going forward, just to be clear, right? I will
no problem.
Let me put it this
quickly,
way.
and then we got to get to Tony, and then we're gonna last words for Tony, and then we're gonna cycle out. But,
yeah. I just think that there are better ways to I just think that there are, of course, if you want to dunk on lefties, that's your content. I'm not gonna stop you. I know some people are still addicted to Twitter. Lefties all over Twitter, right? Still, even in this day. I understand that. I'm not going to stop you from that. I'm not going to yuck your yum, right? I just think that there are going to be people, for example, like Soy Pill, right? Lefty adjacent, but still understands things. He is still a lib. There's this guy, Gustix Broadcast, who he is a lefty. Yeah, he watches some of this problematic stuff, but he also understands policy. He understands the Supreme Court. He understands these things. And there are who are coming in who are Hassan adjacent, and then they stay and they understand, okay, yeah, AOC's not the fucking scourge of the earth, right? I want more of these creators, and I would rather encourage them than discourage them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think we're discouraging them because they're willing to work with us.
No,
it's the ones who are saying,
no.
Hold on, stop. It's not those people. It's not the soy pills of the world that we're criticizing here, right?
Right.
It's the people who say the Democrats are just as bad as the Republicans, and democracy is capitalism in decline, all this shit. If you can agree to a certain base level of acceptance, like we believe in democracy, we believe that the Democrats are better than the Republicans and that you should vote Democrat, at least in this environment, then welcome to the club.
Right. But that's not, that's not enough though, right? Okay, Hutch. If Hassan said, okay, if he said, okay, yeah, I'll vote for Kamala, would you suddenly stop treating him as opposition?
Probably for the campaign. Yeah. If he really got on the same page,
let Hutch answer.
If he got on the same page, I would probably tactically.
The entire treating him as opposition thing is kind of stupid because he still argues with Pisco, right? He still disagrees with Pisco. He still has debates with Pisco. He's obviously he does treat Hassan as opposition, but the idea that they wouldn't criticize Hassan anymore and make content about him is, I think, what she's trying to get at. And that's almost definitely not the case.
Hold fire until after the election. But I mean, by the same page, I mean more than just you know, yeah, I'll vote for Kamala, but she basically loves genocide, and I'm going to feel really ashamed to do it. That's not, you have not met my threshold.
No, I'm not
Okay,
talking.
so,
I'm not talking
but
about
if you
that. I'm
meet
not
my
talking about that. But
threshold,
like, you know,
if you meet my threshold
right,
and
so
it's
that's
during
your
it's
threshold.
during an election, then I would for sure, I think, yeah, tactically hold fire.
Right, right. But what your threshold, I would say, I would just say that what your threshold is might still disqualify him, even if he said like, okay, yeah, go vote for Kamala, right?
Yeah, he would.
Like,
It would have to go beyond. It would have to go beyond.
I'm not saying half-assed. I'm just saying that, like, I think you would take into account his other actions, like the voter apathy stuff, right? Like, you wouldn't just take a lip service, go vote for Kamala. That's my point.
I would take
right?
that during an election cycle. I would take that gleefully, sure. But
Okay.
that's not going to happen. So that.
Yeah, if he's saying that publicly and he's actually like, saying it in front of his audience and it's not taken back, like, yeah, as long as he's even just hinting at the fact that he's going to go vote for Kamala, then yeah, I think that would be fine.
I mean, this is a useless
Tony?
hypothetical. He's
Sure.
never going to do that.
Yeah, Tony.
Well, he did pretend that he voted for Kamala in the debate with Ethan, but this was after the election, and it was after he got tons of shit for it, and it was after he had already said things that made it sound like he didn't vote for her. So yeah, it's hard to know, really.
Tony, last word, then we're gonna cycle you out. Last word.
Sure. I want to bring up a wording from wait, there was something Dev said there where he was saying that he views MAGA and these extreme far lefties as basically the same thing. An issue is that I'm going to take Pisco's wording that people like Hassan and his orbit and the tanky left are more proximate allies to the Democrats than MAGA. So we have Hassan voted for Harris. I know that had to be like dragged kicking and screaming out of him, but he did vote for her. I believe most of his audience who did voted for her. There are leftist communist creators like the Vanguard who are more open and more than willing to have these kind of conversations. Same with Straighteraid, who canvassed for Harris. Same with Ogre Boy, who I see over there in the waiting room. So we do have like these allies, and like I agree that Hassan and them will say things that are harmful, and that they did contribute to something like the non-committed movement. But the non-committed movement, if we remember, was like 20 people standing outside the DNC and like point whatever % of the vote against Biden in some primary. It was like nothing. But there is a trend that we see where people are fixating on Hassan in a way that I think is excessive.
Okay.
Yeah, excessive, unhealthy. Unhealthy is a good word, I think. Like, you may remember, just really quick, there was Pisco posed a question to Destiny, who would he vote for president between Hassan and Trump? He said Trump. He said he would vote for the guy who supported Jan 6 over the guy who supported October 7. And I think it's...
you disagree with that. Okay. Thank you, Tony, for being here.
Thank you.
I would
appreciate it.
Minecraft myself if you forced me to choose between, Trump and Hassan.
No, I think that's very, hold on, I think it's very important we all answer right now. Hassan
I
or
would
Trump?
Minecraft myself if you forced me to choose between those two.
Hassan, okay, so you're taking the gun to the head. All right, you two, what about you, Wick? What are you picking?
All that bullets looking mighty tasty, but I think, honestly,
be very careful. I'm judging
during Trump won, I would have chosen Trump 100%.
No,
during Trump
2, you know
that's a much harder question, and
You want to
honestly
give
don't know.
Hassan Piker nuclear weapons?
That's what I'm saying.
You
Trump
are
let me explain my
out
answer.
of your mind.
I think Hassan, if he had power, I think Hassan, if he had power,
in the office,
we would see ICE versus Israelis right now.
We
they wouldn't be hunting immigrants. They'd be hunting Israelis.
I'm telling you
We'd see the
right
exact
now.
same thing we're seeing now with ICE, only it would be in Jewish neighborhoods.
I'm telling you right now.
I absolutely think that would
They wouldn't be re-education camps. They would be re-education retreats The people will be cared for.
Hassan in the presidency
Comfortable recliner chairs.
Would be
3
as
meals a
bad
day.
as Trump won. Okay, I'll tell you that much. He will not be effectual. He will not. I'm just saying. This is a no-brainer that everyone
this
is
is a world.
failing at.
Hold on, no.
What am I thinking crazy?
This is a world
now?
where he can choose his cabinet. He can choose the appointees. Can you
Yo,
imagine Casey Tron as
okay.
Casey Tron as head of the DHS? Could you
No
imagine
support.
Denims as
No.
Pam Bondi in the Justice Department?
Oh,
Can you
God,
imagine
no.
these people?
No
Don't.
negotiating skills. No, the cult of
just saying.
personality with Trump has gone. You delusional, absolutely delusional. He would be as bad as
I
Trump.
disagree.
At worst, he would be as bad as Trump.
Okay,
was.
I want to hear from. I want to hear from our caller. I want to
Okay.
hear from our caller. Ogre boy, go ahead.
Every other time I've done the virtual camera shit, it hasn't been flipped backwards like this, but for some reason on yours it is, which is weird.
Sorry.
You just have to flip it again.
Do the old double flip.
I don't know how to help you.
While I tinker with that for like another moment, what happened here? Because I thought the whole point was Pisco and Hutch. Like, isn't that that's the title of the stream?
That was the call-ins, but if people want to talk about different things, they can talk about different things.
Gotta be flexible, bro.
I mean, just so that we can get out in front to Team Pisco, obviously. I mean, what are we doing?
Okay, why are you Team Pisco? Well, do you think that Hutch is taking too much time to criticize lefties and Hassan?
For the most part, I think it's not. Look, whatever he does with his content, I mean, it's whatever, right? At the end of the day, he's granted he's infinitely larger streamer than myself. I'm like a part-time hobbyist, if you will. You know, he gets 1,000 people, but at the end of the day, it's a lot of people don't even know who the fuck he is, right? Right? I mean, he can do whatever he wants if we think about it.
There's no way. All right.
I mean, come on, right? I mean, I get like single digits on a good night. I'm bowing in your general direction, but if you want to do dog collar shit all day, that's. I mean, why?
Hey, I'm happy.
Do it.
I'm happy that Hassan lives in a country where he can prosper and pull 30K viewers, and that's great. I never said, go nuts.
Yeah, but
that's
I mean,
great.
For what it's worth, the inverse that I do actually really think highly of Pisco at the end of the day, he usually tends to take a more principled stance on shit. He sticks to, he's more inclined to, whatever. It's fucking still backwards. Oh wait, no, never mind. I got it finally. He generally tends to stick to law, stick to constitution, stick to how things apply to news in the moment. When he does do debates, it's usually not filled with gotchas. It's, he's stays away from drama. I think when you're trying to
stop. Come on.
Yeah. What? No.
He doesn't talk about Asmongold like every other stream. Like, are you seriously saying that he doesn't?
Pisco talks about Asmongold every
somebody
other stream.
tallied it up, and he
Pisco
talked
talks
about
Asmongold every other stream.
And he talked about, I think Ethan. Somebody tallied it up, like 40 streams in a row.
Or Ethan,
or something like that. This idea that he doesn't do drama. Give me a fucking break. Come on, stop.
Yeah, he also does Collins, and that's an element that irritates the whole.
But that doesn't change whether or not he does drama. Like, I would agree he does some drama. I would also agree that he doesn't. He's not really doing a lot of drama. I don't think he's. I think he does a good job at staying away from drama if that's something he's trying to do. I think he does a good job of it.
Holy shit out of me is that when you have someone with a decent, that's an actual lawyer, has a legal background, has the ability to fucking give you insight on shit, and then when the people that join in, because Collins are a part of his content, right? Isn't that fair to say?
Sure, he does Collins, but he does drama.
And you don't know what his content is? Yeah, and when people join the thing, and as opposed to trying to ask like principled shit related to the case of the moment or whatever it might be.
Wait, hold on. Are you talking about?
In the first?
Are you talking about Hassan or Pisco?
Is like.
He's talking about Pisco.
Oh,
Pisco.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's
holy shit.
I thought you were talking about Hassan.
He's talking about I thought you were a little off your mark there when you're talking about. Well, he's talking about Asmongold every other day or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, so I was I don't. But he did do Ethan shit. Hassan, what's his name? Pisco did do a lot of Ethan shit. That one was actually accidentally correct.
Little weird.
Okay, now that we're on the same page, okay.
As I was saying, the idea being is that he does tend to stay away from drama for the most part. He does end up entertaining it somewhat because call-ins are a part of his content. So when it comes down to it, it's irritating, but he will get people in his Discord that are like, Hassan said this and Destiny said that. And it's like, oh my God, fucking kick them out. Like, move on to something more substantive. But by and large, he does stay to more substantive shit.
Doesn't he like call in about a lot of the drama shit though? Doesn't he? Doesn't he call in to like defend Hassan all the time? Isn't that like Ogre Boy's whole thing? Is that he's always calling in to defend Hassan? Am I thinking of the wrong person? Or I don't know if I've ever heard him before or I'm trying to think if I've actually listened to him talk to any of these people, but or if I've actually heard, I think I've heard Ogre Boy talk to Hutch before or something like that. I know the name. Yes, he does. He has a Hassan tattoo. Okay. All right. So yeah. It's a little odd.
So I think he's got a hell of a lot of value.
The premise, it seems like the premise here is that there's some universal standard for what is good content. If that plays to his strengths and he enjoys doing that, and there's a market for that, and there's a demand for that, and he's satisfying his viewers like demands or whatever, then great. Why does everybody have to do this kind of approach? Why?
Why does everyone have to do that kind of approach?
Yeah, you're asking me why don't I be more like him? Well, I'm not him. I'm just a completely different person.
No, you're jumping to a conclusion there. I'm not saying you have to be more like him. The thing is, between the two, who do I prefer more, right?
Okay, maybe this is a misunderstanding on the prompt. So they had an argument last night on Live and Learn where they had two competing positions. So when I'm saying Team Hutch or Team Pisco, I'm saying which argument that they made do you prefer? If we're talking about who's better, like in general, that's not the question. I don't like that.
To be fair, though, Wick, when you position it like that, you're gonna get. That's what you're gonna get.
I understand, but that's why I'm look.
But I thought this was about tactics. I thought this was
limit in these titles.
Yeah, but they also said that they were willing to accept any arguments. Like the guy, I'm pretty sure this is the guy who came on and initially said, "What are we talking about?" Wait, is that Ogre Boy's picture? Holy shit! Wow. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we need to get some. We need to get some Fool's tattoos. Consider getting Tom in a bikini? No. No. I like throw up in my mouth every time I see that shit. No, we are done with the Tom bikini arc.
Okay, I can't just put a whole nuanced little.
You can't put a 5-paragraph thing in your prompt.
But the context.
You could have put me as Django and you as
Divine, here.
No, but the context.
Let's stay with this for a moment.
I want to give it to Hutch. I want to give it to Hutch real quick. Just real quick.
But the context here is obviously about political strategy, like broader strategy. It's not about like your personal preferences. It's about like what would be the most effective thing at accomplishing your goals. And I'm not sure me and Ogre Boy have the same goals. I really don't. I don't think we do. I mean, what are you?
I don't think you and Pisco. To be fair, I don't think you and Pisco also have the same goal in that regard.
I think we do. I think he's all about electing Democrats, but we just have disagreements on some of the particulars, and we get into that.
Right. But that's what I mean, though, is that like we're going back to the oppositional thing, right? Like you're okay with not having these people in your like coalition.
More than that, I think that some people we should make public efforts to distance ourselves from them.
Right. Right, and he just doesn't. So I would say in that regard, you don't have the same goal. Like your goal audience is not the same.
No,
That's my
the
point.
coalition language is goofy as fuck, by the way.
We disagree on tactics.
Just absolutely.
Yeah,
the goal
no, you
is
disagree.
the same.
No, hold on a second. No. You
Yes.
disagree on tactics, but you also disagree in that your ideal, like, who you envision the Democratic Party as is
No,
different.
no, I didn't say that. I said both him and I, like our main goal is to like beat Republicans and help Democrats.
Yeah, that's
we disagree
the
on
overarching goal.
tactics.
Right.
So given the current topics in the moment, talking about police violence and things like that, how much do you know about escalation of force, rules of engagement, that sort of shit?
I looked into it like
I think she's missing on a lot of the arguments. I don't have any issue with her, but this is the first time I've ever seen her as well. But I think she's misunderstanding a lot of the I think she's misunderstanding a lot of the arguments that are being made. Not just here, but like almost every debater that's come on, I feel like she's been kind of confused on what the positions were from both sides.
cursory search like last week. But
Like a little bit, right? So the idea is,
hold on.
the idea is when you
if
approach
you ask my
something-
stream how much I covered these shootings, they will tell you that it was overwhelmingly
Okay,
what I
cool.
was covering for
That's
like the
the-
last 3
no, I'm
weeks.
trying to go
Not that I
somewhere,
need
but
to
fine.
fucking satisfy your standards, but go ahead.
Okay, that wasn't anything to do with what I was about to say, but thank you for that.
Not what you were about to say. It has everything to do with what you've already said. Wait, I talked to this guy, didn't I? I did. He called into my show. Right? Oh shit, there's 2 fucking Rocketeers right there. What the fuck? Wait, is that another one? No, that's a Wasp. Like, it's right where I'm trying to fucking go, dude. No, no, oh shit. Bro, I'm a fucking champ. Jeez. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, my heart's beating really hard and I'm scared. Video game scares me sometimes.
When you get someone's attention, entry level attention for the first time, and you immediately go from 0 to 100, by and large, you're going to come across, I don't know, I'm trying very hard to moderate my language, icy beans?
Yeah.
So if I do end up swearing, I don't know you at all, and I'm not trying to be rude, but if I do end up swearing, I
you can
apologize in
swear.
advance.
You can swear.
no
I'm not,
slurs,
I'm not,
but swearing is fine.
No.
Okay,
Slurring
so
is fine. Go ahead.
If you go
Hello, hello. Friendly, friendly, friendly. Friend. Okay, cool. Fuck. Anybody in this room? Anybody still in here? Fuck, this is the room that I was coming. Nothing, I was coming into a key room to use a key card, but it's already been opened, so I was just checking in here.
Oh, yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah, I didn't want to take somebody else's key card room, so I was just making sure they weren't still in here before I check and see and then head out, because, yeah, if they're... I don't want to... last week, somebody came into my key card room and I fucking killed him. He came in and went straight to the gun case and took it, so I killed the motherfucker and got it back.
Yeah, right.
0 to 100 right off the rip, you're just going to come across like a toxic cunt and nobody's going to even want to engage with anything you're doing.
I mean,
meanwhile, Pisco, on the other hand, has an ability. You're going to want to work up a rapport with some people, or especially with other communities. You're going to have to try to get their trust on certain things so that in turn down the road, you can turn around and show them why something's wrong.
I mean, I feel good. I feel good about the audience that I've built. I get to do this for a living.
Everybody knows you feel good about the audience, but
no, but
how
no, but
effective
we're
you
talking about
are or
numbers.
aren't is
You're
the
saying
point.
I would do better if I did this, or that, and it's like I've been doing this for fucking 16 years, and I'm still at it. And
Yeah,
I'm,
your
like,
pockets are
growing an
probably
audience
fine,
on,
but how good you are for the party is
you're
entirely
bringing
different.
out
now,
money
isn't
into
it?
this. I mean, I didn't bring that into this, but I'm just saying you're trying to give me
you're
career
talking about-
advice,
you've
and
been-
I'm telling you that my numbers went up after I started
Let
leaning
me
into
hold on,
politics.
hold on. I think we're having two different
advice. You're
Ogre,
talking
please.
about
Ogre, please.
effectiveness
Hush,
for
please.
trying
Hush.
to bring
All of you
people
stop,
into
please.
politics.
Please. I think we're missing each other. So let me bridge this gap. As I understand it, Ogre Boy isn't talking about your specific audience. What he's trying to say, Hutch, is that Pisco's method of communication and dealing with issues will bring more people to the Democrat to vote Democrat than your method will. That's his claim. Right?
Well, we're circling back to the whole, you do want like a universal standard then, right? Like you don't seem to be open to the idea that different creators are going to have different strategies that are going to appeal to different people, right?
No.
You don't think so?
No. What I'm suggesting is a little bit of an ability to modulate just a tiny bit more, right? When you start off at 100, you're going to chase people away. For example, the guy that the people keep throwing the tweets at. Do you even know that guy's name? The one that you keep just some Green Party asshole. Do you even know who that was?
Nope.
No clue.
Nope.
So,
I know he's a fucking idiot. I know that.
Okay, sure, he's a
I know
fucking
he's
idiot.
hella dumb, but
I know more about that guy. I don't like that guy, and I know more.
Why does this matter? Who the fuck cares? It's on Twitter. The idea that you have to know the people that you're tweeting at on fucking Twitter, this is insane. What are we even talking about right now, bro? What are we even talking about right now? You have to know the people before you can fucking tweet at them? Is that really what we're saying right now? What is happening? What is the standard, dude? I've never heard this shit before. Oh, well, I know the guy that you tweeted at more than you know the guy that you tweeted at. Like, what? So what? If you guys agree he's a fucking idiot, why does he want to know the guy? Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
More about that guy than you do. I know where he comes from. I know the struggles and shit that he's had in his life. I know more about the attempts that he's made as a streamer.
I don't care.
But you not caring is kind of the point, right?
He's a fucking idiot, and he says stupid shit, and he's a fucking arsonist who deliberately tried to sabotage the Democratic. He's gonna do it again in 2028. I'm gonna say the same shit. Fuck off. Don't vote for her. I'm not gonna beg you. Go away. We don't want your vote. Fuck off.
Ogre.
Do you understand how that looks to the outside world?
I don't care. I don't care how it looks to you.
That's the point.
I don't care how it looks to you. You are projecting. You are assuming the responsibility of speaking for the rest of the world. You're just projecting your own shit, bro. I don't care what you think. I don't care what he thinks. That's it.
Ogre.
The conversation's been about normies, right?
Well, let's
Yeah,
hold on.
that's my. Okay, so this is my.
Real quick, and then we do got a cycle. So.
Yeah. So Ogre. So I am person. I'm more sympathetic. Wait, am I roboting? Okay, never mind. I'm more sympathetic to that approach, the approach that you seem to be signaling towards. I don't know exactly that approach, okay? At this point in time, what I try to do is I try to pull those normies, pull those more the lefty normies, who can also understand policy, who can also debate, and who are also, yes, they might have issues with the Democratic Party, but they're still willing to work with them if it means that they can get anything of theirs eventually, implemented, right? So my question is, are you advocating for people who, to being empathetic to people who, like, essentially are clearly not going to, they need a lot more work done in order to get them to that stage? Are you saying, like, of course, being empathetic? I'm saying, like, yeah,
let me see if I can answer your question with this, and in turn, stay on the overall topic,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Online, I'm the Hassan, crazy, unhinged dick suck, the tattoo guy.
Yeah, do you have a tattoo of Hassan? I'm just curious.
Oh,
Do you?
I also have one of like Sam Cedar and Michael Brooks, Colin Kaepernick.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Now I know.
Logo
Carry
on my
on.
booty. But I'll say this,
Colin
right?
Kaepernick? What
For
the
as
fuck?
much weird shit as I've said online or said on Twitter, for the commentary that I've made about being angry at the politician not being an effective enough public servant, as opposed to blaming the electorate as Hutch wants to do constantly, Pisco talked to me, had to go back and forth with me, and at the end of the day, got me to realize that I was fucked up for not voting for Kamala. Pisco did that, not you. For what it's worth.
But Ogre Boy, not everybody is like you. Do you understand that? So that I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that, and that approach from Pisco worked with you. But you don't get to say that because it worked to me that it's going to be more effective broadly. You're just projecting at that point.
So Ogre, no, hold on, Ogre. So because okay. Again, like
Quickly, then we do gotta let him have
like
the last word so he can go.
Yeah. Like I said, that was sort of not exactly. I had a little bit more of a combative approach. And it was also over the period of like years, right? But I also had a sort of similar, pulling back towards like center or left or whatever the fuck. And my thing is, I understand that there are some people who are going to look at somebody and say the amount of effort the amount of time and effort that I would have to spend, like, essentially, like, deconstructing your positions and, like, reeling you back from, like, sort of some of the poison that's been given to you, that's not worth my time and energy. Do you, like, what do you think about that? Like, just like with conservatives,
well, hold on.
right?
Let him answer, but then also incorporate your kind of like closing thoughts, so we can.
It has to be a case-by-case basis. It has to be something where you're if it's supposed to be a one-off conversation and you go at 100 miles an hour the entire time or whatever, and it's for the entertainment, blood sports or whatever, that's fine. When you're a normie person that's trying to talk to other people, like at the workplace, which I think at this point I know more about that than Hutch does. That doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work. You have to build up a rapport with people over time. You have to show that you're trustworthy. You have to show that you're willing to fucking understand some of their positions and then try to explain to them why shit isn't there and it's not happening. So it is case by case basis, but I'm saying by and large, it's not Hutch, it's Pisco 100%.
Ogre.
All day, every day.
Ogre, do you think that the way that I am on stream, do you think that I'm like that in my like IRL life? Do you think
Yes.
You
yes.
have no
100%
fucking idea.
Can't prove it.
You haven't the first fucking clue how I operate. I actively avoid political conversations when I'm out in the world. I do it 8 hours a day, and so when I hang out with my friends and politics come up, I have a totally different tone. The idea that my personality when I'm streaming
actually no.
matches how I behave in my life.
When it comes to the people that you have the ability to connect with,
you gotta let him go. Hold on, Ogre. You gotta let Hutch. Ogre. You gotta let Hutch.
I'm agreeing with him.
Okay, but you gotta let him finish.
I was going to agree because he said on
Jesus
stream,
Christ! Shut up until Hutch finishes, please.
Okay.
Hutch, go.
Okay.
No, I said the idea that I am like this in my IRL life, like I'm a fucking functioning adult. I have a social life. I have friends. I have family. I am a normal person And I behave like a normal person when I'm just out there I'm not out there doing blood sports and talking about hyper niche things that normies have no fucking idea like what I would be talking about in the first place. It's a totally different vibe.
Yeah, people have come
Last
to you
word, huh,
and
Ogre?
asked
Then we're
people,
cycling you. Go ahead.
People have come
Well, I
to
want
you
to
and
bring this
asked you in the
actually,
past. Huh?
Dev.
I got something to say about this, but
Oh,
you go
say
ahead,
it then.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
so
hold on. I just got told to fucking pause. I waited until he was done.
Okay, say.
Go ahead.
Respond.
So
then
you
Dev
have,
will
you
ask
have
you a
on
question.
numerous
Go
occasions
ahead.
when people
Ogre,
have come to
respond,
you
yeah.
for advice, turned around and basically said, "Don't bring up anything around people. Don't even try because it's not worth moving people. Just be the input." Yes, you have. You totally fucking have. People have
Said in a
said, "Hey,
specific
what do I do
context.
about my family?" People have come to you and asked what to do about my family.
Yeah,
it's
yes.
making me miserable, etc., etc. And you said, "Don't even bother. Don't try because you can't do anything. You can't change it." So yes,
the
I
most
agree.
part. For the
But
most
you
part,
want to
yeah.
withdraw while other people are trying to navigate something that makes their life frustrated and miserable, and you're just saying give in and give
In the
up to that sort
context-
of thought processes.
In the context of a political dispute with your family, my opinion about how to navigate that is informed by like intense grief. So when I lost a family member, I made a decision in that moment to not let politics get in the way of my relationship with my family. And so, and it was based on my own experience with arguing with certain family members for years. It never went anywhere. It was completely disrupting our relationship. And so in order to protect that relationship, because I love my family, I think it is better to just avoid conversations that are not likely to change their minds and just focus on enjoying your time with them. But I'm not saying like don't engage with the world or try to persuade normies when there's an avenue to do it.
Okay. Dev, you had something to say but we do got a line.
Yeah, I understand.
Quick.
Yeah, so like I've listened to you guys go back and forth, and I think what you're missing, Ogre Boy, is that there are some people who are better. Okay, Ogre, yeah. There are some people who are better at bringing in new people into a group. There are some people who are better at laying the ideological foundations for those who are already in the group. And then there are some people who are better at just being entertainers and they maintain group cohesion. All of these things are important for any political movement. And telling someone that they have to be one or the other is just counterproductive. Everyone's going to do what they're going to do.
Okay.
So sure, but that has nothing to do with anything that's been discussed so far.
It actually does, because you've been saying that Hutch has to be one thing. When
I
it's
didn't say
actually
Hutch
something
has
else.
to do anything.
Was that
I
not the
think
entire
it was
conversation
heavily
for the past 15
implied.
minutes?
Okay, Ogre Boy, thanks for calling in, buddy. I'll let you go. Okay.
Hey,
bye.
Hutch, 6 days.
I'll see you then, buddy.
6 days.
What's that all about?
The live and learn,
Him
right?
and Vadim are coming on Live and Learn. That should be fun.
Vadim. I had Vadim on my show with Soy Pill. I don't know if you saw that.
I saw a little bit.
I asked him a question, and I was very unsatisfied with the answer he gave me. I thought it was a pretty straightforward question, and I hope you ask him again. If Hassan, and this is a question I asked him, I said, if Hassan had simply endorsed Kamala and said you should go out and vote for Kamala directly, I asked him, do you think that more of Hassan's voter
Yeah, he
base...
snaked out of answering that. It was ridiculous.
He just didn't answer, and
Yeah.
that frustrated me because obviously, yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah, it would be thousands, tens of thousands. Yes, obviously.
I don't know. I just, that's what I don't like. I don't like the snake stuff. Okay, but anyway,
Oh,
Stardust.
Vadim's kind of snaky. Yeah, he's been like that for a while.
Yeah, Stardust. Hi. What you got?
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what you got?
Hey, Stardust.
So, hey, how's it going? So I guess, hey, how's it going? Hi, Ice Beans. I first off, I have to say, I think it's very suspicious that
Team Hutch or Team
Ice
Pisco?
Beans. Am I?
Team
First, I
Hutch
have
or
to say
Team
something.
Pisco?
I have to say something first, Wick. Okay,
Okay, say
I think it's
something
very
first.
suspicious that Ice Beans has ice in her name, and she was considering joining ICE. Okay, so I'm just saying I think that's very, very suspicious.
Connect the dots.
Secondly, connect the dots, people. Secondly, what I will say is that I do think it's like a worthwhile effort to try and excise what I've been calling them the regressive left from being associated with the Democrats. I think that's
Oh, man, back in 2014.
That's
Is that what they
Milo
call them in the
Yiannopoulos language.
Okay.
Help!
Oh yeah. Like
really?
Sargon used that shit back in 2014. I mean, they were correct, by the way. Ultimately,
Yeah.
But they used that language back in 2014.
Well, they use that for everybody, including the libs, don't they? But
Yes.
Whether or not like they
I'm
have like
down,
people
help.
like Hassan and BE and Noah Samson, whether or not they had an impact on voter turnout doesn't really matter to me, because we know that they have an influence on the discourse. We know that they have an influence on the
Help!
phrases
I'm
that
down.
get thrown around, the phrases that get repeated. So online politics are not nothing, right? Republicans and right-wingers will use the people like Hassan against us. And the regressive left makes demands while doing nothing to serve the Democrat Party. So I think we just need to stop them from even influencing the discourse, because they're ahistorical, they're idiots, they contribute really stupid ideas as well. And they engage in terrible tactics, doxing, harassment, all of that, right?
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question, and then I want to hear Hutch's opinion on your answer. Do you think that Pisco is doing something wrong when he has these people on his show, like the Vanguard Boys?
I need a defib.
What's her face? Straighter Aid. All these people.
I would have to watch it. I'm going to be real with you. I have not watched him having these people on, to be honest with you. So I would have to watch and then give my opinion. I don't want to give my opinion yet.
Wait, real quick. Do you think that there's an issue with because that'd be really funny coming from the guy who had a Proud Boy on his
with
name.
a caveat, right? And I'll give you
that was a fun stream, by the way.
I'm just saying.
I enjoyed being a part of that.
I think that you can have literally anyone on your show. If Satan himself came from the depths of hell, okay, and she wanted to be on my show, I would have her on my show.
I do agree with you, Wick.
Yes. The question becomes, how do you have them? For what purpose? And how do you deal with them? I think one of the criticisms one of the criticisms I have with bringing certain people on in just agreeing with, like, obvious. Well, let me ask you this, Ice Beans.
Yeah.
If I had brought Enrique Otario on my stream and then agreed with him the whole time, you'd have a little more criticism for me than if I brought Enrique Otario on and had Destiny argue with him for the whole time. They'd be different things. They would be different.
They would be different things. But
Yes.
but hold on a second. Like, you're saying that as if you didn't have like somebody on your stream that you pushed their fucking book, right? Was it fucking Hanania? Like,
no, it wasn't Richard Hanania. It was this
Well,
other
who was
guy,
it?
and I remember what you're talking about. He was the
If you're was
organizer.
it the guy?
no,
Wait, was it the guy? Was it the guy
The
that
Charlottesville
came
guy.
in? Yes, the
the
Charlottesville.
Unite the Right rally. I had it on.
Okay,
and he wanted
okay.
me. He wanted me to put his book in
Which
my
one?
YouTube description. And I did. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because I didn't bring him on and agree with him the whole time. I, in fact, argued with him.
There's no way I'm gonna get help. That like the game is 50 seconds left. Everybody's rushing to the extracts, and the thing sucks because I can't even look at the map, so I don't even know where the extract is. So I would start heading to it if I could, but I don't know where it is. Help! I'm down! Help me! Help me! Hello!
Okay, but you.
I do think I agree with Wick on the
It's very funny to then say like that you're comparing you're
Yes, I don't think it's wrong.
saying-
Like, do you think it's wrong for Barnes and Noble to have Mein Kampf in Barnes and Noble?
No, but hold on a second. No,
Okay.
no. Again, to be clear, I'm not making this a platforming debate. You can have whatever. But I do not have a problem with that. I'm just saying that then it's funny that you will criticize like these lefties for doing that and not.
I chose not to take all of my good guns with me this time. I chose to take shitty guns with me this time, just in case this happened. I don't know why. I had a feeling this was going to happen, so.
Having sufficient to your.
Because I think the lefties not only have Mein Kampf in their bookstore, but
shit.
they're like, this is probably a good book that you should probably read.
No, wait, Ice Beans, that makes sense. That makes sense. If you are going to be pro-platforming, you should probably care a little bit about how it happens, right?
No. To be clear, I'm not pro like scolding people for their platform. I'm giving, like, obviously I'm ragging on Wick a little bit with the Proud Boys guy, but I'm just saying he can't then hold that same standard.
No, I think he can.
Right?
I think he can. I think the way that I think you can be pro-platforming, but be like, hey, we should have standards for how we platform people. I think that's.
What does pro-platforming mean? What does that even mean?
Perfectly fine. I personally don't have that.
That's fine,
you know,
but start. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick. Like, I assume you watched that debate. Like, do you think that Destiny and I gave those guys enough pushback?
No, I'm gonna be honest and say that I did not watch. I only heard about. I only heard that he had the, and I asked.
Yeah. Okay.
But you didn't watch it?
No, I didn't, because I didn't know it happened.
Ogre Boy still thinks Pisco is principled only because Pisco didn't come out principally against Hassan and calls him out. The moment Pisco does it, the Hassan tattoo haver will vanish from Pisco's chat. Interesting.
Fine, and to be clear, yes, generally speaking, I don't have necessarily a problem with people.
Like, it was a fun time, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm curious. I'm curious as Hutch's position on this. I just want to hear, like, what do you think about the platforming stuff?
I don't have a problem with Pisco talking to Vanguard or Kyle Kalinske or anybody else. The issue that I had with Pisco wasn't even like a holistic kind of critique. It was more just there were a few moments in that conversation that I would have said, pause. Did you just say that Josh Shapiro covered up a murder? And then I would like really brutally like unpack that shit. But that's just, you know, I don't think that but again, like that's how I operate, and I have no problem with him being even friendly with people if there's like a tactical reason for it, if there's some kind of upside to doing that, if there's more room to persuade the person he's speaking with or that person's audience, then be a chameleon. That's like a part of political discourse, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think that
Isn't that literally what he was just arguing against with Hassan? Saying that he was pretending to be a sockdom.
like, I personally don't hold a whole lot of standards as far as like the platforming thing. I'll make fun of people, obviously. I think everybody's open to criticism I'll make fun of people like Hassan, but like,
no, I'm not showing the fucking art. Shut up.
I think I think for the most part, like, I'm not anti platforming certain people. I think everybody has the right to platform whoever they want.
But yeah, I felt like the question.
That's not what the platforming discussion is about. Everybody knows everybody has a right to fucking platform whoever they want. That's it. That's not what the discussion's about. That's not what we're talking about when we're having a discussion about ethical platforming. We're talking about the ethics of it, not the rights that you have.
I felt like Wick was asking me a question about like, oh, do you think it's like effective to have people like that on? Which is like, I don't know if it's effective. Like, I'd have to look at it in, you know, that specific thing. So, and yes, I did previously get shit on for platforming people, and I don't really care. So
the criticism, just to be clear, the criticism isn't having the people on. The criticism is agreeing with the people.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to say. That, okay, this is the problem with having this kind of conversation, is that like there's going to be a range of people who all of who disagree on whether you sufficiently push back on that type of thing, right? Like, I mean, like even earlier when we were talking about Hutch and Pisco, where Hutch was saying, yeah, I understand where Pisco was coming from and his tone, but I would have just personally pushed back harder, right? So.
Yeah, but he's not saying that he irresponsibly platformed anybody. He's not making the claim that Pisco did irresponsible platforming. So it's not relevant.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's hold on. I don't think anyone's requiring anyone to be perfect here. Like, you get better. You understand? Like, hold on, let me finish. Sometimes. Like, I don't think anyone's. Well, I'm not requiring anyone to be perfect here. Why would I? I make mistakes too, and sometimes you miss things. It's a live show usually, and you know things just get past you. And sometimes, gang, sometimes you lose a debate. But I think that can even be helpful. My issue.
I've never fucking lost a debate. I think losing debates is irresponsible.
I guess, that I have in bringing it back to the Hutch and Pisco stuff, right? My issue is one of, I think that the tactic that Pisco is using is not working.
I think you should lose your platform. What do you mean the tactic that Pisco's using is not working? Working for what? What the fuck is the goal of working? Like, he has an audience. He has people that are willing to watch. He has people who enjoy the content. Like, what is working in this scenario? What are we talking about here?
And I think it is dangerous because I think he's letting in wolves in sheep's clothing. And I think that it's a problem. That's not to say that I'm not saying he should be stopped from doing this, should be platformed from doing this. I'm thinking that there are wolves in sheep's clothing, and we have to call it out for what it is.
Wick, do you believe that Pisco is being hypnotized by straighter aids, communist titties?
Oh my goodness.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Crazy
I don't
way
think
to
so.
No.
Jesus Christ.
I don't think so. Can I just say a couple more things?
One or two more things, and we got to cycle out. But yeah,
Well, she didn't even really get to the
So
thing.
people in the chat. Well, first off, also I want to say
Yeah, she never even said if she was pro Pisco or pro Hassan. Pisco or Hutch. They never even. She just like derailed from the beginning.
fuck Ogre Boy, okay? Secondly, because let's be real,
I don't know.
Ogre Boy came into my chat and he was like, "Oh, you're I can't believe you went to Pisco with the cowhead thing, and you're not really, you know, like all this stuff," and he basically trying to justify it. And I'm just like, bro, like I'm usually not offended by anything. The one time I get like, and not even offended, I'm disturbed by it. Like the one time I tell people I'm disturbed, like, oh, you don't believe me now? But okay, whatever. So anyways, I will say, I think covering somebody as big as Hassan will get new eyes on your content as well. I think it's you're just doing bad strategy if you're not covering Hassan, if you're not like calling him out. You'll expand your influence. I think it's just a smart thing to do as a content creator. And also, I don't know why we do this either or dichotomy. We should be calling out everybody, like MAGA and the fucking regressive left, right? So yeah.
He trains his audience, dare I say, like a dog. Hassan. So like, if you attack him,
give us an example.
Well,
okay?
he's got
we got our shot
you
collars
train
on.
your-
We
you
got our
train your
hold on, just real
audience-
quick.
you train your
Icy,
audience
please. We got our shot collars on, right? Okay, we're Hassan's audience.
Yeah.
How would you train us? Give us an example, Hutch,
he
please go.
feeds them sort of these canned deflections, and there's a number of them really. So like the first one is, oh, isn't it convenient that they're attacking pro-Palestinian content creators? Or you could also like substitute Muslim, like a Muslim content creator. He deflects to, he will call you a Zionist. He'll say that you support Israel and you're a Zionist, therefore you can ignore what they have to say. Destiny Orbiter is like another really big one. Oh, he's a Sexpestiny Orbiter. So there's like 5 or 6 that he deploys very regularly. And he is, I think, in those moments, like consciously training, literally training his audience. And then they go into my replies, and they're like, he told his audience the other day that, or strongly suggested that I was paid by Progressive Victory to do Israeli propaganda. And he's said that in the past.
Wow.
He has said that
We
in the
love
past.
that.
This is a like fully insane thing to suggest. I think it's funny that PB is trying to angle to get like collaboration with him still, and he's over there telling his audience that they paid us to do Israeli propaganda.
Ooh.
So like,
I got some issues.
like
with
he
that.
will.
Just hold on, just as a personal thing, just real quick with the PV stuff. Can I just say, I'm very disappointed with how they've handled.
Oh yeah, I'm disappointed as well.
Everything.
But I was never paid by them or ever. I never worked with them.
I was.
Frogan herself, like Frogan herself has worked with them. Is she now working and doing like propaganda for Israel? Like what's going on there? You know,
I don't know.
So-
Is she actively working with them now? I know that they collaborated in
No,
the
she's
past.
not actively working with them now, but she has in the past
Yeah,
before
yeah,
even
yeah.
you guys were associated with them. You know.
What's up, guys?
Real
Smith
quick,
here.
as a complete aside, Hutch, do you I take your I understand the point that you're making about Hassan training his audience, but
Yeah, anything
like,
but substantively engaging in what they won't like unpack the argument. They'll just say, "Oh, you can dismiss them because," and then there's like 5 different things they go to.
Right, but you also do understand that like you yourself also have like a like you have an influence on your audience, and to some degree you are training your audience, right?
I do not ever
You don't accept that.
use these kinds of.
Yeah, the difference is like actually avoiding criticism, avoiding arguments, avoiding debates, it's the avoiding things that they're really talking about here. Again, I think she's just missing like what the actual arguments are being made, where he's saying this person who's criticizing me, you can just disregard them because of this random thing that I'm just making up or that I'm just like characterizing them at.
Lazy deflections. If I have a problem with something that somebody says, I will unpack that thing and explain why I think it's bad.
I'm talking about influence. I'm talking about like the natural.
Does, yes.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm asking him to does he acknowledge
do
that happens?
Content creators generally have influence? Yeah, of course.
Right. So, and that you're not like necessarily like inadvertently even instinctively training these like knee-jerk reactions.
No. I like. First of all,
there are ways you can avoid it. There are definitely ways you can avoid it.
I don't do brigade. I don't. You can ask my community. I don't do brigading. I don't like brigading.
No, hold on. I'm not talking about brigading. I'm
that's
just
kind of
talking
what we're
about.
talking about.
Okay, give us an example.
No,
Hold on, Ice Beans. Give us an example of how Hutch is trained, like a deflection that Hutch trains his audience.
No, I'm not. I'm asking him if he, because this is something that every content creator will do. Every content creator, if you have an audience, you will inadvertently teach these things.
No. You misunderstand me though. No. Hang on. Pause. He consciously throws these deflections out to his stream.
Right.
So that
but I
they
said,
will
I'm
go.
people like Bad
So that they will go. So that they will go into other people's mentions and then use those deflections. That's what he's doing it consciously. He lies.
I understand.
He lies through his teeth. He does not give a fuck. He will make shit up about you. He will accuse you of being a paid Israeli propagandist. He does not care. And he knows when he does that. He knows when he does that. He is that his audience.
Well, Ice Bean, I get what you're saying, and the answer to what you're saying basically is creators always do train their audiences to some extent. The only thing you can really do is train them to think well, train them not to be lazy thinkers. And I think anyone responsible does that.
Well, no. So that's all I would say. I don't know Ogre Boy that well, right? But that's kind of I think that is functionally the difference between what I would say my position is and Hutch's is, right? Is that I try not to reflexively let idiots and also to a certain degree malicious actors like Hassan to affect how I interact with leftists.
Well, do you think? Let me ask you this then: right? Do you think that?
Yeah, actually, I do. Fucking sick, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Need a feeling of blueprint? You got that one already or not?
I do have that one. Yeah.
What about barricade kit blueprint?
Hold on. What is that over there? Nah, fireballs. I'm here to kill pops and fireballs and shit like that for the trials.
Hey, check if you need that one too.
Let's see. I do have this one. Appreciate it. Have a good one, man.
Hutch is training his audience to be lazy thinkers and just knee-jerk react to far lefties.
I would say if you don't find any leftists if you don't find leftists in his audience.
Oh, there are definitely leftists in my audience. Just to be clear, we disagree a lot. I get stun locked 50% of the stream talking to lefties in the chat.
Look,
I'm glad you have that
there's leftists in my audience too. I got one of them accusing me of women, right?
Wait, me too. What about me? I have leftists too.
I'm not talking about hate watch. To be fair, I'm not talking about hate watchers. Okay, I'm talking about
why don't they count? They're in the stream. They're making
They're essentially fans. Are you taking from them? Are you going back and forth with them in a good faith manner?
In chat, am I doing it in good faith?
No. That's what I'm saying. Is that those are hate watchers. Wait, those are hate watchers. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people who genuinely come in and push back on you, and you sometimes do actually listen to them because you do
everybody has those. I feel no.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Is that how much of those people do you think exist in Hutch's chat.
There,
like,
I mean, there-
I'm genuinely curious.
It's probably
I don't
most of
know.
my mods would fit that category. I would assume.
Yeah. I do have yeah. I guess I had one last thing to say.
Go ahead.
Yes. You know, when Hassan also does platform people who do engage in some pretty nasty tactics, specifically Bad Empanada. Okay, and I know he hasn't platformed him in a while, but not even platforming is the issue, right? Promoting, right? He'll shout out this dude's videos. He'll, you know, you know, say that he's good on certain topics, right? And he'll like encourage his chatters to go, you know, consume this guy's content. I'm sorry, when you are promoting somebody like that who engages in doxing, harassment, has added actual terrorist organizations on Twitter to with people's docs to try and get something to happen to them, somebody who gloats when horrible things happen to people, or really escalatory harassment happens to people, I'm sorry, you are allowing that. You are telling your audience that that is acceptable behavior. Even if you yourself are not telling them to do that, you're saying this person's content is good, what this person does is good. You are basically telling your audience that that is acceptable. So I do think that Hassan needs to be called the fuck out all the time.
Okay. Stardust.
Driznar, thank you so much for the gift.
No, wait, don't put Stardust yet. No. Real quick. Okay, Stardust. I want you to debate Lumi. All right.
Okay,
I want this to be set up.
can.
I want it to be set up.
You can hash that out.
I don't have a problem with it, but she doesn't want to. So.
Okay. I'll see you later.
Wick, you and I'll convince her, okay?
Lumi? Lumi Roo, or is there a different Lumi? Who's Lumi?
Yeah, we will. Dev, I'm gonna let you go so I can get more people in. Is that cool?
Good talking to you,
sounds good.
See you later,
Thanks for having me on. See you guys later.
See ya.
I don't know if you're cool with me like crashing this way.
No, you're fine, man. Anytime. It's a call-in show.
Okay. All right.
So
whoever's argument. It's your position.
Being the only white person in the call, okay?
It's also your position. Why would you be the issue?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to crash it. Like, this was supposed to be like Wick versus the world, and I didn't want to like, you know, fucking.
No, it's Hutch. Like this is the. I guess you might even argue this is an impromptu Hutch versus the world, but
fire.
It's no. You're always welcome to my content, man.
Feel free
if
to
it's
dig
not
in.
a strict panel where I've already invited guests, and it's just whoever, yeah, you're always welcome to come on. It's all good.
Thanks.
Okay, what you got? We got Stormwolf and we got Vishy. What do we have? What do you got?
If Vishy's Team Pisco, he can go first. If not, I'm happy. It's up to him. I don't care.
Hey, Vishy, go ahead.
You can go first, Storm. I am not Team Pisco.
I'm Team Hutch as well. So I guess we're just here to fight with Ice Beans.
Cool.
But here's what I'll say. I feel like a lot of people said the things already. I think the big issue that I have with like the far left, and I think this is a disagreement I have with like Pisco especially, is like this notion we should cater to them or like we should work with them is insane. And when people are like Hutch's dogpiling on the left, they fight with us first. We aren't like, we've always shown a willingness to work with the left, and what do they give us? Nothing. People 100%. Always do this with the 2024 election.
100%. What he's saying here is 100% true. Like the progressives, liberals, like everybody for a long time were kind of treating all of these people like leftists as though we were all on the same side, and treating them as though like we were all the same, and it was them who turned on us and started saying, well, you liberals are all pieces of shit, like they're the fucking bad guys, they're the fascists, they're this, they're that. Now it's not like I don't know that things wouldn't have turned out the same either way. I want to be clear. Like it may have turned out that we all would have ended up like turning on them at some point anyways, based on the types of shit that they say and how like their rhetoric has gotten more and more extreme online over the last couple of years. But I don't know. I have no idea. And it does seem as though the majority of the time we're like responding to them instead of us going after them. Like we're responding to them going after us, and then we still get treated like we're the ones going after them. And it's like it's kind of obnoxious because we'll have somebody like, you know, Hassan say some fucked up shit about liberals and you
you know, how they're fascists or whatever, or, you know, they're genocide lovers, or, you know, whatever. And then when we respond, then we'll have a bunch of people flood into our chats, like a bunch of leftists flood into our chats going, you know, oh, why are you always attacking them? You're so obsessed with them, blah blah blah. It's like, bro, they're nonstop attacking us. You don't seem to give a fuck when that happens. Like, they start the shit. You don't seem to give a fuck, but then all of a sudden we say something about them, and you're immediately very upset.
They've done this rewriting of history, which I think is really important. A lot of the demands for Harris were originally called for a ceasefire. She did that at the DNC, and then it changed to, well, it needs to be an arms embargo. This is what I mean. They don't want to work with us. They're looking for every excuse not to work with us. And I know you say, like, well, they don't have that much influence. Well, when you create a media apparatus, which is going, first of all, they do have influence. And when you have that apparatus, which is promoting this apathy towards the Democratic Party, which sees them as feckless and unable to do anything, and sees them as not a real opposition party, sees them as basically the same as the Republicans, it ends up bleeding into larger segments of the population, which is why our polling numbers are so low, even within our own base. Our polling numbers aren't low because...
Oh, I would 100% say that people like Hassan and what's his name, Kyle Kalinske, and all of those, I would definitely say that they have like a big part of the Democrats' low polling numbers, for sure. I would definitely say that they're part of that. I know earlier we were talking about the fact that, like, they don't have much influence on the election, and I still don't think they do. But yeah, I do think that they... Oh shit. Yeah, I do think that they have influence on like low polling numbers and how much everybody hates the left and shit like that.
The rest of the country hates us, it's because our own base doesn't want to support us. We can't foster a community of illiberals who are actively working against our goals and say, well, we agree on some things. We're better off getting independent, because when we appeal to progressives, they don't vote for us, and then we lose independence.
I want to piggyback off that real quick. I want to piggyback off that real quick because there's.
I feel like you've gone through a lot.
Go Hutch.
So
I want to hear from Hutch, and we'll go Ice Beans. I promise. You'll get.
Well, I just want to add like a brief little. I mean, first of all, based, but second of all, I want to build off what you said. Everything they do is not about let's help to defeat Republicans. Everything they do is in service of a narrative, and the narrative is they are the salt of the earth people who speak for the working man, and they would do so much good in the world if only the establishment and the donors and the oligarchs would take their boots off of their necks. So it's all about grievance. And you talked about like
yeah, it's not even that, like, if they would just listen to them, or they would just let them, or if they would just like work with them or anything like that. It's if they would stop cheating them. It's if they would stop like, you know, rigging elections against them. If they like, this is the shit that they're saying. And so it's pretty consistently like everything is the liberals' fault. Anything bad that ever happens, it's always the liberals' fault.
Committed situation a little bit there. The convention is like the perfect example of this. They advertised a 1968 style convention, which is to say that they were advertising chaos. Anybody who knows anything about the 1968 DNC, it was fucking chaos. And that's what they were advertising. And what ended up happening was like 200 people showed up. They were advertising like 20,000. 200 people showed up. And then what did they do? They tried to demand a speaking slot at the DNC, which is a coronation ceremony for the candidate, not a platform for everyone with a cause to get up there and speak about their cause. The whole purpose of the convention is to get people hyped up to vote for Kamala Harris. They demanded a speaking slot. The Kamala campaign smartly said, get fucked. And then they turned around and said, wow, they care so little about Palestinians that they wouldn't even allow them to have a voice. So it's all in service of this narrative. Like we would do so much for you if only the fucking establishment would get their boots off of our neck, and it's bullshit. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if you I'm not sure if that's directed at who I'm talking about. I do think that those people who are completely and utterly unwilling to work with Democrats, I think that they should be made fun of. I'm simply talking about the people who we can appeal to, who have a tiny bit of understanding about how the system works and how you're supposed to coalition, and appeal to those people.
No, but
if that's not what
Wait, but I don't
you
think-
might not no, and like I'm not saying that they're not a threat. I'm just saying that, like, personally, I would not want to. I would personally take a different approach with them.
Yeah, she's making it sound like we're excluding them, or that liberals exclude them, that Hutch is excluding them, but that's not the way that I see it. I think that they exclude themselves, and they don't want to be in a coalition with us. I think that they... What up, brother? Yeah, let's go.
This is
That's
why.
it.
This is why
I'm
I
not
wanted.
saying-
To,
I'm
but
not
this is
saying-
why.
I'm
This
not
is why.
talking- I'm
This
not-
is.
Can we
This
grab
is.
this as an example? Wait, Hutch, can we grab this as an
Honest.
example? Well, the disagreement on between Hutch and Pisco, we can use one of the figures they talked about was Kyle Kalinske. Why don't we talk about that? Do you think Kyle is someone we should work with?
No, I don't think Kyle himself is who we should work with, but that doesn't mean that you need to alienate Kyle viewers. That's my point. That's my only.
But I think I think the conversation's always about the people in the media, less so the voters. Like how people in the media and like how people are like rallying behind it. Look, I think that's generally. Hutch could correct me. I feel like that's generally.
He says excluding them from the left. One, he is saying that yes, people ought to like distance themselves from those people's politics, but on top of that, he is saying that like he's not going to be in a coalition with them. He doesn't want to work with them. He doesn't want to look like he's part of their movement, part of their beliefs. He doesn't want to look like he has the same ideology as them. I'm saying that they take it when we're saying that they take a position that that they're not going to vote for Democrats. That is them excluding themselves. That is not us excluding them. That is them excluding themselves. And then yes, we're going to obviously advocate against the people who are who are advocating against our goals. Like if that's the entire reason we're doing politics, and that we is that we want like Democrat candidates to win, and we want people to hold these positions more often, and these people purposefully take antithetical positions to our goal. Yeah, obviously we're going to turn around and be against them, but that is them excluding themselves. That is them choosing to go against the candidate that would blatantly be better for their politics than the other person, and them choosing to exclude themselves from it.
What we're talking about here. Hutch could correct me if I'm wrong.
But that might be the okay. To be clear, that might be the conversation that Pisco and Hutch are specifically like, disagreeing on. Like they're not focused.
Because when you say like exclude leftists, he doesn't say that he wants to exclude leftists. He says he wants to exclude people who aren't going to vote for the candidate. Not leftists.
Focused on the viewers at all. They're only focused on the personalities. Like if you're contending with me, at least I'm not so much focused on those people, because I'm much more interested in the viewers. Like, and I said this I did say this from the outset. Like I'm more of the IRI approach.
Exclude them from what? I just said from like the make sure that like nobody includes him in their politics. Make sure he's not. Fuck. I literally just spawned. You're a fucking piece of shit. We got a rat in here. He's punching me out. Kill him. What a fucking. I'm done. I'm getting off. All right, y'all have a good night. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools. Wait, I saw a live stream that said another one got shot. Hold on. I don't see anything, no. There was a Baptist church that had a shooting 6 hours ago. Not like an ICE shooting or anything like that. There's a 4 shot, 2 killed in mass shooting of Welcome Baptist Church. All right, later, Gators.